Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you live coverage of the House hearing on Minnesota fraud at 10 Eastern Time and the White House press briefing at 11 Eastern Time. And we're going to update you on the U.S. has seized the oil tanker it was chasing for a couple weeks. The formerly named, I think it was the Bella 1, the Bella MV Bella 1. They have seized that. Reportedly, the U.S. is in the process of seizing a second tanker as well. So we're going to get you an update on that. And again, Minnesota fraud hearing starts in about 48 minutes, and the White House press briefing, which I'm assuming at the White House press briefing they'll talk about the ships as well. That's coming up at 11 a.m. So we'll have that for you as well. So more updates to come. Thank you for joining us, and thanks to our moderators who are here, Beth Mythical and Janet B. Thank you so much. And also, let me thank our other moderators. We have moderating Idaho Star and Surly Dev on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Also, thank you to our Facebook moderators. Kay Lowry Body is there. Thank you, Kay. Thanks, Christy Claft and Kristen McConnell Gates for subscribing over on Facebook. All right, so first of all, so we know that the House hearing on Minnesota fraud is coming up in 46 minutes, right? And we have the White House press briefing after that. So for the moment, let's get caught up on the ship situation. U.S. European Command says the Justice Department and Department of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Department of War, today announced the seizure of the MV Bella 1 for violations of U.S. sanctions. The vessel was seized in the North Atlantic pursuant to a warrant issued by a U.S. federal court after being tracked by the U.S. Coast Guard Monroe. This seizure supports the president's proclamation targeting sanctioned vessels that threaten the security and stability of the Western Hemisphere. The operation was executed by DHS components with support from Department of War, showcasing a whole-of-government approach to protect the homeland. And here is a picture of the ship right here. There is the ship right there. That ship has been seized. There were reports that Russia had been sending ships that were going to help that ship, I guess, or guard it or accompany it or something. Fox News' Lucas Tomlinson reported that the Russian ships, I think, hadn't gotten there yet or something. I'll tell you what Lucas Tomlinson said. Lucas Tomlinson of Fox News said, U.S. forces boarded the tanker between Iceland and the British Isles before Russian warships and a submarine could arrive, officials say. Is that really what happened? Or was the submarine and Russian ships there and they just reached some agreement between them? I have no idea. Anyways, because there were some concerns that, well, if Russia is protecting the ship, might there be some kind of confrontation if the U.S. tries to take it? But apparently, I have not heard of any kind of confrontation. Again, Fox News is reporting via Lucas Tomlinson that the tanker was boarded between Iceland and the British Isles before Russian warships and a submarine could arrive. Here's another picture here. Let's look at the other picture. Here's the other picture. Right here. So that is a ship that had been closer to Venezuela, and then I believe for a week or two or so, the U.S. has been pursuing that ship. And there's another ship. A couple of outlets are claiming that there's another ship that's going to be boarded too, if it hasn't been boarded already. Was it the Wall Street Journal? The Wall Street Journal said U.S. forces moved to seize 2 tankers today, including the Bella One, which had fled the U.S. blockade of sanctioned vessels near Venezuela. Now, the journal says that this ship, the Bella, that was being escorted by a Russian submarine. So I don't know how that all played out. Yes, the Wall Street Journal says U.S. forces are attempting to seize a second tanker in the waters off of Latin America. Now, I think there might be some planes on flight radar still, maybe where the second one was seized. Let's see here. I don't know about that. Here's a U.S. Air Force plane there, but it's not really circling. That's from Flight Radar 24. That's near Iceland. How about this one? I mean, I see a couple U.S. Air Force planes, but, I mean, one's up here. One's there. One's there. That's an Air Force plane. One's there. Those are 3 Air Force planes. But I don't know if those are... But there's another Air Force plane. Where is it? There. They can't all be above the tanker. So I'm not sure... Again, that's Iceland. We heard that Lucas Tomlinson of Fox reported that the seizure happened between Iceland and the British Isles, so somewhere in here. So maybe some of these planes have been, not that. Maybe some of these planes have been involved in the operation. See these 3 right here? I don't know. What can I tell you? Anonymous Nobody said, what could the sub do? Nothing? And give me 1 second here. Yeah, one of the viewers mentioned the military filter. Thank you. You can do military filter on Flight Radar 24 as well. So in terms of Flight Radar 24, those are the military planes between the 2. I'll check it. There's a UK Air Force one. Anyways, well, they can't all be above the ship. And as our viewer mentioned, there's also adsbexchange.com. But it's not even showing as many planes as Reuters, as I did the military filter. It's not even showing as many as Flight Radar 24 does. That's not one. Anyways. But it's showing that's a UK plane. Well, anyways. There has been the MV Bella One that the U.S. was pursuing, I want to say for over a week, is now in custody, in U.S. custody. Let me show you some more on this as we wait for the hearing. Let me show you some more. Oh, hey guys, look at this. This is the second ship. Here's the second ship right here. Breaking news. U.S. Southern Command also says in a pre-dawn action this morning, the Department of War, in coordination with the Department of Homeland Security, apprehended a stateless sanctioned dark fleet motor tanker without incident. The interdicted vessel, MT Sophia, was operating in international waters and conducting illicit activities in the Caribbean Sea. The U.S. Coast Guard is escorting this ship to the U.S. for final disposition. Through Operation Southern Spear, the Department of War is unwavering in its mission to crush illicit activity in the Western Hemisphere. We will defend our homeland and restore security and strength across the Americas. So this is the other ship. There was reporting that 2 ships were being seized, and this is the second one. Now, this one was seized. This is Southern Command. So I would assume this is more towards South America. Oh, in the Caribbean Sea. Caribbean Sea. So 2 ships seized. Just to give you a little background on this, AP on ship number 1. Ship number 1 was being pursued for weeks. AP says the U.S. had been pursuing the tanker since last month after it tried to evade a U.S. blockade on sanctioned oil vessels around Venezuela. The ship was sanctioned by the U.S. in 2024 for allegedly smuggling cargo for a company linked to Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. The U.S. Coast Guard attempted to board that ship in the Caribbean in December as it headed for Venezuela. The ship refused boarding and headed across the Atlantic. Once known as the Bella One, the ship was renamed Marinera and flagged to Russia. I guess Russia just let it, without going through all the formalities of an inspection and everything, Russia let it be flagged to Russia. But the U.S. has seized it. And, you know, going back to the whole seizure thing, well, let me just give you a little more update here. So again, 2 ships seized by the U.S. today. 2 tankers. And Reuters says U.S. seizing Venezuela-linked Russian-tagged flagged oil tanker after weeks-long pursuit. That is another picture of the, I guess it was formally named Bella One. That was number 1 that was seized today of the 2. It said, Reuters said this appeared to be the first time in recent memory that the U.S. military has attempted to seize a Russian-flagged vessel. However, remember, I believe this ship has only been Russian-flagged for like a matter of weeks. The vessels today are the latest tankers targeted by the U.S. Coast Guard since the start of U.S. President Trump's pressure campaign against Venezuela. The U.S., remember, is enforcing a blockade of sanctioned vessels from Venezuela. Oops, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let's see here. Yeah, it's really unclear what the deal is with Russian ships related to that. Reuters says that Reuters said that officials told them Russian military vessels were in the general vicinity of the operation, including a Russian submarine. It was unclear how close the vessels were to the operation, but there were no indications of a confrontation between U.S. and Russian military forces. So, just as some background here, U.S. oil blockade during Operation Southern Spear. As part of Operation Southern Spear, Wikipedia says, the U.S. enacted a naval quarantine on sanctioned oil tankers traveling in and out of Venezuela on December 17, 2025. So they don't have to be sanctioned related to Venezuela, but the thought was that sanctioned oil tankers are helping Venezuela sell oil. In an undetected way. I think that's the idea. Yeah, on December 17th, Trump announced a blockade targeting sanctioned oil tankers trading in and out of Venezuela. Because the action is limited to sanctioned oil tankers, it is better described as a quarantine. Although, anyways, so the quarantine is, I mean, it seems designed to prevent Venezuela from being able to sell oil like they used to. But it's an interesting question about, it's not a full blockade. It's a quarantine of sanctioned oil vessels. Anyways, I got to read more background on this. It's an interesting topic. But again, two new tankers seized by the U.S. today. One of them was being pursued since it tried to evade the blockade/quarantine. That is they're calling it the MV Bella 1, although its name changed recently. That was seized in the North Atlantic after fleeing the area near Venezuela. Right there you can see. That's one. And then number two is the MT Sophia, which was operating in the Caribbean Sea. Operating in international waters and conducting illicit activities in the Caribbean Sea, and Southern Command took it. So Southern Command wouldn't have been operating near the UK. So that's more likely closer to Venezuela. So those two have been seized. All right. So we're giving you updates on this. We have 30 minutes until the Minnesota fraud hearing starts. We have at 11 a.m. At 11 a.m. the White House press briefing, where I'm sure they'll be asked about the ships, will start, and we'll cover that as well. Hey, thanks for being here, by the way, this morning. Hold on a second here. Hey, a quick thanks to Got Me Some, who says nothing will happen in Minnesota. Justice doesn't exist anymore. Well, I believe dozens of people have been convicted for fraud in Minnesota, I believe. Anyways, we can talk about that later. Thank you, Got Me Some. Thank you, SNNUS. Maybe Got Me Some thinks more won't happen. Thanks, SNNUS. Thanks also our members, Sharon Goslin, Deb Uno, Sinful Clam, and Deb N. Thank you. Also, thank you to Flumpingtons on Twitch. Thank you, Flumpingtons, for your support. I really appreciate it. And Recovering Too Slow, thanks for subscribing. Shout out to our moderators. We have moderating right now Janet B. and Beth Mythical and Roberts May Queen. And also Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and Surly Dev on Twitch. And Linda Belk, Larry Misha on X. Kay Lowry Body over there on Facebook. Thank you. The New York Times calls the seizure of the ship the Bella One, the one that was seized near Iceland, reportedly near Iceland in the UK. The New York Times called that a challenge to Russia because the tanker was recently registered as a Russian vessel, and reportedly Russia had sent a ship or ships to escort it. Now, the New York Times, like Fox News, says there were no Russian vessels in the vicinity of the tanker when the Coast Guard boarded the ship, averting the possibility of a standoff between the U.S. and Russian forces. Is that true? Did the U.S. talk to Russia about it? Did somebody back down? I don't know. I can't tell you what really happened there. But again, U.S. officials told the Times there were no Russian vessels in the vicinity of the tanker when the Coast Guard boarded the ship. L.R. Heismay thinks Russia backed down. I don't know. Let's see here. All right, so we're going to talk more about the ships. We're trying to give you an update on these two seized ships. At the same time, we're waiting for the Minnesota fraud hearing and the White House press briefing. What I'm going to do really quick, we haven't gotten to it yet because it's been busy. Before we get closer to the hearing, hey, this is a sponsored broadcast. I really appreciate our sponsor, Gold Safe Exchange. Really quick, here's a word from me about our sponsor, and then when we come back, we'll take some of your comments on the air, and we'll give you more updates about the ships, and we'll get into the hearing and the press briefing eventually. All right, hold on one moment. You know, a number of people these days are investing in gold, silver, and other precious metals as a way of diversifying their portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing some precious metals, one way you can do that is with a precious metals IRA. This is an IRS-approved type of IRA in which your savings are invested into gold or other precious metals. If that kind of thing sounds interesting to you, if you want to know more, you can reach out to the folks at Gold Safe Exchange. They specialize in gold IRAs and other precious metals IRAs. Gold Safe Exchange puts a priority on customer service and transparency. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They have a price match guarantee. If you find a lower quote, they'll beat it. And they explain their processes in clear language so their clients know what's happening with their money. Also, they abide by all government security and safety standards. So if you're even a little interested in opening a gold IRA or other precious metals IRA, call Gold Safe Exchange at 800-341-6727 for a no-pressure chat. Or visit them on the web at goldsafeexchange.com/agenda-free. And mention Agenda-Free TV when you reach out to access a special offer where you could get free gold or silver with qualifying purchases. If you're just joining us, the Minnesota fraud hearing starts in the House Oversight Committee hearing on Minnesota fraud starts in 24 minutes and 18 seconds. The White House press briefing is supposed to start in 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 12 seconds. But we have been talking before then about the two tankers that the U.S. has seized. By the way, there was a question about, I think, in the chat, which is an interesting question. Why was the Coast Guard seizing a ship. Oh no, the Coast Guard didn't seize the ship. The ship that was, well, the Coast Guard didn't, the one that was, I think the question might have been like, people were asking about why is the Coast Guard operating near the UK? Now, the ship, the MV Bella 1 ship, which I guess is not named that anymore, but it's a little confusing because the U.S. European Command calls it that. This is this tanker that they had been chasing since it tried to evade the blockade near Venezuela. And this was seized in the North Atlantic. It was the Justice Department, DHS, and the Department of War announced this ship being seized. It was being tracked by a U.S. Coast Guard ship. The U.S. Coast Guard was tracking it. But I don't know that the U.S. Coast Guard seized it. So the U.S. Coast Guard ship was operating. I don't know how the U.S. Coast Guard ships, I guess, do they operate? Do they normally operate that far away from the U.S.? I don't know. That's a good question. Because that's a long way from the U.S. But maybe they just had that ship follow it. Oh, I'm seeing online that the U.S. Coast Guard has a permanent presence in numerous faraway locations. This is interesting. I got to learn more about this. I have to learn more about this. I'll have to look up the Coast Guard and learn more. Oh, hey, the Wikipedia says, due to ever-expanding risk imposed by transnational threats through the maritime and cyber domains, the U.S. Coast Guard is at any given time deployed to and operating on all 7 continents and in cyberspace to enforce its mission. The U.S. Coast Guard maintains a global presence with permanently assigned personnel throughout the world and forces routinely deploying to both coastal and blue water regions. Okay, so there you go. Anyways, so ship 1 was this one, the one that had been tracked and had been chased. I think it's been for weeks. And there was reporting that Russia was either going to or had started escorting it with ships, but multiple outlets are reporting this morning that there were no Russian ships in the vicinity of it when it was boarded and taken. The second ship was taken in Southern Command announced that this tanker, the MT Sophia, was operating in international waters and conducting illicit activities in the Caribbean Sea. The U.S. Coast Guard is escorting MT Sophia to the U.S. for final disposition. That caption said Atlantic Ocean. Oh, they're playing me. I don't need the music. So 2 tankers this morning. Jermaine Morgan thinks we've attacked Russia. I don't think that's happened. All right, so try to get you more information on this. But again, I'm pretty darn sure we'll hear more about the ships in the White House press briefing at 11 a.m. Let's see here. Give me a moment here. And just so you can, I'd like to show you the Southern Command area of operations. Yeah, Southcom. So Southcom is the one who announced the second tanker being taken. Their area of responsibility is here. It's basically the waters around South America and Central America and the Caribbean. So that's Southcom. I want to take some comments from you guys. Sorry, there hasn't been much time for comments because I've been trying to just bring you updates here. We haven't even gotten to talk about the House hearing. because it's been so busy talking about the ships. Oh, Secretary Kristi Noem posted, hey, look, it's Kristi Noem, Department of Homeland Security Secretary. Let's see what she had to say. In 2 pre-dawn operations today, the Coast Guard conducted back-to-back meticulously coordinated boarding of 2 Ghost Fleet tanker ships, one in the North Atlantic Sea and one in international waters near the Caribbean. Both vessels, the motor tanker Bella 1 and the motor, supposed to be tanker, Sophia, were either last docked in Venezuela or en route to it. So these ships, again, the idea is that the U.S. has been targeting ships that are moving oil in and out of Venezuela. Under President Trump's bold and visionary leadership, the U.S. Coast Guard tactical teams worked closely with its counterparts at the Department of War, Department of Justice and State, and used their specialized expertise to conduct these operations and conduct 2 safe, effective boardings within hours of each other. One of these tankers, motor tanker Bella 1, has been trying to evade the Coast Guard for weeks, even changing its flag and attempting to painting a new name on the hull while being pursued in a desperate and failed attempt to escape justice. I believe it painted a Russian flag on it. I believe it had become Russian registered. The heroic crew of the U.S. Coast Guard Monroe pursued this vessel across the high seas and through treacherous storms, keeping diligent watch and protecting our country with the determination and patriotism that make Americans proud. These brave men and women deserve our nation's thanks for their selfless devotion to duty. The world's criminals are on notice. As you see video of one of the ships, look, boarding of one of the ships, the world's criminals are on notice. You can run but can't hide. We will never relent in our mission to protect the American people and disrupt the funding of narco-terrorism wherever we find it, period. This is our country's greatest fighting force at their best. This is America first at sea. You can see soldiers on one of the tankers, it looks like, in the video. That is from Kristi Noem. Our viewer Twitcher says, brave and heroic for boarding a civilian tanker. This is why the U.S. can win wars on their own. Zin Xiao, I don't have with me the sanctions detail on these tankers. We had read what one of them had been sanctioned for, but I don't have that handy, so I'm sorry about that. I'll have to see if I can get more information on that before the hearing. Fidet says, I know people that are in the Coast Guard. They are some of the smartest people in the service. I think the Guard doesn't get enough credit. Cheryl Simpson says, gunboat diplomacy isn't being bold. It's gunboat diplomacy. Nations talk with each other. Do better, America. Physics says, we are so back. Jermaine Morgan says it's Russian destined oil. Russia's not happy. I think the Bella was reportedly didn't have any oil on it, if I remember right. Hey, thanks to Tracy Fichter for being a member. Thanks, Nuff Sterinator, for being a member. And Debbie James for the gift memberships. Thank you to Sinister Elephant. Sinister Elephant, we did a whole stream on Greenland last night. Multiple hour stream. You can check that out if you want. We did a whole stream on it. Thank you, Sinister Elephant. Thank you, SNNUS. And hang on a moment here. Hang on a second here. The hearing is going to start in 14 minutes. We're going to bring you live coverage of this hearing. We got a lot going on today. The Washington Post said of the ship that was seized, the Russian flag tanker. The Washington Post said U.S. forces seized a Russian flag tanker today that had evaded a naval blockade near Venezuela. The tanker, known as Marinera, had been secured. A U.S. official said the mission went off without any interference from Russian vessels. The tanker had been pursued by the Coast Guard for weeks after the ship, originally named the Bella One, evaded a naval blockade near Venezuela. In the time since then, it had sailed back across the Atlantic and reflagged itself as a Russian-owned vessel. Its seizure is likely to raise tensions between Washington and Moscow. It's interesting that I guess Russia registered it as a Russian vessel, but when push came to shove, it still got seized by the U.S. I don't know if Russia was trying to send a message, don't seize it, or I don't know what happened here. Because it seemed like there might have been a confrontation that could have happened, but there was none from what we saw. The Post says, in mid-December, President Trump ordered a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers entering or leaving Venezuela in what was seen as a further escalation to get President Nicolas Maduro to vacate his office. Maduro was captured over the weekend and is now facing charges in the U.S., but Trump has pledged to keep the blockade in place to put further pressure on Venezuela's interim government. Marco Rubio said on Sunday, I was in an interview, he said that the big pressure point that the U.S. has on the current regime in Venezuela is the blockade, the control over its selling oil. Jamie Luna says it's going to be a long, rough year. Flumpington says, I'm wondering about what's on board that the Russians are worried about if it's not carrying oil. "11 minutes till the hearing starts." There's a lot going on. I have an update here. ABC's Rachel Scott reports that the Trump administration intends to oversee the sale of Venezuela's oil indefinitely, and some sanctions against Venezuela will be lifted to allow for the transport and sale of the oil on global markets. These sources said proceeds from the oil sales will settle in accounts controlled by the United States. CNBC was the first to report. Let me just say this again. ABC News, Rachel Scott. The Trump administration intends to oversee the sale of Venezuela's oil indefinitely. That means without an end. And some sanctions against Venezuela will be lifted, two sources tell me. Some sanctions will be rolled back to allow for the transport and sale of oil on global markets. Those sources said proceeds from the oil sales will settle in accounts controlled by the United States. All right, so passing that along. I'll get you more on that if I see it. There's a lot going on. Maybe that'll get asked about during the White House press briefing. Yes, CNBC says Venezuela will ship sanctioned oil to U.S. indefinitely. Venezuela will ship sanctioned oil to the U.S. indefinitely, CNBC reports. The 30 to 50 million barrels that Trump announced yesterday are only the first tranche, and sales will continue indefinitely. Proceeds from the oil sales will settle in U.S.-controlled accounts. The money will be released back to Venezuela at the discretion of the U.S., reports CNBC. So it sounds like, if I'm reading this right, CNBC and ABC are reporting that the U.S. is going to completely take control of Venezuelan oil sales, and all proceeds will go to the U.S. to do with as they will. That's what I'm hearing. That's from both CNBC and ABC News reporting this. All right, so that's a whole something that'll probably be asked about during the White House press briefing. Zardoz says the art of the deal. Seed Music says the art of the steal. Hang on a moment here. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Let me get ready to show you this. Got to get ready to show. Look at this. We'll begin shortly. Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. By the way, thanks to Joe9611, who says it's like an escrow account or 5150. Thanks, Jolly Lollipop, for your support. Thanks, Roslia Streaming Network from Canada, who says all of this within 7 days of the new year. If this much is happening this fast, I wonder what the next 358 days will bring. Jennifer Jacobs of CBS reports there were no injuries in the two tanker seizures today. Jennifer Jacobs of CBS News also reports that the Sophia, which was seized, was carrying oil from Venezuela in violation of embargo. So CBS News reports that the Sophia ship that was boarded was carrying oil from Venezuela in violation of the embargo. Oh, by the way, Javier Blas had also posted, he is with Bloomberg. He had posted a little earlier, similar to the other reporting I was telling you about, U.S. Energy Secretary says Washington will take over the sale of Venezuelan crude oil with funds deposited in a U.S.-controlled account to benefit the Venezuelan people. Carolyn Leavitt, the White House press secretary, just to mention this, guys, just to mention this, look at this. I will be holding a press conference at 11 a.m. and will be joined by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins for another major MAHA announcement. Tune in. Make America Healthy Again announcement. That's in the White House press briefing. We really didn't have much of a chance to talk about the Oversight Committee hearing. They are going to talk today, I believe, to 3 lawmakers in Minnesota. I think it's 3 Republican lawmakers who were like whistleblowers about the fraud. Let me just really quick give you a little background on this before it starts. In the 2 minutes before it starts. This is the first hearing of, I think, at least 2 on what the Oversight Committee says was rampant fraud in Minnesota's social services programs. Today, there will be Minnesota state officials who have sounded the alarm on and investigated fraud in Minnesota's social services programs. The House Oversight Committee is holding hearings on fraud in Minnesota's social services programs to expose failures and identify solutions and deliver accountability. The Republican Chairman Comer of the Oversight Committee says that these lawmakers' warnings were ignored by the Walz administration. So that is starting any moment. Well, about 2 minutes it's supposed to start. And then when it starts, I am going to change the clock to White House press briefing begins in. So what'll happen is we'll watch the hearing, and then when the White House press briefing starts, I'm gonna go to that. Okay, that's the plan. We're covering both of them. Hey, thanks TDO417 in Canada. That's so nice to you. It's so nice of you. Thank you. Also, thanks so much Shadow209, who says, time for everyone to arm their ships for protection. Thanks also Queen Twilight, who says, this maniac is playing Monopoly with the world and roulette with our lives. Impeach and forcibly remove. Wow, that's from Queen Twilight. We got about 20 seconds before this starts, supposedly. Evan Hill with the Washington Post mentions that Russia filed a formal diplomatic request that the United States stop pursuing the Marinera, formerly the Bella 1, on December 31st. It appears the Marinera has been empty since before it reached Venezuela and was not loaded with oil before it ran the blockade. That's the ship that was taken reportedly near Iceland in the UK today. 2 tankers boarded by the U.S. Pete Hegseth, by the way, said, the blockade of sanctioned and illicit Venezuelan oil remains in full effect anywhere in the world. Hey, thanks SNNUS for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Thank you so much. Also, the One Game Freak, thank you, who says what's crazy about all this is that people here in the United States want Maduro to be free. What happened to supporting no kings? Yoshi says, not covering the Russian tanker seized. We just talked about it for about 40, wasn't it? Well, we talked about it for about 40 minutes. But again, it wasn't a Russian tanker from the start. This tanker that was seized, one of the two that was seized, was a tanker that Russia suddenly registered as a tanker as it was fleeing near Venezuela. But some reports say it will heighten tensions between the U.S. and Russia. Now, the Wall Street Journal said that some officials, so the Wall Street Journal said that the Marinera was being escorted by a Russian submarine and a Russian Navy ship. So it's confusing what happened. Were Russian ships escorting that ship, and did they just back off? Is that what happened? It's really unclear what happened. How close Russian ships were to that tanker ship? Did they back off? Did the U.S. communicate with Russia beforehand? There was no reported conflict. Multiple outlets say there were no Russian ships near the ship when it was boarded. I don't know what happened. It's unclear. Ghost thinks that Putin flagged it to see if we would take it. Still, he bluffed and lost. He's weak. Maybe that's true. Maybe Putin was willing to let it be Russian flagged, but when push came to shove, wasn't willing to, have a conflict over it. We are waiting for the hearing to start. Lori Sparks says, I voted for this great start to the new year. Oh, hold on. I'm hearing it. The
hearing on the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order. I want to welcome everyone here today. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning. Today, the House Oversight Committee is holding its first hearing on the massive fraud in Minnesota's social services program. Minnesota social services, which are funded by you, the American taxpayer, are being ripped off. The most vulnerable are suffering as a result. Federal prosecutors estimate that these criminals have stolen at least $9 billion. The fraudsters, many of whom are from Minnesota's Somali community, have stolen from programs meant to feed needy kids, provide services to autistic children, house low-income and disabled Americans, and provide health care to vulnerable Medicaid recipients. Fraudsters like these take millions to enrich themselves while providing nothing, overstating or outright faking the services. How many children have gone hungry because fraudsters stole money that was intended to provide them with food? How many autistic children were denied services because fraudsters instead sent this money overseas? How many low-income seniors, people with disabilities, or those with mental illnesses were denied access to housing because fraudsters drained resources and pocketed the money for themselves? The breadth and depth of this fraud is breathtaking, and I fear that this is just the tip of the iceberg. The U.S. Department of Justice is already investigating another Minnesota service program after a disabled man battling drug addiction under the care of a fraudulent full-time provider died because of neglect. Governor Tim Walz, Attorney General Keith Ellison, and Minnesota's Democrat leadership have either been asleep at the wheel or complicit in these crimes. How could they allow this massive fraud to go on for years? This is why we're here today. We must expose this theft of taxpayer dollars and hold everybody accountable who let it happen. Today, we're joined by witnesses from Minnesota State House of Representatives who have been fighting this fight for years. These legislators are on the front lines, uncovering fraud in Minnesota's social services programs day in and day out and trying to get their state agencies to fix it. Thank you all for what you're doing to uncover the truth. This isn't just a Minnesota problem. It's a problem for taxpayers across the United States. About 35% of Minnesota's budget comes from federal grants. 35% of Minnesota's budget comes from federal grants. Hardworking Americans pay those taxes, and that money is being funneled to fraudsters, funding luxury homes, fancy cars, and vacations abroad. Some of it is even allegedly going overseas to support terrorists. And yet, Governor Walz, Attorney General Ellison, and Minnesota Democrats failed to act despite countless warnings. They failed Minnesotans and all Americans, handing millions of taxpayer dollars to fraudsters. They failed children and others in Minnesota. They failed their own state employees, some of whom have come forward as whistleblowers. These whistleblowers have told us that the Walz administration retaliated against employees who warned and alerted the administration to the fraud occurring within these social services programs. Again, Governor Walz accused employees who were simply doing their jobs of racism, Islamophobia, and threatened surveillance to silence them. President Trump and his administration are taking a whole-of-government approach and prosecuting these fraudsters. To date, the U.S. Department of Justice has charged 98 defendants in Minnesota fraud-related cases, 85 of whom are of Somali descent. 64 have already been convicted. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security is on the ground conducting investigations of suspected fraud sites in Minnesota. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has frozen child care payments and started requiring documentation to prove entities are indeed providing child care. Other federal agencies are halting grant programs, investigating public housing fraud, and strengthening program eligibility requirements. The American people demand jail time for those who stole their hard-earned money and accountability for officials who sat by as resources were drained. Congress must ensure there is change and accountability so this does not happen again. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today. Americans, thank you all for exposing this critical issue. And with that, I yield to Ranking Member Garcia for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. I just want to start by thanking, of course, our witnesses for being here today and for all the members being back. We all agree, I think everyone on both sides of the aisle can agree, that fraud is a threat at every level of government, in every private sector business, and to every single American. Fraud exists everywhere. When I was mayor of my hometown in Long Beach, we worked for better and more efficient government and took on fraud whenever it existed and wherever it appeared to protect taxpayers. It's something that all of us take seriously every single day. When we find fraud, we should punish people and those that are committing it against the American public, especially when it damages services that people rely on. Now, what we should not do is use fraud as an excuse to rip away aid from innocent people who follow the rules and need help in our society. We should fight fraud when people rip off programs designed to help working families. And also, we should fight fraud when large corporations and wealthy individuals dodge their own taxes and rig the system for their own benefit. And especially, we should fight fraud when figures in our government, particularly those in power within the White House or our agencies, get rich and profit from their offices. Fraud is never acceptable, and it undermines public trust, whoever commits it. But let's remember that some of the worst fraud and corruption is actually found at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Republicans like to talk about fraud in states with Democratic governors, oftentimes exclusively. But Republicans also have a president who has pardoned or reduced jail time for 25 criminals convicted of fraud in this year alone. Now, some of these fraudsters have made also huge campaign contributions to Donald Trump. And worst of all, Trump's pardons mean that these criminals can avoid paying back more than $1 billion, which they owe their victims and dwarfs much of the fraud that the House majority wants to talk about today. This is actually the opposite of accountability. Instead, the House majority wants to excuse and cut programs which they have done from the start. Now, Donald Trump's signature law cut money for health care and food programs. Medicaid and CHIP help almost half the kids in the United States see a doctor. And that we lost, of course, $1 trillion in those programs. Over 10 million people could lose health care. Trump's law also cut 40 million people who use SNAP. And this includes, by the way, 1 out of every 5 kids. And this is happening not just in Minnesota. The president plans to freeze more than $10 billion for child care subsidies, social services, and cash support for low-income families in Minnesota, New York, Colorado, Illinois, and my home state of California. Of course, we know these states have Democratic governors that Donald Trump wants to punish. And we should look at those consequences if we want to talk about fraud. In Minnesota, which we're talking about today, Donald Trump is removing child care funding for the entire state. That frozen funding provides child care for over 18,000 kids. These kids didn't commit fraud. So I want to know why they should be punished. Last night, he said he's withholding all possibly Medicaid funds from Minnesota, which could harm 1 in 5 residents. Now, in New York, another state he's threatening, that's over 66,000 innocent kids, while pardoning, of course, 25 fraudsters and robbing victims of over $1 billion. Donald Trump should have to face the kids and parents who will be hurt, even though they've done nothing wrong. I want to know what the president and the House majority expect the parents of these kids to do. Many don't seem to care. He wants to pardon and protect more rich crooks and fraudsters who have robbed over $1 billion from innocent people. Now, in California, in my home state, this threatens over 176,000 kids. 176,000 kids. While he continues, of course, to pardon fraudsters and connected folks that have donated immense amounts of money to his campaign. Now, this hurts not just Democratic families, but Republican families. It's innocent kids, regardless of political party, who need child care. We are in an affordability crisis, and the majority is not going after the real fraud that's being committed to the American public. Now, in Illinois, he has threatened funding for more than 62,000 kids. 62,000 kids. And finally, in Colorado, the other state that he's going after, more than 16,000 kids will lose funding. But we know, of course, that the president will let his friends get away with crime. And I want to point out one last thing, which is so important. While Donald Trump attacks these states, the Wall Street Journal on Monday reported a massive Mississippi scandal. Mississippi, of course, isn't on Trump's list. We don't have witnesses from Mississippi here today. Oversight Republicans aren't calling in Governor Tate. And I think the question is, why? We have real fraud happening, yet there's zero interest, apparently, in what's happening here in Mississippi and other places. Republicans want to cut benefits and attack states with Democratic governors. And what it's done, particularly in places like Minnesota, it has unleashed bigotry and hate. Minnesota child care centers have become the target of harassment and even vandalism and theft. Parents are afraid to drop their kids off in the morning and go to work. This is an opportunity, again, to attack for the House majority and smear innocent people without evidence. If we cared about fraud, we'd be starting at the very top. This is critical for the country and to actually take on fraud and abuse and the fraudsters that are being pardoned across the United States. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would like to now welcome our witnesses here today. First, we have Kristen Robbins, Chairwoman of the Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee and representative for District 37A in the Minnesota House of Representatives. Welcome. Next, we have Walter Hudson, a member of the Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee and representative for Minnesota's District 30A. Next, we have Marion Rarick, a member of Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee and representative for District 29B in Minnesota. Lastly, we have Brendan Ballou, a former special counsel at the Department of Justice. So thank you all for joining us, and we look very forward to your testimony today. This is an issue the American people are very interested in. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you all, and you may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements, and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Representative Robbins for her opening statement.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you for inviting us to testify. As chair of the Fraud Prevention Committee in Minnesota, I've been working to uncover the massive fraud under Tim Walz, propose solutions, and hold state agencies accountable. Today, I will highlight the scale of the problem, outline the work our committee is doing to fight the fraud, and provide a roadmap for other states on how to detect and stop fraud. Minnesota is one of the highest tax states in the nation, and hardworking Minnesotans have been told that they don't pay their fair share for years. In truth, Minnesotans pay much more in taxes than in other states, and when they pay their taxes, they expect that their money is going to things that help our communities: roads, schools, healthcare, and law enforcement. They do not want their tax dollars absconded by criminals to buy resorts and apartment buildings in Kenya, property in Turkey, and luxury homes and cars in the U.S. Tim Walz and his administration have willfully turned a blind eye to crime in the face of countless whistleblower and auditor reports, as well as stories by local investigative journalists and the Center of the American Experiment. These are actual crimes that must be punished. They are crimes against our moral values and erode trust in government. The time for accountability and justice is here. First, we are unearthing staggering amounts of fraud in Minnesota. As far back as 2014, there were credible whistleblower allegations of millions in daycare fraud. Instead of shutting it down, the state minimized whistleblower reports and allowed fraud to grow. Unfortunately, childcare fraud was just the tip of the iceberg. Since 2019, Tim Walz and Minnesota Democrats have allowed fraud to absolutely explode in Minnesota. There's been more than $300 million in the Feeding Our Future child nutrition program scandal, and the Feeding Our Future prosecutions revealed that as many as half of those indicted also ran other Medicaid-funded programs. Yet despite this being known back in 2023, Tim Walz and his agencies have done nothing to stop those defendants from getting additional state money. We have now found fraud in multiple Medicaid programs, including autism centers, sober homes, non-emergency medical transportation, integrated community supports, and housing stabilization. Just last month, our committee held a hearing on credible allegations of fraud in 2 new areas: adult day services and assisted living. First U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson, the leading prosecutor in these cases from the Biden administration and the Trump administration, says the fraud could be an astronomical $9 billion. In the face of mounting reports and literal criminal indictments and convictions, the Walz administration has repeatedly and publicly denied or downplayed the fraud. Just last January, the commissioner of DHS, Jody Harpstead, who'd been on the job for 5.5 years, said, "There's a lot more rumors of fraud than there is actual fraud." You cannot make this up. The Walz administration has been gaslighting Minnesotans on the scale of the fraud problem for years. In response, when Republicans took control or ended Democrat control of the Minnesota House last year, we created the Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Committee. Since last February, we have held 15 hearings where we have grilled officials, exposed new areas of fraud, and repeatedly flagged failures in internal controls. I authored a new law to expand whistleblower protection, and we created a portal, mnfraud.com, resulting in a surge of new whistleblower reports that our amazing staff is still working through. Under the leadership of our Vice Chair, Patty Anderson, we passed a bipartisan bill in the Senate to create an independent Office of Inspector General. When it got to the House, Democrats killed it because the DHS commissioner testified against it. The Tim Walz administration has utterly failed to protect Minnesota taxpayers and vulnerable citizens, ignoring years of credible reports and retaliating against those who spoke up, often by claiming they were racist or Islamophobic. Tim Walz and the Democrats have repeatedly protected their political base at the expense of all Minnesotans. Other states should learn from the failures of the Walz administration. So I'll give you a quick roadmap on how to find and stop fraud. First, culture matters. Fraud flourishes when leaders ignore it and criminals see they can get away with it. Second, fraud flourishes when basic internal controls are not followed. This is not complicated. Third, you have to look at the interconnections of relationships in businesses in multiple program areas in Medicaid. It's a huge red flag that has been ignored in our state. Finally, it is important to say what is true and to stand up against fake allegations of racism or Islamophobia. Crime is crime, no matter who is committing it. It is true that the majority of the fraud in Minnesota has taken place in the Somali community. And it is also true that some of our best whistleblowers are from the Somali community. Democrats refuse to acknowledge this truth, and that has enabled criminals to steal billions and hurt our vulnerable citizens. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to share the lessons from Minnesota and for your help in investigating these crimes. The time for justice and accountability is now.
I now recognize Representative Hudson for his opening statement.
Chairman, ranking member, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today for the record. I am Minnesota State Representative Walter Hudson, a second-term member who sits on our House Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Committee. The recent national conversation about fraud in Minnesota has been fraught with distractions, diverting from critical concerns regarding process, policy, and oversight to sideshow concerns about personalities and partisan politics. My role here today is to cut through all of that and provide you with a clear picture of a culture which has developed over many years around the several generous benefit programs which Minnesota provides to our residents. Well-documented oversight failures have led to a lack of program integrity, creating incentives for people to monetize programs beyond their legislative intent to turn benefits into business. Contrary to the claim just made by the ranking member that there is no evidence of this fraud, attached to my written testimony, you will find a document which collates several reports made over the past 15 years by Minnesota's nonpartisan Office of Legislative Auditor, along with transcripts of each of our hearings from the Fraud Committee, where we heard directly from staff and leaders within the state agencies which administer these programs. Here's what that record indicates. Within the state of Minnesota, government oversight has been unable to keep up with program expansion due to a combination of factors. One, rapid expansion of funding and provider participation. Two, payment systems that prioritize access and speed. Three, verification mechanisms that occur after funds are distributed. Four, oversight capacity that does not scale with spending. And five, diffuse accountability across agencies and contractors. This combination of factors has fostered a booming new sector of the economy that relies upon the continuation of and expansion of government programs to fuel private sector profits. I want to be clear. Even when the law is being followed precisely by every jot and tittle, incentives still exist to abuse these programs and waste taxpayer dollars by diverting funding to profit centers rather than providing a safety net for those in temporary need. Now, criminal fraud is rampant. Deputy U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson, serving the District of Minnesota, has said that he could keep 1,000 prosecutors busy. But he's limited to a mere 25, only 5 of which are tasked with building fraud cases. He estimates that the total amount of criminal fraud over 5 years may reach $9 billion, which is fully 1/2 of the money that has been directed to these programs by the state. While Governor Tim Walz and other stakeholders dispute that assessment, the point I wish to emphasize is this. Whatever the actual number is, the full scope of the problem is not just criminal fraud, but a culture of profiting from government programs in perpetuity, not as a safety net, but as an industry. I have personally met and had discussions with folks who identify themselves as consultants for multiple entities accepting government benefits. They have made a career out of showing people how to leverage the gaps in government oversight to maximize benefit payments. Now, such conduct may not actually break the law, and that's the point. We have a system whereby an entire industry can operate under the color of law, raking in tremendous profits for individuals, all while having no incentive to save the taxpayer money or lift legitimate beneficiaries out of need. Instead, as the market for funneling benefits into businesses increases, so too does the perceived need for benevolent services. If nothing changes, if oversight is not tightened, if incentives are not changed, spending on these programs will only continue to increase with no commensurate increase in either public good or public confidence in our governing institutions. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony for the record. I look forward to answering what questions I can.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Rarick for her opening statement.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. For the record, my name is Marian Rarick, and I am currently serving in the Minnesota House of Representatives in House District 29B. I am a member on the Minnesota House Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Committee, which was recently formed in January of 25. I was first asked to serve on the committee on January 4th, and soon after, the 5 Republican members began to meet. During one of those discussions, I was asked to reach out to the Department of Human Services whistleblowers on X, now called Minnesota Staff Fraud Reporting Commentary. I had been following them in the previous year. I reached out through a direct tweet on X on January 16th, and the very same day I got a response back that yes, they would be willing to speak to the Fraud Prevention Committee. Since that first contact, Chair Robbins and I and Representative Hudson have had multiple conference calls with them, and we have had one in-person meeting. At that meeting, they were both former and current employees. I've continued to message with them very often, sometimes daily, and their collective message has been completely consistent. Instead of focusing on fraudsters, DHS leadership instead focused its surveillance on employees. Since then, their expressed fear of retaliation has intensified under an avalanche of fraud in Minnesota. Their numbers have grown from 480 DHS employees, both current and former, to over 1,000 across multiple state agencies. They have told me repeatedly how grateful they are to the House Fraud Prevention Committee for focusing our attention on fraud in the state programs, using their inside information while keeping them completely protected. They have explained that they live in a constant state of fear of retaliation. One only has to look at what happened to Faye Bernstein to understand why. In a very recent Newsweek article dated December 13th of 25, Ms. Bernstein, a former compliance specialist, stated, Minnesota DHS functions in the opposite manner as you would think. Employees who suggest improvements or, heaven forbid, report fraud then face significant retaliation. The messenger is shot. In 2019, Bernstein said she alerted Minnesota DHS officials to sloppy contracting practices that were not legally compliant. But it's not what most people would even consider fraud. She says she was later escorted out of the building, faced lengthy investigation, got trespassed from all DHS owned and leased properties, and received an involuntary transfer to another state agency. So she says, so today if someone asks me, should I report fraud within DHS, I say no, no, no. It is career suicide plus a whole lot more. So let's talk about that plus a whole lot more. In our face-to-face meetings with a group of whistleblowers, they revealed that retaliation now includes threats of being fired with cause, which means you do not get unemployment insurance in the state of Minnesota, being blacklisted from all state agencies, and I would note most likely our largest counties as well, which are Democrat-run, And then there was a veiled threat of the use of military intelligence against them. They later informed me that it was discovered that in some targeted employees or suspected whistleblowers' personnel files were pictures of their homes and their cars. They also described that supervisors asked them questions about their families that to them felt like a threat. One example was, "We need to know where your kids go to school and where their bus stops are." I will also note that whistleblowers we spoke to described many times that DHS used surveillance programs to surveil employees' emails and chats and other communications, looking for keywords like fraud, double billing, underspending, and overpayments. One example that the whistleblowers let me know about Lieutenant Governor Flanagan. April 12th, 2024. Flanagan comes to a DHS Health and Human Services Equity Conference at the Heritage Center and Brooklyn Center. On stage, Flanagan acknowledges the X account and the fraud concerns it raised and publicly denounced the X users and called them weirdos and losers sitting in their mother's basement. This was in a public setting with hundreds of participants and it elicited gasps among the crowd. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Ballou for his opening statement.
Thank you. My name is Brennan Ballou. I'm a former federal prosecutor and a native Minnesotan. Like all Minnesotans, like all Americans who have heard this story, I am deeply distressed by the fraud on the state's social service programs. Most notably, in 2022, the Department of Justice indicted 47 people for stealing an estimated $246 million in funds meant to feed children during the COVID-19 pandemic. As late as 2025, 78 people have been indicted as part of the scheme and 56 have pleaded guilty. More recently, the department has charged over a dozen people for stealing $14 million from a program meant for children with autism and millions more from a program meant to help disabled Minnesotans maintain stable housing. This is heartbreaking for several reasons. At the most basic level, money meant for the neediest among us, the hungry, the disabled, the destitute, was stolen. I fear that skepticism of Minnesota's social safety net, one of the things that makes the state great, will grow, and it will be harder to fund these programs in the future. And I fear that the actions of a few people will be used to demonize an entire population of Somali and East African Minnesotans who overwhelmingly have made the state more vibrant, more diverse, and more prosperous. I also fear the selective interest in fraud in America, because at the same time that these crimes are rightly being investigated by state and federal authorities, the larger infrastructure for prosecuting fraud and white-collar crime is being dismantled. Let me give you a few examples. In February 2025, the Department of Justice paused enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which prohibits foreign bribery and criminal violations of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which, as the name suggests, prohibits acting as a secret agent of a foreign power. Between February and April of last year, the department disbanded its Klepto Capture Task Force, which enforced sanctions against Russian oligarchs, and the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team. And last year, the department forced out most of the lawyers of the Public Integrity Section, which prosecutes crimes by government officials, announced plans to dismantle the Tax Division, which prosecutes tax evasion, and shuttered the FBI task force that investigated congressional misconduct. More than just dismantling infrastructure for pursuing violations of the law, the government is, for favored defendants, appearing to enable it. In 2024, the Justice Department indicted Andrew Wiederhorn, the CEO of a casual fast food chain, for allegedly stealing $47 million from his own company. After his business donated $100,000 to the Trump inaugural committee, his case was dropped, and the line-level prosecutor on his case was fired. In 2021, the department sued Boeing for deceiving the government about the software that caused 2 plane crashes, killing 346 people. After donating $1 million to the inaugural committee, Boeing negotiated a favorable deferred prosecution agreement that the judge overseeing the case said, quote, fails to secure the necessary accountability to ensure the safety of the flying public. But he felt compelled by precedent to accept it nevertheless. The examples continue. Banks that contributed to the inaugural committee had litigations against them for violating consumer financial protection laws dropped, And so too did cryptocurrency companies that were investigated and sued by the Securities and Exchange Commission and who contributed to the inaugural committee. Crucially, those crypto companies that did not donate to the committee or other affiliated entities remain defendants of the government. The scale of these frauds involve millions stolen and hundreds killed, and yet they have received a fraction of the attention of the fraud that happened in Minnesota. This concerns me because we are both dismantling our infrastructure for fighting fraud and providing a roadmap for how those fraudsters who are prosecuted can buy their way out of justice. While we need to pursue the fraud we're seeing in Minnesota's social safety programs for all the reasons I said, because it is the weakest among us who are being harmed, we cannot selectively show an interest in fraud. If we do, we put some people, the very powerful and the very rich, beyond the reach of the law. Thank you.
Thank you all for your opening statements. We'll now begin the questioning portion of the hearing, and our chair recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas for the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing so expeditiously. We all know this is an important issue, not just in terms of welfare fraud, but also immigration more broadly. So we appreciate it, and thank you for the witnesses for taking the time to come here. I want to start with you, Mr. Baloo. Again, thank you for being here. Let me ask you, does large-scale Somali immigration make Minnesota stronger or weaker?
Certainly stronger.
Certainly stronger. Do you know what percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on food stamps?
No.
54%. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Well, to be clear, a majority of the...
It's 7%. There's a big difference between 54% and 7%, is there not?
Excuse me, sir, could I answer the question?
Let me move on. We've got a lot of questions here. What percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on Medicaid?
I don't know.
It's 73%. Do you know what that number is for Minnesota native households?
Again, you're using the phrase Minnesota native households, but the majority...
The number is 18%. That's quite an astounding difference. I think we would agree.
Can I answer the question, please?
Let me ask you one more, and then we can go on to that. What percentage of Somali-headed households are on welfare in general?
I don't know.
It's 81%. What about, let me just ask you, after 10 years of being in the United States, what percentage of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare?
I don't know.
The number is 78%. So even after 10 years, 78% of Somali immigrant households continue to be on welfare. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Again, you're using the phrase...
Non-Somali immigrant-headed households.
If I can just answer the question, when you're using the phrase native Minnesotans, the majority of Somali Minnesotans are as Minnesotan as any of us. They were born in the United States. It's only 8,000 of the 108,000 Somalis.
And nevertheless, the welfare usage is astoundingly different. Let me ask you again, does that make Minnesota stronger or weaker?
Again, I'd like the opportunity to answer the question here.
Go for it.
Again, the majority of Somali Minnesotans are born in the United States, as I understand it.
Okay, well, what percentage of working-age Somalians who have been in the U.S. for 10 years or more, how many of them speak English very well?
I don't know.
About half. The answer is about half. That seems pretty low, doesn't it?
Again, I keep trying to...
It doesn't sound like something that makes our country stronger to me, and I think most Americans would agree with me on that. I need to move on. Ms. Robbins, when would you say we concretely knew that widespread welfare fraud was occurring in Minnesota?
There have been reports since 2009 from the Office of Legislative Auditor. I would say the credible reports on child care fraud started surfacing 2011 to 2013.
So for over a decade?
Yes, sir.
When do you think Governor Walz knew about this fraud?
From the very beginning. He was running for governor in 2018 when there were prosecutions going on, when there was an OLA report, active cases in the news all the time.
And what was the Walz administration's response?
They actually did nothing when they got into office, and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan had been on the committee in the legislature that had hearings on child care fraud, and when they got into office, they did put $5 million into a little more money, but nothing changed. But
nothing. And let me ask you, Mr. Hudson, thank you for being here. Did those who commit this fraud, do they typically vote for Republicans or Democrats, in your opinion?
In my opinion, thank you for qualifying it like that, I would say they most definitely overwhelmingly vote for Democrats.
Do they typically donate to Republicans or Democrats?
Not to my knowledge. They
your
don't
opinion?
donate to Republicans, they donate to Democrats, in my opinion, yes.
Got it. So would you say this is the Somali population is an important demographic for Democrats to win over politically?
Unquestionably.
Got it. And do you think it would have hurt Democrats' political standing with the Somali population to investigate this fraud?
Very clearly.
Got it. So in other words, you're saying that there was a political incentive to cover up widespread Somali fraud. Is that right?
100%.
Got it. Let me ask all three of you. Did the Walz administration and Democrats intentionally, in your opinion, overlook this fraud while it was happening for political gain? I'll start with you, Ms. Robbins.
Absolutely. We have credible whistleblower reports that the Department of Human Services administration up to the OIG and the commissioner met with a group called the Minnesota Minority Child Care Association multiple times, and that they were trying to weaken protections. We wanted,
Right.
we had several changes we wanted to do, and they opposed all of them.
And Mr. Hudson and Ms. Rarick, and then my time is up.
I would agree.
Absolutely. The whistleblowers confirm it.
Got it. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Ranking Member Garcia.
Thank you. I just want to clarify one thing. I just want to just be very clear that a vast majority of those Somali Minnesotans are United States citizens, and Somali Americans have as much right to access those services, or any Somalis, as United States members of Congress. They have the same right to access services, and we're talking about U.S. citizens. Let me also just clarify, Mr. Hudson, you said in your opening remarks that I had said that no fraud exists, and I think you can feel free to run the tape. That's not exactly not what I said. What I have been talking about, what's important for us to remember, is that wherever fraud exists, we should take it on, and we should hold folks accountable. And when people commit fraud and people get hurt, there's going to be repercussions, as there should be. We can all agree to that. We want to hold fraudsters accountable. We want to protect the victims and innocent people, so that those that can access services can continue to access services across this country. That's how it should work. But we also know that's not how it should work according to President Trump. Now, let's actually talk about real fraud and some fraudsters. Now, we all know that recently, here in Florida, President Trump granted a get-out-of-jail-free pardon to Philip Esforms. Now, Mr. Esforms is a nursing home mogul convicted of schemes to defraud Medicare and Medicaid of $1.3 billion. Where is that hearing? This guy just didn't steal from taxpayers. He took advantage of thousands of people, admitting them to nursing homes and living facilities that could not help them. His network of doctors gave out dangerous and harmful treatments and prescribing opioids to drug addicts just to make more money. In 2019, when Esforms was sentenced, Trump's own DOJ issued a press release that quoted that the man behind one of the biggest healthcare frauds in history will be spending 20 years in prison. 20 years in prison, the DOJ said. Just 14 months later, Donald Trump let him walk free with a pardon. In October of this year, on his 56th birthday, Esforms was arrested on domestic violence charges. Let's look at another case, another Trump case. Joseph Schwartz, he was sentenced for taking advantage of nursing home residents and workers and defrauding the government of $38 million. Where is that hearing? Schwartz paid lobbyists almost $1 million to secure a pardon from the president, and it worked. In November of this last year, a full and unconditional pardon was granted by President Trump for this enormous amount of fraud. Now let's look at Paul Walzak, a tax cheat whose crimes cost taxpayers almost $1.1 billion, dwarfing what we're talking about today, as he made lavish purchases like a $1 million luxury yacht. Now, Mr. Walzak was supposed to spend 18 months in prison, a fraudster who we want to go after. He should have been held accountable for his crimes. And he was supposed to pay $4.4 million back to the taxpayers. While this pardon application was pending, his mom was invited to a $1 million per person candlelight dinner at Mar-a-Lago with President Trump. She attended, and less than 3 weeks later, her son received a full and unconditional pardon. Now, I'm assuming that our witnesses here today would think this is horrific fraud and would disagree with these pardons. I'd like to just, do you agree with this pardon? I'd like to begin with our witnesses.
Sir, I've not looked at the facts of the case or the law, so I cannot make a statement on that.
So you can't make a statement on these pardons. You haven't read anything about them in the news, apparently. These are pardons to criminals and fraudsters that our witnesses clearly have no interest in. Now, in Trump's America, rich people can rip innocent people off whenever they want and get a pardon. And the answer to fraud here is to cut off benefits to innocent people. Most of these folks are innocent people and kids who just need their services. Donald Trump's decision to freeze $10 billion in social services funding to 5 states does not hold criminals accountable. It hurts the very people who are harmed by fraud in the first place. Mr. Ballou, just finally, you are from Minnesota yourself. How are Minnesotans on the ground being hurt by Trump's political retribution crusade?
Well, the practical effect is that the pause on payments for child care services and Medicaid services are going to result in hundreds of thousands of the neediest Minnesotans being denied, in some cases, literally life-saving payments.
And also, as we've been discussing here, there is a large, of course, immigrant community and a community that makes Minnesota stronger. Can you tell us how innocent people in the Somali community are being directly harmed?
Well, you hear about the threats that are happening against the Somali community. You're hearing about the broad demonization that's happening against them in the media generally. I think, I know we're running out of time here, but if you look at the statistics, I believe it's 82 Somali Americans have been indicted so far. Out of 108,000 Somali Minnesotans in the state overall, that's something like a 0.07% criminal rate. When you compare that to 1/3 of all Americans have a criminal record, and I think it's 40% or approximately of white men under the age of 23 have been arrested. I don't think the statistics really compare.
Thank you, sir, and I yield back.
Without objection, House Majority Whip Emmer, Representatives Finstad, Fishback, and Stauber of Minnesota are waived on the committee for purpose of questioning the witnesses at today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair
I
now
seek
recognizes-
recognition to make 2 motions for subpoenas.
I was going to recognize the whip, but if you have a motion or state your...
I'd like to make a motion to subpoena Neville Singham, a U.S. billionaire with reported ties to the CCP that's been funding extremist organizations, fueling division and civil unrest in this country, especially regarding the ICE riots last summer, as well as I'd like to make a motion to subpoena the ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt for stifling free speech by listing the phrase America First as hate speech and Turning Point USA as a hate group.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance until the end of the committee hearing. The committee will now proceed with today's hearing.
On a point of order, Mr. Chairman, will we get a written copy of that? Because that was a lot to go through.
Okay, yeah, we'll work with Representative Luna and get a copy.
Thank you.
All right. Chair now recognizes Majority Whip from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, for holding this important hearing. As I said on Monday, good riddance to Governor Walz, but he cannot escape accountability for the estimated $9 billion in fraud. How did this happen? And where the hell has the Twin Cities media been? The Star Tribune is complicit. They have had this story for years, if you just heard, and they've refused to report anything on it. In fact, they continue to try and cover up. Our Minnesota Republican colleagues have demanded answers and accountability for years, but have seen nothing from Walz, his administration, our Democrat colleagues like Tina Smith, Amy Klobuchar, Ilhan Omar, and Angie Craig, or the worthless Star Tribune. Thank God for President Donald J. Trump for finally bringing attention to this issue. Representative Rarick, I'm going to begin with you. You've been working on this issue for years. You've spoken to the whistleblowers personally. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You have an understanding that 1,000 whistleblowers running an account on X have come forward to expose fraud in Minnesota state agencies, and they have been entirely ignored by Tim Walz and have even been retaliated against. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Even this morning, I got another message.
Well, in your experience, are their claims credible or are they politically motivated against Walz?
They're completely credible, not politically motivated.
In fact, many of these are Walz administration employees, correct?
They are actually Democrats as well.
Can you quickly give us one example of the retaliation these folks have been facing?
Yes, I can. In my opening statement, I mentioned that the most severe ones was that they would be fired with cause, so they couldn't have unemployment insurance, that they would be blacklisted from all state agencies, and I would bet that it's also Hennepin County and Ramsey County, as you know, those are Democrat-run, and much, much more.
Based on what you've learned, Representative, over the last several years, do you have any doubt that Governor Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
He absolutely knew that it was occurring.
Thank you. The Housing Stability Services Program was estimated to cost about $2.6 million per year, but before it was shut down last October, it was on track to run about $122 million in 2025. In fact, I think they sucked $161 million out of it from the point it started in 2020 until it was finally shut down. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, and Joe Thompson believes that 90% of that was fraud.
Yeah. The Quality Leering Center, as uncovered by Nick Shirley, received almost $10 million in funding. Is that accurate?
I believe it is.
There are more than 80 autism centers in Minnesota under investigation. Is that true?
I believe it is, yes.
It's clear that someone is criminally complicit. You can't just let this amount of money get out of your administration over a period of 7 years without knowing. There was a hearing in the state regarding the fraudulent housing stabilization program, but before that hearing, Governor Walz fired the official who was slated to testify so that they could not testify and expose what was happening under Governor Walz's watch. Has Governor Walz or Attorney General Ellison fired anyone else to your knowledge, Representative?
Not to my knowledge, and that was Eric Rumdahl, and his administration believes that he was not fired, but I say he was fired because it was too convenient.
Right. Representative Hudson, is it true that 90% of the individuals charged, regardless of what your colleague on the panel just said with his facts and figures, 90% of the individuals charged or indicted with the $250 million Feeding Our Future COVID fraud are of Somali descent?
I believe that to be correct.
Are you aware that in a 2021 video, Mr. Ellison promised that he would obstruct his own agencies in their investigation of Somali fraud?
I am very much aware of that.
It's no wonder that criminals in the Somali community felt they were free to steal taxpayer dollars. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Marion. Do you have any doubt that Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
None whatsoever.
Walz and Ellison were protecting fraudsters instead of investigating them, and it was purposeful. And it's no coincidence that this is occurring largely in the Somali community. Walz made a sanctuary state, Minnesota, a sanctuary state. He gave free health care, free college, and free licenses to illegals. And Walz looked the other way when Somali immigrants were stealing. Representative Robbins, do you have any doubt that Tim Walz knew about this fraud as it was occurring?
None whatsoever.
So all three of you have no doubt in your minds that Tim Walz knew about the $9 billion of fraud during his tenure as governor and did nothing about it. It looks like my time is about to expire, and I do want to say to all of you, on behalf of Minnesota, thank you for being here, and justice will be served. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Whip. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Federal assistance programs are vital for keeping working families afloat and children healthy. Nearly 25% of adults and nearly 50% of children rely on federal assistance, including child care funding, Medicaid, and Children's Health Insurance Program, and the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Fraudsters targeting government programs have a uniquely harmful impact on Americans. They deprive taxpayers of efficient use of their funds, deprive intended recipients, and sometimes the most vulnerable groups in our...
Hey guys, I'm very sorry to cut in, so I just want to let you know, we are going to be covering the White House press briefing. It's supposed to start in 5 minutes, but it looks like it might be delayed a little bit. So as soon as the press briefing starts, we'll go to the press briefing. When my clock gets to 0, I'll replace that and just say, coming up soon, White House press briefing. But as soon as that starts, we'll go to that. But let's continue with the hearing.
Who are already struggling to afford everyday expenses. I have worked with my colleagues on the Government Operations Subcommittee on ways that federal agencies can identify and prevent fraud before payments are made. My Oversight Committee Democrat colleagues and I are also proud co-sponsors of Congressional Men's Taxpayer Funds Oversight Accountability Act. This legislation would strengthen the ability of federal agencies to reliably track federal funds, enabling more efficient analysis to identify and stop fraudsters. We can continue to reduce fraud and protect funding from bad actors by empowering oversight bodies like Inspectors General and the Government Accountability Office, which are often best equipped to investigate red flags and sound the alarm when there are problems to address. Applying additional safeguards requires a balanced approach that does not pull the rug out from under people, including children, who rely on help these programs provide. Congress must not allow partisan actors to seize on the misdeeds of a few in order to gut the vital programs that provide access to federal health care and special health education services, keep American children fed, and keep American parents to work with the knowledge that their children are safe. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hudson, who is Salim Saeed and Amy Bach?
I recognize those names as defendants in the Feeding Our Future trial.
They ran Feeding Our Future, is that right?
That's correct.
And they've been indicted?
That's correct.
They've been convicted?
That's correct.
And they're in jail waiting sentences, is that right?
As I understand it.
Okay, I want to go back, because earlier with Mr. Gill, you said that they overlooked the fraud. I think it's worse than that. I think they helped it along. I'm going to go to this meeting that took place, or actually I want to go to March 30th, 2021. Is it true back in March of 2021, the Minnesota Department of Education suspended payments to Feeding Our Future, that program? Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
And then a month later, they resumed payments.
That's correct.
What caused them to change their mind?
In my opinion, what caused them to change their mind was pushback from their constituency within the Somali community who accused the state agencies of being racist.
But what caused them to stop it in the first place? Was it whistleblowers coming forward? Was it like this something's not right here? What happened?
Apologize for the misunderstanding. The reason they stopped the funds in the first place is because they had credible allegations that there was fraud taking place.
From whistleblowers and others.
Correct.
And just they're doing their job looking, this doesn't make sense. We got all these programs, no one's getting fed, and yet money's going out the door like crazy. So they suspended it. And then they started it back up, right? Was there any threat of a lawsuit from the Somali community and folks affiliated with Feeding Our Future?
Mr. Jordan, there was more than a threat. They actually did.
They did? And what was the alleged claim in that lawsuit?
That they were victims of racial discrimination.
Oh, they played the race card, huh? All this fraud going on, money going out, and they played the race card. Now, when I talked about not just overlooking it, there was a meeting that took place between the Attorney General and affiliates of Feeding Our Future. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what happened at that meeting? Do we know?
Yeah, we do, because we have it on tape. There was an audio recording made at that meeting that was entered into evidence in the Feeding Our Future trial, and it was later revealed through work from Center of the American Experiment, the full recording. And my observations of what took place in that meeting was that Attorney General Keith Ellison was focused on one thing and one thing only, and that was keeping these folks in business. There were no questions that he asked of these folks about how the kids are doing, the operation, how they're getting fed, who's being helped. Instead, the focus was entirely on ensuring that the money continues to flow. And I'll add that he went so far as to say that he was going to fight these people in reference to the state agencies. The state agencies are his client.
Yeah, and when you said money's going to flow, did money flow to Mr. Ellison's campaign a couple weeks later from some of the folks who were in that meeting?
Sure did.
How much, do we know how much that was?
I do not have that number.
So it wasn't just wasn't just overlooking the fraud. They were actively trying to make sure this program continued, and then they benefited from that politically with contributions to their campaign, all in this same year, all in 2021, when this was all coming to a head. Is that accurate?
That is my understanding.
And this fraud is much bigger than this, because as I look, it's like 6 different federal agencies. Department of Homeland Security, Health and Human Services, Small Business Association, Housing, Urban Development, Department of Labor, Department of Agriculture. In this program and a bunch of others, they were shaking down the entire federal government, it looked like. 6 different federal agencies. I think you pointed out, over the last 15 years?
That's correct.
And not only are the Democrat administration overlooking it, they're helping it along. They're assisting it. They're going after whistleblowers, as your colleague pointed out. And they're benefiting from all this politically with contributions to their campaign, not to mention the voting issue that you referenced earlier as well. Is that all accurate?
I believe so.
Oh, now there's more than 6 agencies involved. There's 6 federal agencies that got shaken down, but there's 2 other agencies involved now, the FBI and the DOJ, right? How many people have been indicted now?
I do not have that number in front of me, but it's significant.
I don't know how long y'all been in the legislature. We appreciate your work, appreciate what you do. But have you ever seen anything like this in your time in the legislature? I've never seen anything like this in an agency. Ms. Robbins, you're the chair.
No, sir, we have never seen anything on this scale. It is unbelievable. As Joe Thompson said, it is breathtaking and cannot be overstated.
Yeah, well, God bless you all. Ms. Rankin, or Ms. Rarick, excuse me, I'll give you the last word.
Thank you. So I've been there since 2013, and I have been yelled at by Democrats over and over again throughout our time there to say that there is no fraud, this is just made up.
Yeah, this is the template. You see this all the time. The left will tell a lie. We're feeding kids when they're not, when they're just shaking down the taxpayer. The left will tell a lie. The media will report the lie or not report when the truth comes out. And then when you tell the truth, they call you a racist. It's as old as time. We see it all the time. This is so wrong. God bless you all for coming forward and getting the facts to the people in Minnesota, and more importantly, to the people of this great country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to be clear that fraud is unacceptable at any level. However, I did have an opportunity to spend the day with a bunch of my kids in my district at my local Head Start Center in Quincy and the Wahlberg Center, and they actually are able to feed those kids breakfast, lunch, and a snack for $6 a day. And I just want to say, from this committee, this investigative committee, if we're really looking for fraud, if we're truly looking for fraud, in addition to all the cases that Mr. Ballou listed, we don't need to go far. I can even suggest the address, 1600 Pennsylvania Ave. If we're looking for fraud in this country, that's a great place to start. That's a gold mine for looking for fraud. And I'll just give one example. You know, you don't have to go back in time very far to see a great example of the fraud that's been put upon this country. Last month, President Trump put his name on the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. For those of you who are too young to remember, JFK was a war hero from my state. He was an Irish Catholic, first Catholic elected president. Fought a lot of bigotry during his time trying to become president. He actually stood up to the Russians. But he was a war hero, a decorated war hero. He's the only United States president who ever have received the Purple Heart. He also received the Medal of Valor from the Navy and the Marine Corps, because during World War II, he was commanding a PT boat, PT-109. His vessel was struck by a destroyer in the South Pacific. And he actually risked his life to save his crew members. And after he was assassinated, LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson, his successor, and the United States Congress at that time recognized his service and sacrifice to this country by naming the Performing Arts Center after him. He had raised most of the money to build that center, he and Jacqueline Kennedy. And it is shameful. It is a case of stolen valor for this president to put his name above the name of John F. Kennedy. That is a fraud being perpetrated on this country right now. And if we're really interested in rooting out fraud, how about starting right there? I have legislation that will take Trump's name off that building and restore it. You know, Congress acknowledged Kennedy's service and sacrifice to our country. He sacrificed everything for this country. And yet, we have allowed this to happen, and we have allowed that fraud, that valor to be stolen from John F. Kennedy. It's wrong. It is wrong. And while I know Trump has his supporters and his minions, and there is no depth to the shame that they will stoop to, but we as Americans should defend the history, defend the goodness that has been done by previous leaders. It's ironic that Jacqueline Kennedy actually established the White House Historical Society, and she did so in a manner that she said we should honor every president within the White House, regardless of party, but because of the service and the sacrifice that they have made on behalf of our country. That's a much different sentiment that is held at the White House today when you see the shameful plaques that have been put up by this president denigrating previous presidents and their service to this country. So I hope my colleagues will join me in that legislation to restore the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts and eliminate this fraud, glaring fraud that's being perpetrated on the American people. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Byron Donalds from the great state of Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. Before we begin, I have a letter to submit for the record titled Collective Request for Congressional Oversight, Systematic Retaliation and Governance Failure at the Minnesota Department of Human Services. Chairman, this letter was written by the whistleblowers and has been provided to the committee. I want to submit that for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Ms. Rarick, first of all, thank you for your service to the state of Minnesota. I want to refer back to your commentary about a meeting where the lieutenant governor of the state of Minnesota, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, came and admonished these whistleblowers. Can you go into more detail about what was said in this meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Congressman. So I don't have any more detail other than what I read into the record. Unfortunately, it was obviously a public meeting, and there were hundreds of DHS employees, so Department of Human Services employees there. It was a story that's been reported multiple times on the X page, but I don't have any more details than that, other than the fact that that wasn't the only time that she retaliated.
Do you think that the lieutenant governor was operating outside of the purview of Governor Walz?
So it's interesting, the timing, and it was before he ran as the vice president, and so she was completely almost tied at the hip with Governor Walz at that time in history.
I think it's important for people to understand that in virtually every state in the country, the lieutenant governor is essentially chosen by the governor. And so lieutenant governors typically do not operate outside of the purview of the governor. It's kind of their job to, play QB2, if you will, to the governor. So would it be clear to state that the lieutenant governor's comments trying to railroad whistleblowers, trying to demean whistleblowers and discourage whistleblowers was at the directive of Governor Walz?
You can definitely assume that because, like I said, at that moment in time, up until the point where the governor ran for VP, she was seen at literally every press conference. She was in all the meetings. They were tied at the hip. They were always together. So If she was saying it, he had approved it. I'm certain of it.
Well, I guess you could say she's kind of a knucklehead, too. Moving on, the list of programs in the fraud in Minnesota are rampant. You have the Child Care Assistance Program. You have the Feeding Our Future. You have the Housing Stabilization Services. You have the Early Intensive Development and Behavioral Intervention. You have Integrated Community Supports. Ms. Robbins, you're the chair of the investigative committee. The depth of fraud that you have seen, were there controls in place in the state of Minnesota that could have prevented this fraud? And were these controls ignored by the Walz administration and by the Department of Human Services?
Absolutely. So we have many whistleblower reports talking about how DHS undermined ability to strengthen internal controls. So, for example, there was an effort for the Child Care Assistance Program. They have a clear and convincing evidence standard to disqualify someone from being a provider, where all the other programs are a lower standard, preponderance of the evidence. There was an effort to make this a lower standard so it was easier to disqualify people to preponderance. And the Minnesota Minority Child Care Association, which was run by a group of Somali providers, opposed it, and DHS went along with their recommendation. And in a similar vein, we were trying to reduce the number of child care employees with children that could work in these child care centers, because that was one of the vectors of fraud,
right.
And they opposed that.
So you had the Somali community who on purpose was petitioning the state of Minnesota to lower the standards to be able to make sure that fraud cannot be caught. Is that correct?
Well, they wanted to keep the standard clear and convincing, which makes it harder to disqualify people.
So it makes it harder for them to be disqualified
right.
from wasting taxpayer funds. Is that
Absolutely.
correct? Okay. Ms. Robbins, I want to stay with you. I want to talk about use of funds. You've talked about some of these funds were used to buy property in Kenya.
Yes, sir.
Property in Turkey. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Remittances back to Somalia.
Yes.
I think it's important for the committee to understand that these remittances, in part, are used in what's called the Hawala. I want to make sure I have the terminology right. The Hawala network. Ms. Robbins, can you speak to what the Hawala network is?
Yes. So it's an informal network where someone goes to a Hawala place in Minneapolis, which is like a money exchange or a money sending site, and they say, I want to send X amount of dollars, and then there's a receiving site in Somalia, and they put take the cash out. So money doesn't cross the border. It's an order for money here that gets transmitted to Somalia.
For the time, because I'm out of time, I want to expound. In Somalia and other parts in the Middle East region writ large, a Hawala network is a bunch of money exchangers, hand to hand, not bank account to bank account.
Exactly.
And what is clear in Somalia and other parts is that Al-Shabaab, the largest Al-Qaeda affiliate in Somalia, they have their hands all through this network. So taxpayer money, United States dollars, that are being remitted into Somalia, in part, have been utilized or have fallen into the hands of Al-Shabaab. Do you think that's a correct assessment?
Yes, we have plenty of evidence of that, from money directly going to Al-Shabaab, but then also indirectly because they take a cut of whatever gets sent to Somalia.
Thank you so much. Chairman, I know I'm over. Thank you for the additional time.
Mr. Chair, I seek recognition for unanimous consent request.
Chair recognizes Ms. Presley.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a December 2025 article from the Minnesota Star Tribune titled, Contrary to Trump's Claims, Somalis Add $8 billion to Minnesota's economy.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ro Khanna from California.
Really quick, I just want to cut in again. So we're waiting for the White House press briefing to start. You can see we have the live shot up on the screen. As soon as the White House press briefing starts, we will go to that. I also want to say a quick thank you here to for your support, Martin Ging, Rita, DS7859, Rich Corinthian Letter, Mitchell Pilot Leather, Mitchell Pilot Troll Nerd, Wishful Thinking Fanfo, Just Some Dane, SNNUS, S Quizgar, Spicy Pizza, PA Jeeper, Sean Morris, Artemis768, Paranormal Theory, and I am Charlie, and CJ Lars, and JB, and the One Game Freak, and SNN US, and Shadow, and TDO417, and Queen Twilight, Jolly Lollipop, Joe 9611, and also Dilbert's Z on Twitch, and Super Glider Dude on Twitch. Again, as soon as the White House press briefing starts, we will have coverage of that for you. Thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators as well. All right, let's go back to the hearing, and I'll keep an eye out for the White House press briefing.
Inside, let's have an audit of all 50 states to make sure that government money is being spent wisely. We don't need to make these partisan hearings. Every American has a stake in making sure that they have a receipt for where their tax dollars are going. Every American has a stake, if we're going to ask them to pay tax, to make sure that that money isn't being wasted. And I'd like to see this committee work together to stand up for basic fairness of the American taxpayers. I certainly am going to do that in the state of California, and we should be doing that in all 50 states. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Khanna. And I believe you're sincere, and we want to work with you on fraud in any state. If it's a Republican state, Democratic state, we don't care. The mission of this committee is to root out waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement, and we would gladly work with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
I have a UC request.
Proceed.
Thank you. First one is, Arizona has recovered just 5% of taxpayer dollars lost in a $2.5 billion Medicaid fraud scheme.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I'll save the rest for the future. No, I've got a bunch more, but not right now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Chair recognizes myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Yesterday, Minnesota's Office of the Legislative Auditor published an audit of the state's Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Administration grants. I'd like to enter that report and its cover letter into the record. Without objection, so ordered. The cover letter of this report states, quote, however, during the course of our audit, we identified a number of documents that the Behavioral Health Administration either backdated or created after our audit happened, end quote. It sounds like Governor Tim Walz's Department of Human Services may have been fabricating evidence by creating documentation after the fact to mislead voters, to mislead auditors. This new report noted that one grantee who received nearly $680,000 from this agency for 1 month's work, but could not provide any documentation or proof that any work was actually completed. What's more, and this is the kicker, the report notes that the grant manager who approved this money left the agency within days of approving the grant to take a job with the very same grantee that they approved money for. So very quickly, Representative Roberts, have you ever seen anything like this in your time as a member of the Minnesota's Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee?
We have heard whistleblower reports of backdating and falsification before, and we also have a record of earlier in the CCAP, the child care fraud, where they would allow the providers to submit records far after the investigation and accept them as true. So clearly this has been a pattern at the agency, and it's unacceptable.
Unbelievable. And we want to work with you. We want to work with these whistleblowers. We're serious about this. The Trump administration's on the ground. We want to catch these people, and we want to put them behind bars, and we want to hold any politician that participated in these schemes accountable. Representative Hudson, who's to blame for this dysfunction?
Well, the blame can go around quite a bit, but as Tim Walz himself said, the buck stops with him.
Representative Robbins, do you have any examples of how the Walz administration blocked investigators from moving forward with high-priority fraud investigations?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman. I have met with whistleblowers and gotten documents from them about how after the original CCAP whistleblower report came out in March and April of 2019, subsequent to that, there was an Office of Inspector General within DHS that had investigative authority to do surveillance, warrants, and seize electronics, and they were shut down. They were told they could no longer do criminal investigations. They were told they could no longer meet with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension agents that were assigned to them without supervisor's approval. And instead, when they found one of the other members talked about how they changed the language. They went from calling it fraud to calling it overbilling. And they created an overbilling committee to all the investigative agents now couldn't do criminal investigations, and they had to flag issues of overbilling, and then a committee would decide if any of that overbilling would be recouped.
Committee appointed by Waltz?
No, appointed within DHS.
Oh, appointed by the own bureaucracy.
Yes, so they shut down criminal investigations. They created a committee to call it overbilling and decide if overbilling investigations would even try to recoup the money.
This is evidence that Tim Waltz interfered with investigators who knew there was fraud. The rumors of fraud have been taking place. I've been hearing them for a decade, and yet he interfered to try to obstruct
hold
their
on. We got the
investigation.
briefing. The briefing is live. Wait, the briefing is live. Hold on a second. Let me get the briefing on the screen for you. Wait a second here. Hold on. She's not there yet, but the briefing's live. We're going to the briefing right now, the White House briefing. There it is. Okay, hold on, everybody. We'll get back to the hearing maybe after, but the White House press briefing is starting right now. First briefing since the attack in Venezuela and the capture of Maduro. Give me a moment. I'm just getting this all set up here. There she is.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Yes, come on up, everyone. Lovely officials with me today. All right. Dr. Carson, come on up. Thank you so much. Good morning and Happy New Year, everybody. It's great to see you. It's great to be with a very packed room. I'm sorry we kept you all very busy over the holiday break. And I know there is a lot of news out there today, both here at home and around the world. I will be happy to take all of your questions on all of that news. But first, I'm really honored to be standing up here today with esteemed members of the President's Cabinet and his health team to make an important announcement with respect to the President's domestic promise to make America healthy again as we kick off the new year. In less than a year in office, the President and his incredible MAHA team have made real progress on this front. Here are just a few of the significant MAHA achievements thus far. More than a dozen food manufacturers and trade associations have made commitments to remove artificial and petroleum-based food dyes from their products. The Trump administration took strong action to bar hospitals from performing dangerous, irreversible, life-altering transgender procedures on children. The Trump administration announced funding awards to states through the Rural Health Transformation Program, an unprecedented $50 billion investment established under President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. The Trump administration has also worked with 18 states across the country to ban junk food purchases using SNAP benefits starting this year. And thank you for leading that effort, Secretary Rollins. Additionally, President Trump took historic action to secure most favored nation drug pricing and secured deals with major pharmaceutical companies to massively lower the cost of prescription drugs. And those effects are being implemented as we speak. Americans are going to continue to see the result of these incredible deals the president cut. And I know President Trump and this team behind me worked incredibly hard to lower those drug costs for Americans. On Monday, the CDC adopted common sense updates to America's childhood vaccination schedule based solely on the gold standard of science. This action empowers parents and physicians to make the best individualized decisions to protect our children, while also restoring much-needed confidence in our public health system. And as a MAHA mom myself, I'm very grateful for that. So thank you, Secretary Kennedy. To build on this progress, the Trump administration is now updating federal nutrition standards and guidelines to ensure that Americans have the most accurate, data-driven information supported by science and hard facts, not special interests or partisan ideology. President Trump has tasked two of the great individuals behind me, USDA Secretary Rollins and HHS Secretary Kennedy, with collaborating on this vitally important project. And today they are here to officially unveil the 2025 to 2030 Dietary Guidelines for America. These new guidelines are informed by the best and most reliable research on health and nutrition, particularly as it relates to the role of our diets and the prevalence of chronic disease in the country. They are also These guidelines are easy to read and understand, so every American, young and old, can access this information that literally has the power to change lives. But these are not just an updated guideline. These are the foundation to all federal food programs in our country. These new guidelines are going to update the food that is served to America's children in our public schools, to the plates that are served to our great men in uniform in our military, our veterans, and the food that they are consuming at the VA. And these new guidelines are also going to impact nutritional programs for the needy in our country, such as WIC and Head Start. Unfortunately, for decades, federal dollars has promoted low-quality, highly processed foods that lead to scores of long-term health issues, which means Americans have gone broke because of these health issues. Faulty dietary guidelines of the past stacked the deck against healthy eating and food options for everyday American families, which has fueled the chronic disease epidemic and jacked up the healthcare costs of households across the country. This failed approach in our public health system ends today. When these guidelines are followed, Americans will be saving themselves thousands of dollars. If we want to cut healthcare costs in our country, we must become a healthier country. According to the CEA, poor diet is the root cause of obesity, which accounts for $400 billion in medical spending each year. A healthier America will lead to a more affordable America. The new dietary guidelines from the Trump administration will ensure federal dollars go to real food to improve public health and therefore save the American people their hard-earned cash over the course of their lives. So with that, I am going to hand it over to Secretary Kennedy. The great people behind me will give remarks, and then we'll get into Q&A for the officials that are here on this specific topic. They will leave because they're all very busy people, and then I will open it up to Q&A with the rest of you on the rest of the news in the world. So thank you, and we'll start with Secretary Kennedy.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
Today marks a decisive change in federal nutrition policy, made possible by President Trump's leadership and the work of MAHA moms and public health advocates who demanded reform. Today, in accordance with President Trump's directive, Brooke and I will release the dietary guidelines for Americans 2025 to 2030, the most significant reset of federal nutrition policy in history. These guidelines replace corporate-driven assumptions with common sense goals and gold standard scientific integrity. These new guidelines will revolutionize our nation's food culture and make America healthy again. For decades, Americans have grown sicker while healthcare costs have soared. The reason is clear. The hard truth is that our government has been lying to us to protect corporate profit-taking, telling us that these food-like substances were beneficial to public health. Federal policy promoted and subsidized highly processed foods and refined carbohydrates and turned a blind eye to the disastrous consequences. Today, the lies stop. The new guidelines recognize that whole, nutrient-dense food is the most effective path to better health and lower healthcare costs. Protein and healthy fats are essential and were wrongly discouraged in prior dietary guidelines. We are ending the war on saturated fats. Diets rich in vegetables and fruits reduce disease risk more effectively than many drugs. Whole grains outperform refined carbohydrates. Added sugars, especially sugar-sweetened beverages, drive metabolic disease, and today our government declares war on added sugar. Highly processed foods loaded with additives, added sugar, and excess salt damage health and should be avoided. As Secretary of Health and Human Services, my message is clear: eat real food. Nothing matters more for healthcare outcomes, economic productivity, military readiness, and fiscal stability. The dietary guidelines shape dozens of federal feeding programs, including Head Start. These standards affect 45 million school lunches every day. meals for 1.3 million active duty service members, and food served to 9 million veterans in VA hospitals. Today begins the work of aligning those programs with affordable, whole, nutrient-dense food. Implementation requires coordination across the government. I'm working with many of my fellow cabinet secretaries to deliver results. I want to thank Bobby Mukamala, thank you very much, who is the president of the American Medical Association, for committing to mobilize the medical community on nutrition. And I thank also the American Academy of Pediatrics for partnering on this effort. I also look forward to working with Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and Dr. Marty McCary to fund and prioritize rigorous nutrition research at the NIH and at the FDA. The stakes are measurable and severe. A Johns Hopkins analysis estimates that 48% of every federal taxpayer dollar now goes to health care. The CDC reports that 90% of health care spending treats chronic disease. That means that 40%, 40 cents of every dollar that taxpayers pay in this country is going to treat diseases that could be averted through good food. The United States has the highest obesity and type 2 diabetes rate in the developed world. We spend 3 times more per capita than the European Union on health care, yet our life expectancy is 5 years lower, largely due to diet-related chronic disease. Our childhood obesity rate is 5 times higher than countries like France. 1/3 of U.S. teens have prediabetes, over 35% are overweight or obese, and 20% of young adults have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. 77% of military-aged Americans are ineligible for military service because of diet-related conditions. If a foreign adversary sought to destroy the health of our children, to cripple our economy, to weaken our national security, there would be no better strategy than to addict us to ultra-processed foods. It's shocking that our own government helped to drive these cataclysmic changes in our diet. The damage is real, it is preventable, and President Trump has ordered it to end. If the United States reduced obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and Alzheimer's to Japanese levels, we would save approximately $600 billion a year. About 50% of Medicare's projected long-term deficit, or $5,000 per family annually. Current policy worsens the problem. 42 million Americans rely on SNAP, where common purchases include sugary drinks, candy, and chips. 78% of SNAP recipients are enrolled in Medicaid, and 90% of Medicaid spending goes to chronic disease. These incentives raise healthcare costs and undermine health. This must change. The new framework centers on protein and healthy fats, vegetables, fruits, and whole grains. And you can see the food pyramid here. It's upside down, a lot of you will say. But it was actually upside down before, and we just righted it. For the first time, the dietary guidelines directly address ultra-processed foods and set firm sugar limits in federal procurement, driving a significant reduction in added sugar in school meals. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership and the partners committed to ensuring that federal food dollars support real food and better health. Thank you. And I want to introduce my partner and a friend, Brooke Rollins, who is an extraordinary collaborator on this.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. What a honor to be here. I think this is Caroline's first press conference back, and what a great way to start the new year, 2026. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. Your commitment to the well-being of Americans is such a blessing to this nation. We have been working on these new dietary guidelines really since almost day one. Bobby and I were voted on the same day and sworn in on the same day. So I think the partnership from minute one has been real and extraordinary. As Secretary Kennedy mentioned, America is in the middle of the worst chronic health crisis in our nation's history. Over 40% of the roughly 73 million children in the United States have at least one chronic health condition, and nearly 90% of healthcare spending goes toward treating people with chronic disease. Secretary Kennedy mentioned that, but it is really important to keep underscoring that fact. This crisis is unacceptable. It prevents Americans from living healthy and happy lives. And for decades, under both Republicans and Democrats, federal incentives have promoted low quality, highly processed foods and pharmaceutical interventions instead of prevention. As a result, nutrient-dense whole foods grown by America's farmers and ranchers have been increasingly displaced. The Trump administration is acutely aware of this danger, and today this announcement is making a major step in doing something about it. Thankfully, the solution is simple and should be non-controversial: eat real food. This is the main message of the new Dietary Guidelines for Americans 2025 to 2030, which encourage households and schools to prioritize whole, nutrient-dense foods. That means more protein, more dairy, more healthy fats, more whole grains, more fruits and vegetables, whether they are fresh, frozen, canned, or dried. We are finally putting real food back at the center of the American diet. Real food that nourishes the body, restores health, fuels energy, and builds strength. This pivot also leans into the abundant, affordable, and healthy food supply already available from America's incredible farmers and ranchers. By making milk, raising cattle, and growing wholesome fruits, vegetables, and grains, they hold the key to solving our national health crisis. And President Trump is mobilizing government to ensure families across America have greater access to these healthy foods. In the past 12 months, inflation has slowed and wages have risen for the first time in 5 years. Under President Trump's leadership, prices for everyday staples are declining, and more help is on the way. Recent data show that fruits, vegetables, dairy, and proteins, including eggs, pork, and ground beef, are becoming even more affordable every day for our American people. American households enjoy the most affordable and abundant food in the world, and today's release only reinforces that reality. A healthy meal is within reach for all American families. These new dietary guidelines are a framework which is meant to be customized to meet the needs, the preferences, and the financial status of all American families. For example, a meal including such items as pork, or eggs, or whole milk, or cheese, tomatoes, other fresh and frozen fruits and vegetables, whole grain bread, corn tortilla can cost today right around $3 for that meal. $3. And soon USDA will finalize our stocking standards, which means that those businesses in America that take the SNAP benefit, what they are required to stock in order to take that benefit, by the way, that's almost 250,000.
I just want to cut in real quick, just cutting in, letting you know about some news coming out of Minneapolis. There's some reporting that there was a shooting in Minneapolis. Olga Scootercaster, who is a reliable source, and she runs like a news company, and she has a camera out there. She says that witnesses say a woman was shot in the face, possibly trying to flee ICE in central Minneapolis, and there's video of a large crowd of protesters gathering. And the city of Minneapolis did say that there was a law enforcement shooting. So keeping an eye on this story coming out of Minneapolis. And again, it's unconfirmed what happened, but there are some reports claiming that a woman was shot, possibly fleeing ICE. So again, I don't know the facts here. I reposted her post on my X account, and I'll keep an eye on that while we're watching the briefing.
I want to end by saying God bless American families, God bless the American farmer and rancher, and God bless America. What an honor now to introduce another great partner in this incredible work, and that is Dr. Mehmet Oz. Thank you.
Congratulations to Secretary Rollins, Secretary Kennedy, and do want to express my appreciation for what the President has done overall to increase the affordability of health care. The biggest accomplishment perhaps for the health system ability to drop down prices last year was the most favored nation drug pricing that Caroline mentioned. These are incredibly effective at reducing the costs, for example, of what the President calls the fat shot, the Ozempic, GLP-1s category of medications. We dropped them dramatically. But the best way to reduce drug spend in America is to not need the drugs in the first place. What you're hearing today with these dietary guideline adjustments are going to be massively effective, and not just dropping the need for us to buy these weight loss drugs, but buy these expensive drugs for autoimmune problems. We have evidence that food is medicine when it comes to conditions as varied as mental health issues from Alzheimer's and depression to fundamental realities of how children learn in school. So the question then becomes, what is this actually going to do in dollars and cents? And I had the group at CMS run some numbers for us to try to give you concrete assessments of how much this will drop the spend that the federal taxpayer must make for Medicare and Medicaid. And I'm more optimistic today than ever that we can address the fast rising rate of healthcare expenses in America because of movements like this. Right now, we're increasing health expenditures in America at roughly twice the rate of the GDP growth. We will correct that if we can get America to be healthier, because you can't be a wealthy nation without being a healthy nation. So 2 numbers for you to remember. The first is $30 billion. Why? 30% of healthcare costs are directly attributable to obesity. I'm not talking about indirect associated expenses, which are also present, but a very conservative number, 30%, are directly attributed to obesity. That's about $300 billion a year for just Medicare, If we were to affect obesity by 10%, which is an incredibly conservative and justifiable assumption that has been borne out in evidence-based dietary experiments and trials, just that alone is $30 billion of reduction of expenses for Medicare. That's also obviously correlated with Medicaid reduction in spending. In Medicaid, it's a different opportunity because in Medicaid, we educate children. 53% of children in America are covered by Medicaid or CHIP. And we have programs to teach kids and their parents what to eat, and how to make these dietary guidelines that Secretary Rollins and Secretary Kennedy have crafted with their teams into practice. It will dramatically change the natural history of how children are able to participate in life. But let me give you one last number. If we're able to get the average American, who today retires on average at age 61, get them just to work 1 year longer, because they feel so vital, so strong, so bullish about their future, because they're feeding their bodies nutrients that are essential to their high-functioning productivity, we will increase the overall GDP of our nation by trillions of dollars. So we will reduce healthcare expenses. At the same time, we jazz up the U.S. economy with trillions of dollars created by the productivity of American workers. God bless you both for making the DGA feasible and making it perhaps the wisest investment we could make in our communities. Marty McCary is one of my closest friends, the powerful leader of the FDA who's been taking brave steps along the line and has additional insights.
Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Oz. Today marks the beginning of the end of an era of medical dogma on nutrition. For decades, we've been fed a corrupt food pyramid that has had a myopic focus on demonizing natural, healthy, saturated fats, telling you not to eat eggs and steak, and ignoring a giant blind spot. Refined carbohydrates, added sugars, ultra-processed food. This study in JAMA now shows that 60% to 70% of kids are getting their calories from ultra-processed foods. That's an epidemic. We now have a generation of kids addicted to refined carbohydrates, low in protein. They are literally nitrogen negative because we've used old flawed studies that used urine nitrogen to estimate body protein metabolism, and they missed the mark. The old guidelines had such a low protein recommendation that we are increasing that by 50 to 100%. Kids need protein. The old protein guidelines were to prevent starvation and withering away. These new protein guidelines are designed for American kids to thrive, and they're based on science, not on dogma. We have 40% of our kids now with a chronic disease. It is not their fault. This is something that is the result of bad advice from the government and a medical establishment that for decades peddled research from a flawed 1960s model. Today, we are setting the record straight. This is not a willpower problem of our nation's kids. This is something adults have done to kids, and we're going to fix it. And so, as Dr. Oz said, the best way to lower drug prices is for people to stop taking drugs they don't need. We are going to finally address the root causes of our broken healthcare system: insulin resistance and general body inflammation, advanced by the protein-poor, micronutrient-poor, ultra-processed, refined carbohydrate diet that kids are addicted to today. And so, on behalf of the Food and Drug Administration, we are proud to be a part of this. We are grateful to be contributing to this work. Thank you, Secretary Rollins. Thank you, Kyle Diamantis, the best deputy commissioner for food at the FDA the agency has ever had. This is a historic day in America. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope everyone's inspired to go eat a salad for lunch after this briefing. If anybody has questions on this topic, we will take a few and then we'll get into the topic. We'll start with our new media seat. If you have a question on this topic today, Jamie Franklin, she comes from the Conservator. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, first of all, Caroline, congratulations on your pregnancy. We're so excited for you.
Thank you.
MAHA moms across the country, including myself, are just so excited by what this administration is doing to make our kids healthy again. But, you know, we do have concerns when it comes to these blue states pushing back on a lot of progress that we're making as an administration. And particularly, we're really excited that you guys revised and streamlined this vaccine schedule. However, what we have seen is that these blue states, whether it be, you know, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, or pushing back on immigration, they continue to stop your guys' progress. So what has been the response from these blue states? Because as MAHA moms enrolling our kids in school, this is a big issue, and we celebrate what you guys are doing, but we want to have it, you know, even in the blue states as well.
I mean, my hope is that we only released these earlier, 2 days earlier. I'm sorry.
Duck is also high in protein.
That's an interesting.
Duck is a good thing to eat, everybody.
They only released the new vaccine schedule 2 days ago. The vaccine schedule, there's nothing compulsory in it. Everybody, I've always promised, I'm not going to take people's vaccines away from them. People who want to get vaccines, everybody who wants them can get all of the vaccines that were on the old schedule. They will all be paid for by the Vaccines for Children program or for the insurance the same as before. We release guidelines that we think are optimal to public health. They're the same core vaccines that are required by the European community. And those nations all have much better health outcomes than we do. And they're based on their best science and also on their conviction that when you put too many vaccines on the program, it actually reduces compliance. It reduces uptake. And so we want to maximize the uptake of vaccines by making sure that Americans know that we are making recommendations that are science-based, that are common sense, that are grounded in science. And right now, that's the best science that we have. But again, there's 3 categories of vaccine. One is the core schedule, which resembles the European countries. The second is for people who have vulnerabilities, for high risk, and that doesn't change at all. And then the third is shared decision making, which any vaccine that was on the old schedule, you can continue to get. So people will make their own choices, and that's what democracy is about.
I asked the boss, Caroline, for permission to add a little bit to this because I think it's really important. And by the way, Jamie, what a superstar you are. It's so fun to see you in this seat, Jamie Franklin. The blue state question is a really important one. And for those of us that are running agencies with these programs, I mean, I've talked to a lot of you already about how we have 22 blue states that won't give us their SNAP data so that we can figure out and ensure that those who really need these programs are actually getting these programs. Clearly, you all have been writing about Minnesota. California is next. We're looking at New York, some other states. The amount of fraud in all of these programs is absolutely stunning. And the challenge is, I mean, for Medicaid, et cetera, I know, Dr. Oz, you've talked a lot about that. This is a significant problem. And I think who's really harmed in all of this conversation and when these blue states aren't partnering with us to try to do this right is we say blue states and red states, but in those states there are all kinds of our citizenry and that aren't all Democrat or aren't all Republican. We had a poll that just came out that had about 85% of all Americans believe that states should turn their data over on SNAP so that we can figure out where the fraud is and ensure these programs are going where they need to go. So my request of these blue states and these blue state governors is partner with us. Let us figure out how to do this better. Let us make sure that whether it's the vaccine schedule or the SNAP program or the Medicaid program or the child care program, that we are doing everything we can to protect every tax dollar, but to also ensure those who need it the most vulnerable in our society, are getting the programs they need versus those who A, are not even supposed to be here, or B, are cheating the system.
Thanks, Caroline. One of the changes that was made had to do with alcohol. Secretary Kennedy or Dr. Oz, could you explain the science behind the new language on not saying 2 drinks for men and 1 drink for a woman every day would be healthy, and whether or not the industry had an impact on the language of moderation versus just saying alcohol is not healthy and you shouldn't drink it?
So alcohol is a social lubricant that brings people together. In the best case scenario, I don't think you should drink alcohol, but it does allow people an excuse to bond and socialize, and there's probably nothing healthier than having a good time with friends in a safe way. If you look at the blue zones, for example, around the world where people live the longest, alcohol is sometimes part of their diet. Again, small amounts, taken very judiciously, and usually in a celebratory fashion. So there is alcohol on these dietary guidelines, but the implication is don't have it for breakfast. Right, this should be something done in a small amount with hopefully some kind of an event that might have alcohol added. But the general move away from 2 glasses of men, 1 glass of women, there was never really good data to support that quantity of alcohol consumption. That data was probably primarily confused with broader data about social connectedness.
Take a couple more. John?
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Secretary Rollins, I'm curious about with these guidelines. They're not mandates, they're guidelines. What are the practical effects of these guidelines on public schools all across the country?
Well, today begins thank you, John. It's good to see you. Today begins the first day now in a recalibration of the rules, whether it's school lunches, whether it's the SNAP program, whether it's as veterans were mentioned, our prison system, that now we begin the process of implementing and redrafting the rules to reflect what this new dietary guidelines for Americans actually is doing to our food system. So there is a lot of work to do. Nothing changes overnight, but as I think we've proven, this administration moves very, very quickly on all fronts, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and so you'll begin to see some real changes coming very soon. As everyone is aware, for many of our most vulnerable in the margins in our communities, the school lunch is often the best place for our children to get the healthiest meal. Hopefully with stocking standards and reworking SNAP and the SNAP waivers we've done, that begins to change too. But right now, that is going to be the single most important, from my perspective, move forward, is the school lunches and making sure that we're getting the right amount, the best amount, and most nutrient-dense foods into the schools. Thank you.
You also mentioned, Secretary Rollins, cost when you had your remarks a little bit earlier. Is eating healthier more cost effective? Is it cheaper than just having a diet of processed foods?
I had a whole chart to show you, but left it in the back, unfortunately, that yes, indeed, that eating healthy, for the most part, we've got 100 simulations, is actually less expensive. The challenge comes is the access to those healthy foods, especially in parts of America where they have food deserts. They don't have a H-E-B or a Kroger or a Central Market. These are all Texan grocery stores, but whatever similar across the country. But that is why these stocking standards in SNAP are so important. So if you have a economically challenged family, and the only place they're getting their food is the 7-Eleven. We have a longer term important policy priority, and that is getting grocery stores into these lower margin communities. But for now, requiring those retailers, those 250,000 retailers across America, to double their stocking of healthier foods. That will allow us to immediately get these better foods into all communities, but especially the most vulnerable. Thank you, John.
Let me just add something to that. Brooke and I are working on a program. Affordability is the priority for the president. And we know we have to make it easy and accessible for healthy foods for every American. And we believe we can do that. We think affordable food is within reach of every American family. We are working on a education and information program that will allow American families all over the country to come onto our website and find the healthiest foods at the lowest cost for themselves. I'd also just add this. The idea that a cheap meal made of processed food is cheap is an illusion, because you're paying for it on the back end. You're paying for it with diabetes, with obesity, with illness. And if you internalize that cost of the meal, it would be a tiny fraction of the long-term cost of eating bad food.
So we'll take one more in the white blazer. Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Kennedy, you mentioned healthy fats, but also ending the war on saturated fats. Can you clarify how much saturated fats Americans should be consuming?
I'm going to let Marty take that, since he wrote a book about it.
Look, the old dogma in the 1960s when Eisenhower had his heart attack and Ancel Keys said it was the saturated fat. That's never been substantiated. And so that flawed research has become dogma over the years, and eventually the conversation was sidelined. In this new guidance, we are telling young people, kids, schools, you don't need to tiptoe around fat and dairy. You don't need to push low-fat milk to kids. And we are maintaining the 10% of calories as saturated fat in the guidance. The real issue is protein. The fact that 60 to 70% of the calories of kids today in America is ultra-processed food. These are the issues that have become giant blind spots where we're now putting attention. And we hope that there are conversations in every school board in America, in every church and synagogue and house of worship, every home in America will now have conversations. We've got to talk about school lunch programs, not just putting 6-year-olds on Ozempic. Food can be curative. We've got to talk about the microbiome and fiber and healthy whole grains and the good soil that food comes from, and the healthy, clean waters and good farming techniques. So that's the focus of this guidance. Thank you.
Great. Some of you may be wondering why Dr. Carson is here. He is our National Nutrition Advisor working alongside Secretary Kennedy, and he's played a big role in this effort. So I want to thank you so much, Dr. Carson, for being here today. And thank all of you for being here today. I know you're all very busy people, and these people have a lot of questions on things other than diet, I'm sure. So I'm going to get to work, and thank you guys so much for coming.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All righty. Great. Does anyone have any questions? Rachel, why don't you start?
Thank you, Caroline. The president has been adamant that he is now in charge of Venezuela, but Delcy Rodriguez said the government of Venezuela runs her country, no one else, saying, quote, there's no external agent governing Venezuela. So which one is it?
Let me just be very clear. This is the first time that I've addressed Venezuela from the podium since being back and since the historic and incredibly successful military operation, law enforcement operation conducted by our United States military that you all saw and the world witnessed last week. The skill, the might of the United States military and our country under the leadership of this president is on full display to the rest of the world. And let's just set the record straight. There isn't another military in the world who could have pulled off this operation. There is not another president in the world or in our nation's history who had the courage to authorize such a mission. And I think the world has taken notice that America is truly back. With respect to Venezuela, the Trump administration, led by Secretary Rubio, the vice president, and the president's entire national security team, is in close correspondence with the interim authorities in Venezuela. We obviously have maximum leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela right now, and the president has made it very clear that this is a country within the United States, the Western Hemisphere, close by the United States, that is no longer going to be sending illegal drugs to the United States of America. It's no longer going to be sending and trafficking illegal people and criminal cartels to kill American citizens as they have in the past. And the president is fully deploying his peace through strength foreign policy agenda. So we're continuing to be in close coordination with the interim authorities, and their decisions are going to continue to be dictated by the United States of America.
Just one follow-up, when you talk about that leverage there, has the Venezuelan government fully committed to turning over its oil to the United States indefinitely, and what happens if they do not?
Well, as you saw, the president announced last night, this was a deal. This was a deal made by the president and his team with the Venezuelan interim authorities. This will benefit both the American people and the Venezuelan people. And Secretary Wright and the Department of Energy are working with the interim authorities and also with the private oil industry to execute on this historic energy deal. That's not only good for the United States, but it's also going to revive the prosperity, the safety, the security of both the United States and Venezuela as well. Ed.
Following up on the oil part of this, the 30 to 50 million barrels of oil, how exactly is that going to work? You're getting it out of Venezuela into the United States?
Yes.
And then what?
That's exactly right. So as you know, Ed, as the president announced last night, this was the sanctioned oil that was basically just sitting in barrels, sitting on ships because of the effective quarantine of the United States of America. And the interim authorities have agreed to release that oil to the United States, so it will be arriving here at home very soon. The United States government has already begun marketing Venezuelan crude oil in the global marketplace for the benefit of the United States, engaged the world's leading commodity marketers, key banks to execute and provide financial support for these crude oil and crude product sales. All proceeds from the sale of Venezuelan crude oil and products will first settle in U.S.-controlled accounts at globally recognized banks to guarantee the legitimacy and integrity of the ultimate distribution of proceeds, and those funds will be dispersed for the benefit of the American people and the Venezuelan people at the discretion of the United States government.
It sounds like it requires a lot of private sector engagement and agreement
And
from the oil industry and the banking industry. Do you
right.
have that yet?
There's a lot of private sector engagement that's happening right now. As you know, Secretary Wright, our energy secretary who's heading up this big project, is in Florida today meeting with some of these oil executives. And as we confirmed earlier, they will also be at the White House later this week. So they are absolutely eager to invest. They're eager about these opportunities. And Secretary Wright is a very well knowledgeable guy when it comes to oil and energy, and he's the perfect man for the job.
Another corner of the world,
Sure.
real quick on
Go
Iran.
ahead. Go ahead.
So just to follow up on the oil, 30 to 50 million barrels is an initial tranche, if you will, and then what happens after that? What
I won't get ahead of the plans that the president and his team are currently speaking with the interim authorities about, but rest assured, there is a long-term plan here. Secretary Rubio and the entire team are working diligently on it, and this is just sort of the first action that you all are seeing. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So in order to get these oil companies to invest billions in Venezuela, how will the U.S. reassure that their workers will be safe in Venezuela? Could there be troops involved?
At this point in time, as you know, there are no troops on the ground in Venezuela. The president, of course, reserves the right to use the United States military if necessary. It's not something he wants to do. Diplomacy is always the first option. As you saw, he tried that with Nicolas Maduro, but unfortunately, he was an illegitimate dictator and an unserious person. And so President Trump authorized this law enforcement operation, and now Nicolas Maduro is sitting in a prison cell in New York. So certainly the president is going to do what's in the best interests of the American people, and that includes workers from our energy and oil industry as well.
With that meeting tomorrow, what is the message the president is going to give to the oil executives, and what does he want to hear?
Well, the meeting is on Friday, and it's just a meeting to discuss, obviously, the immense opportunity that is before these oil companies right now. Stephen.
Caroline, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
The New Yorker had a story yesterday on the vice president, and it questioned his, quote, notable absence on Venezuela. And the sub-headline asked, was the vice president's exclusion from the operation in Venezuela an expression of his anti-interventionist ideology or political calculation? Would you be able to discuss the vice president's role in Venezuela policy?
I did see that report in the New Yorker, and quite frankly, I laughed out loud because it's very clear it's a fake report that's trying to sow distrust and division amongst the president and his team. Let me just be very clear. The vice president has been involved in all policy. He is the right-hand man of the president on all policy matters, including Venezuela policy. He was, of course, read in and deeply involved in this operation from the very beginning. And he was present on the night of the operation via secure communication at a different location as to not damage the operational secrecy of this mission that was so incredibly important to ensure that this mission could be carried out successfully without endangering our troops. Sure.
The U.S. seized a tanker recently. Russia specifically asked the United States not to seize that tanker. Does this action risk a larger conflict with Russia?
I believe you're referring to the Bella 1 tanker that was seized this morning. The Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Department of War, did announce that seizure this morning for violations of U.S. sanctions. I've spoken about the enforcement of our sanctions policy at the podium prior to the new year, and this administration is going to fully enforce the sanction policy of the United States. The vessel this morning was seized in the North Atlantic pursuant to a warrant issued by a U.S. federal court after being tracked, and this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil, and the United States of America, under this president, is not going to tolerate that. I would also just add the vessel had a judicial seizure order in the crew, so that means the crew is now subject to prosecution for any applicable violation of federal law, and they will be brought to the United States for such prosecution if necessary. Kelly.
Caroline, Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. You too.
I'd like to talk to you about a couple of things real quickly. The first question about the Venezuelan people. As you know, there's some 8 million Venezuelans here, some of them celebrating in the streets. There are Venezuelans on the ground who are concerned about their safety. What does the Trump administration, what is it doing to actually help people in Venezuela understand that they will be secure throughout this transition?
I think the fact that this president actually followed through on the long-held promise of the United States of America, the bipartisan promise to take down the illegitimate Maduro regime, should give assurance to the Venezuelan people and also Venezuelan Americans who fled this communist regime for a better life here at home, that this is a president who is serious about taking down illegitimate regimes and who is also serious about securing the security of the United States of America, including the Venezuelan American people. And I would just add that this is something that not just Republicans and President Trump have talked about for a very long time, but it is also something that Democrats have advocated for. In 2020, Chuck Schumer said that at the time, President Trump had not brought an end to the Maduro regime. The Maduro regime is more powerful today and more entrenched today than it was when the president began. Now you hear Chuck Schumer out there saying this is reckless. The American people and the Venezuelan people should be in fear. But this is something that Chuck Schumer has long advocated for. Senator Chris Van Hollen, same thing, had said that the United States is going to use its leverage and influence to push for negotiations to transition to the truly elected leader. This was under President Biden. We know Maduro and his cronies don't want to go quietly into the night. The U.S. needs to work to ratchet up the pressure. Now, Senator Holland says it's an illegal act of war to get rid of Nicolas Maduro. So the hypocrisy is really astounding here, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to point it out, Kayla. Sorry, go ahead. Yes.
So there are reports that the administration is demanding that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm?
I'm sorry?
Reports that the administration has essentially demanded that Venezuela cut ties with China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Can you confirm that?
Well, those alleged demands were made in a classified briefing by Secretary Rubio, and I know that there's a lot of leaks coming out of these classified briefings, so I'm not going to confirm or deny or get into what the Secretary has said in classified settings to members of Congress. But I think that the administration has made it quite clear to the interim authorities in Venezuela that this is the Western Hemisphere, and American dominance is going to continue under this president.
If I could just ask, there have also been reports that the U.S. could potentially buy Greenland as one potential option on the table. What would such an offer look like? Is there anything monetarily you could provide, any details there?
Well, that's something that's currently being actively discussed by the president and his national security team. And I would point out that the acquisition of Greenland by the United States is not a new idea. This is something that presidents dating back to the 1800s have said is advantageous for America's national security. The president has been very open and clear with all of you and with the world that he views it in the best interest of the United States to deter Russian and Chinese aggression in the Arctic region. And so that's why his team is currently talking about what a potential purchase would look like. Jackie.
Caroline, just following up on Greenland, why not rule out taking it by military force?
I know that past presidents and past leaders have often ruled things out. They've often been very open about ruling things in and basically broadcasting their foreign policy strategy to the rest of the world, not just to our allies, but most egregiously to our adversaries. That's not something this president does. All options are always on the table for President Trump as he examines what's in the best interests of the United States. But I will just say that the president's first option always has been diplomacy. Again, look at Venezuela. He tried ardently to strike a good deal with Nicolas Maduro, and he told him, I will use the United States military and you will not like it if you don't take such a deal. And look at what happened. With respect to Iran, the president said the same thing, right? He tried to have serious interest in a deal with the Iranian regime with respect to their nuclear capabilities. They were not interested, and so Operation Midnight Hammer happened, which was another remarkable military success under the leadership of this commander-in-chief. So the president keeps his options open, but diplomacy is always the first.
Quickly, just one additional follow-up on that. Does the president recognize Denmark's ownership as part of the kingdom? Because there have been some Republican senators questioning, the claim that Denmark has to Greenland. Is the president in that camp with them, questioning the legality of
I have not heard him question it personally, but you're welcome to ask him yourself next time you have the chance.
Sanctions are being lifted for Venezuela. We got to lift some sanctions to let the oil come in. Can you talk about that just very briefly?
Yes, so the U.S. is selectively rolling back sanctions to enable the transport and the sale of Venezuelan crude and oil products to the global markets, yes.
Caroline.
Annie.
Thank you. There are some reports from Venezuela that the country's leaders are cracking down on the population, specifically suppressing public expression of support for Maduro's ouster. Is that kind of behavior consistent with what the president wants to see, how the president wants to see the leaders take on the population?
It would not be consistent, and I'll let the president's national security team speak further on that. I know they are well aware and tracking. Kelly.
Two questions. One, on the seized vessels, the Bella, the Sophia, can you tell us where they're headed, what happens to any existing cargo, and you reference personnel but potentially facing prosecution? That's one thing I'd like to follow on. And then
on the Bella.
Yes, okay. And on Annie's question, if I could also ask, does the administration believe that the interim regime should release all political dissidents and prisoners and return detained Americans?
That's not a question that I've personally spoken about to the president with, so I will let him answer that question. I don't want to make new policy at this podium today with respect to Venezuela. With respect to the two ships that you mentioned, I spoke with you about the Bella 1. There was another vessel this morning, the Sophia, that in coordination with the Department of War, the Department of Homeland Security apprehended it. This is a stateless, sanctioned, dark fleet motor tanker, and this occurred without incident. This vessel was operating in international waters and conducting illicit activities in the Caribbean Sea. The U.S. Coast Guard is escorting the Sophia to the United States for final disposition. To answer your question, Kelly, directly, this was through Operation Southern Spear. The Department of War is unwavering in its mission to crush illicit activity in the Western Hemisphere. And as the President has repeatedly stated, we're going to defend our homeland and restore security and strength across the Americas. Dasha. Dasha, go.
Caroline, thank you and Happy New Year.
Thanks, you too.
2 questions, one on Venezuela, one on Greenland. You've repeatedly at the podium called the current leadership in Venezuela interim leadership. There are Republicans and Democrats alike that say they want to see elections in Venezuela. The president had said it's too soon to do that right now, but is there a timeline for elections in Venezuela? Is he committed to seeing that this year, for example?
You just said the president has answered that question, so I will reiterate what the president has said a few times now to all of you, which is that it's too premature and too early to dictate a timetable for elections in Venezuela right now.
Caroline, you just talked to Jackie about diplomacy first, right? The Danes have repeatedly said they are willing to collaborate on all of the concerns that the president has, whether it's more troops, mineral rights, intelligence sharing. Why does the president feel he needs to own Greenland and not and put out the threat of military action when this could be done through diplomacy?
Well, who said diplomacy isn't taking place behind the scenes, Dasha? I mean, the president is interested in diplomacy. His national security team is as well. And of course, he's always willing to pick up the phone for everybody and hear out their concerns. But the president is the president of the United States of America, and he's always going to be very clear about what he views as being in our nation's best interest. Reagan.
Caroline, I have a question for you on Venezuela, and then I'd love to ask you about Minnesota and Tim Walz.
Sure.
On Venezuela, I'm wondering, does the administration hope to start sending more Venezuelan migrants back home or have them self-deport if the situation in the country improves?
As far as I'm concerned, the policies of the Trump administration and the Department of Homeland Security have not changed. All those illegally present in the country are subject to deportation. And I would just like to add, how we got here. The president was very clear on the campaign to the American public, and it's one of the many reasons they resoundingly reelected him back to this office, that he was not only going to crush foreign drug cartels, but that he was not going to stand by and watch as the illegitimate Venezuelan regime was sending illegal criminals and gang members and rapists and murderers to our country, which happened to the tune of thousands under the previous administration and president. And so there could be nothing more America first than this operation that took place last week. And I would just remind all of you in this room that there were innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungare who lost their lives at the hands of dangerous Venezuelan criminals who were sent here by the Maduro regime. And that has been the president's North Star and guiding principle throughout his entire policy since January 20th.
Tim Walz in Minnesota. Does the administration believe that Tim Walz potentially dropped out of the governor's race because he could be under criminal investigation?
I don't know if there's a criminal investigation. If there was, I wouldn't be able to comment on it from up here, to be honest with you. But I think Tim Walz probably dropped out of the race because he realizes he no longer has the support of the people of his own state, which is a remarkable downfall considering he was the number 2 on the Democrat Party's ticket just about a year ago. When it comes to Minnesota, the fraud that we have seen, the wide scale of fraud is really remarkable. It's egregious. I would encourage every single journalist in this room to go to Minnesota and to cover it yourselves. As for the Trump administration, we have officials who have been on the ground almost every day. Secretary Noem was there yesterday. Secretary Bessent will be traveling there later this week to talk about the fraud and to do a roundtable on this very topic. And I would just like to leave you with an update. To date, the Department of Justice has charged 98 total defendants in several Medicaid fraud and related case programs. 64 were convicted, and 85 of the 98 charged were of Somali descent. The DOJ has also issued over 1,700 subpoenas, executed over 130 search warrants, and they have now added more attorneys to their office there to absorb the case flow. DHS is on the ground going door to door conducting large-scale criminal and HSI investigations. They have also sent approximately 2,000 agents to Minneapolis to assist with law enforcement and immigration enforcement. As I said, Secretary Noem was on the ground yesterday. The Department of Health and Human Services has also begun requiring a justification and photo evidence for all child care related payments nationwide, and they required Minnesota to conduct a full audit of all child care centers. They also froze $185 million in funding to Minnesota. And Dr. Oz, who was just here, also notified Governor Walz they're going to begin auditing Medicaid recipients and deferring payments on claims based on waste, fraud, and abuse. The Department of Labor is also conducting a targeted review of Minnesota's unemployment program. Department of Agriculture requiring Minnesota to conduct recertification for SNAP recipients, and HUD has launched investigations into the public housing. SBA has also suspended nearly 7,000 borrowers amid suspected fraudulent activity. So, with all of that, rest assured, this is an all-hands-on-deck effort from the entire administration to get to the bottom of this and to ensure that the ripping off of taxpayers in the state of Minnesota, and it won't just be Minnesota, it'll be any state across this country where fraud has taken place, and we are protecting law-abiding, tax-paying American citizens. Phil.
Thank you, Caroline. Just to follow up on Greenland, there are treaties already on the books that give the United States access to the island. They can construct and maintain military bases there. We can house personnel on the island. The U.S. has control of landings, takeoffs, anchorages, etc. So I'm curious if you could just spell out for the American public, what specifically would the U.S. gain by taking control of Greenland that the U.S. doesn't already have access to right now?
More control over the Arctic region and ensuring that China and Russia and our adversaries cannot continue their aggression in this very important and strategic region. And there would be many other benefits as well that, again, the President and his national security team are currently talking about. Jeff, I'll give you another one.
A broad stand-back question on foreign policy. Are you concerned about increasing tensions with Russia because of the tanker seizures? And how does the U.S. action in Venezuela impact the ongoing relationship with China and the President's relationship with President Xi?
I think the President has very open, honest, and good relationships with both President Putin of Russia and also President Xi of China. He has spoken with them numerous times, as you know, since coming to office about a year ago, and I believe that those personal relationships are going to continue. But as for the President and the United States, he's going to enforce our policy that's best for the United States of America. And with respect to these ships seizures, that means enforcing the embargo against all dark fleet vessels that are illegally transporting oil, and only legitimate commerce, to answer your question much earlier, Rachel, determined by the United States is going to be permitted. And that's the policy of this administration, and he's not afraid to implement it.
One more stand back. Just one more stand back. I just asked the last one. I remember asking the President at the very beginning of his term if he was committed to Article 5 and NATO, and he said yes. Has his stance on NATO or his commitment to NATO changed?
Did you see his statement earlier today? He said we will always be there for NATO even if they are not there for us, and I think that answers your question directly. Yes.
Just to follow up on what Jeff was saying there, will the President commit that if any NATO members are attacked, the United States will come to it?
Again, the President addressed this directly himself this morning after seeing the coverage from all of you in this room on television, and he made it very clear we're always going to be there for NATO, even if they have not done right by the United States of America. And they have not, they have finally increased their defense spending at the request of this president, but it was only because of this president that they did that. We'll take a couple more. Michael, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Happy New Year and congratulations.
Thank
Two
you.
questions, if
You
I may.
too.
One on healthcare, one on Mexico. On healthcare, the president says he wants Republicans to be flexible on the Hyde Amendment in order to pass healthcare legislation. What is the White House's message to pro-life voters who say federal funding for abortion goes against their values?
Well, the president did not change the administration's policy. It was President Trump who signed an executive order protecting the Hyde Amendment. It's the Trump administration that has taken multiple actions on various fronts to ensure that taxpayer dollars are not funding the practice of abortion. What the president was saying yesterday was Republicans, and frankly Democrats too, need to show a little bit more flexibility so we can actually get something done with respect to the issue of health care. Republicans have amazing ideas. The president himself, as we spoke about earlier, has launched this Most Favored Nation drug pricing initiative, has cut good deals with Big Pharma. He wants to see Republicans and Democrats too, if they're willing, codify those executive orders into law so that these good deals can remain and these prices can continue to be lowered long after this president and this deal maker in chief is gone. Presidents talked a lot about health savings accounts and giving more money back to the healthcare consumer rather than to these giant insurance companies, and he's been very outspoken and tough on them too. And I think you'll see more and hear more from him directly on that issue. So he wants to see Congress get something done with respect to health care, and that was the point that he was driving home yesterday.
Mexico, Caroline,
Haley.
President Trump says the drug cartels are running Mexico. What action does he need to see Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum take to prove that she's in control of that country, in control of those cartels? And does the White House believe she's able to do that without U.S. intervention?
Look, I think the president was speaking very candidly and frankly about the reality on the ground in Mexico. Haley.
Caroline, Happy New Year. I wanted to
Thanks,
ask
you
you
too.
about the seized tanker, the Vela. There were reports before this that Russia had sent a submarine to escort it. Was there any engagement with that submarine? And then was the deconfliction line with Russia used ahead of boarding that?
Again, this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil. The vessel was deemed stateless after flying a false flag, and it had a judicial seizure order. And that's why the crew will be subject to prosecution. Mary.
On Colombia, the president talked over the weekend and suggested that he would be open to an operation there. Should the president of Colombia be expecting Delta Force anytime soon? And then I had another one for you on California.
That would be a very unwise question for me to answer, to weigh into. What's your next question?
On California, can you share any more about the fraud investigation? The president said that there was one. Who's being investigated and where is it starting?
Again, this is going to be a all-hands-on-deck government-wide effort. The president has directed all agencies across the board to look at federal spending programs in not just Minnesota, but also in the state of California to identify fraud and to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law all those who have committed it. Take one more. Sure.
Thank you. Caroline, yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of January 6th. Democrats and mainstream media continue to push their big lie that it was an insurrection and that police officers died that day. The reality is that 4 Trump supporters died on January 6th and 2 women were killed by January 6th police. Everybody knows Ashley Babbitt was shot in cold blood by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, but there was another woman, her name was Roseanne Boylan from Georgia, and she was pepperballed, gassed, and ultimately brutally beaten with a stick by January 6th police officer Lila Morris. The Biden administration and mainstream media lied and told Americans Roseanne Boylan died of a drug overdose on Capitol steps. Her family is now asking for an investigation. Is the administration aware of the circumstances of her death, and will there be an investigation finally?
Well, for investigation, I will have to defer you to either the FBI or the Department of Justice, and I'm sorry to have to do that. But with respect to all of the facts that you just laid out, the White House relished the opportunity yesterday to actually create a new website to share the facts with the American public, but also all those in this room. We knew the media would be covering January 6th quite a bit because they think it's something that the American people are still believing their lies on. They think it's something that still helps their case against this president. Obviously not, or else he wouldn't have been reelected in an overwhelming fashion in November of last year. And so I would encourage everyone to take a look at the website. It's quite well done. And thank you all very much. It's great to be back with you.
Thank you.
All right, that was the White House press briefing. And what I want to do is I want to update you guys. There has been a shooting in Minnesota, possibly involving immigrations and customs enforcement. Details are a little sketchy right now. Governor Walz called it an ICE-related shooting. Mayor Fry called it an ICE agent, shooting involving an ICE agent. So we're going to talk about that in a second. Really quick, let me just really quick while we have a second, I'm going to take a quick second. This is a sponsored broadcast. Now that we did the briefing, let me say a quick word from me about our sponsor, and as soon as that's over, we will get into the latest updates from Minneapolis. You know, a number of people these days are investing in gold, silver, and other precious metals as a way of diversifying their portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing some precious metals, one way you can do that is with a precious metals IRA. This is an IRS-approved type of IRA in which your savings are invested into gold or other precious metals. If that kind of thing sounds interesting to you, if you want to know more, you can reach out to the folks at Gold Safe Exchange. They specialize in gold IRAs and other precious metals IRAs. Gold Safe Exchange puts a priority on customer service and transparency. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They have a price match guarantee. If you find a lower quote, they'll beat it. And they explain their processes in clear language so their clients know what's happening with their money. Also, they abide by all government security and safety standards. So if you're even a little interested in opening a gold IRA or other precious metals IRA, call Gold Safe Exchange at 800-341-6727 for a no-pressure chat. Or visit them on the web at goldsafeexchange.com/agenda-free. And mention Agenda-Free TV when you reach out to access a special offer where you could get free gold or silver with qualifying purchases. All right, so let's talk about what we know about this shooting in Minneapolis. Governor Walz of Minnesota says, my public safety team is working to gather information on an ICE-related shooting this morning. We will share information as we learn more. In the meantime, I ask folks to remain calm. Mayor Fry of Minneapolis said, I am aware of a shooting involving an ICE agent at 34th Street in Portland. The presence of federal immigration enforcement agents is causing chaos in our city. We're demanding ICE leave the city immediately. We stand rock solid with our immigrant and refugee communities. There are some reports about what witnesses said happened, although this is unconfirmed. So, hold on a second here. So Minneapolis, is it Minneapolis or Minnesota? Hold on. Minnesota Public Radio News, NPR News, Minnesota Public Radio News said that a witness said, okay, this is NPR News reporting what a witness said. A witness said that she lives near the shooting. She saw a car blocking traffic that appeared to be part of a protest against federal law enforcement operations. She said she heard ICE agents telling the driver, a woman, to get out of here. Okay? And then the witness said that the driver was trying to turn around and the ICE agent was in front of her car and he pulled out a gun and put it right in and he reached across the hood of the car and shot her in the face like 3 or 4 times. The witness said his midriff was on her bumper. And then the witness said it appeared the car accelerated and traveled about 100 feet before striking a utility pole and some other vehicles. And the woman could be seen slumped over in her car. Now, again, I cannot confirm these details. But again, NPR talked to a witness that said she saw a car blocking traffic. It appeared to be part of a protest against federal law enforcement operations. She heard ICE agents telling the driver, a woman, to get out of here, to get out of here, get out of here. The witness said the woman was trying to turn around, and an ICE agent was in front of her car, and he pulled out a gun and reached across the hood and shot her in the face like 3 or 4 times. Then the car appeared to accelerate and travel about 100 feet before striking a utility pole and some other vehicles, and the woman could be seen slumped over inside the car. That's what a witness told NPR News. And Olivia Scootercaster also, who I think is there, Olivia Scootercaster, who I believe is there, either her or somebody with her company is there, and she's been posting some footage periodically. She said witnesses say a woman was shot in the face, possibly trying to flee ICE. So again, it's none of these details are confirmed. And she posted a photo, she posted a video, and I posted a screen grab of it on my X account, which showed which appeared to show the inside of a car with blood. That it seemed like maybe the airbag had been deployed, and there appeared to be blood on the airbag. Now, this happened I first heard about this, I want to say over an hour ago. I also saw an unconfirmed video of a woman getting CPR. Olya Scootercaster posted about this about an hour ago. And there is right now, I can see a couple of feeds showing, for example, Mercado Media on YouTube is showing a feed where there's a bunch of law enforcement there. I don't even know if ICE is still there. I did see on Mercado Media was showing a feed, and Olya Scootercaster posted this too. There were several people who appeared to be blocking a vehicle from leaving the area, and it looked like some sort of law enforcement sprayed pepper spray on the people. I saw that on Mercado Media's feed, and were pushing some people out of the road. Right now, Mercado Media is showing Minneapolis police talking to somebody. So I don't know of the law enforcement there right now, how much of that is Minneapolis police. Are the original ICE agents even still there? I don't know. But again, I don't know the specifics on what exactly happened. I'm passing along a couple of reported witness accounts, but I cannot tell you with confidence what happened there. But again, this was an ICE involved shooting, according to the governor and the mayor. I will look around and see if I can find anything else. I'll put up on our headline here. ICE involved shooting reported in Minneapolis. So for the moment, I'm going to try to get you a little more update on this. Again, Mercado Media is doing a stream on YouTube. He is at the place where it happened. I would assume that the person who was shot has been taken away at this point. I can't imagine they're still there. I can't tell you for sure, but I mean, this first got reported around an hour ago. But there's certainly a crowd of people out there and a bunch of law enforcement out there. Let me check some of the local reporting on this. Oops, and I did have a typo in the headline there. So KARE says witnesses ICE agent shoots woman after car crash incident. KARE reports that the Department of Homeland Security reportedly told NBC News that a woman rammed her car into ICE agents, which incited the shooting. DHS officials did not confirm whether the crash was between cars or between a vehicle and ICE agents. So, sounds like we're hearing some different stories here. Yes, NBC News says Department of Homeland Security spokesman Tricia McLaughlin said the incident was allegedly vehicle ramming related. According to McLaughlin, federal law enforcement said a woman rammed her car into them, but noted the department is still gathering information. So NBC News on reported ICE shooting in Minneapolis, they say, NBC News, again, Department of Homeland Security spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin said the incident was allegedly vehicle ramming related. According to McLaughlin, federal law enforcement said a woman rammed her car into them, but noted the department is still gathering information. Also, KARE, Minneapolis, reports that a burgundy SUV can be seen at the scene with a bullet hole through the driver's side windshield. That SUV is smashed into a light pole, and there are 2 damaged cars nearby. Hold on a second here. Now, ICE has recently, well, I don't know, is it ICE or federal law enforcement? Hang on a moment here. Yeah, 2,000 DHS law enforcement officers were recently deployed to the Twin Cities. Just yesterday, DHS posted on their social media just yesterday, "Good morning, Minneapolis." Let me just check some other local reporting. KSTP says that federal, city and state officials say federal law enforcement shot a woman in South Minneapolis. Here's what Senator Tina Smith posted from Minnesota. She said, "A U.S. citizen has apparently been shot by ICE agents in Minneapolis. I'm gathering information, but the situation on the ground is volatile. ICE should leave now for everyone's safety. Please be safe in Minneapolis." Maybe really quickly, I will change, hold on a second here. Just going to maybe change the description of the broadcast real quick while we cover this. Hold on a moment. Just give me 2 seconds here, guys, and I'll get you more updates on this. I just want to, if I can, I just want to give you, I just want to change, hold on a second here, sorry. There, that's what I need. Give me one moment. I'm just updating the thumbnail for the broadcast. If you give me 2 seconds here. I am almost done. I am almost done. And then more updates on the shooting. Oops, that's not good. Okay, all good. Let me actually, real quick, I'm also going to just post on our social media that we're talking about this. We are covering the reported ICE shooting in Minneapolis on our current stream. There. Okay. Oopsie. Okay. I think I'm just about caught up here. Thanks for your patience while I was updating a couple things. And let's get you the latest updates on this situation in Minneapolis. If you missed the White House press briefing, you can rewind. And also, we did show a bunch of the fraud hearing, which is still going on, but I do want to focus for the moment on this, on the shooting, and get you more information on that. Okay, so again, oh, and I actually, the other thing I can do, I can change the graphic over I have a different graphic right now. So if you give me 2 seconds, let me just do that. Okay, now, procrastinating painter says it's called it's care. Yeah, I can't. Thanks, procrastinating painter. I appreciate that. Care, not K-A-R-E. Thanks. Also, thanks. I am Charlie and Jennifer Taylor and X.E. Fjord. Thank you. Thanks, X.E. Fjord. I can't really do that right now, X.E. Fjord, because I am giving updates on Minneapolis, but you can rewind and watch the briefing on this broadcast. Thank you. Also, thanks Publicly Clear, McMarty Fly, Diane Lejewski, Sevenfold, Code 3, Code Blue, Heavenly Intervention, Building Karma, and Ned Flanders and Crazy Yoda and Ion Industries. Thank you. Did I thank also Rita DS7859 and Martin Ging? And also, all right. Yeah, so, you know, again, the incident happened a while ago. I first saw it about an hour and a half ago. There have been some protesters out there. Mercado Media is showing a stream of people out on the street, some people walking down the street. But really trying to figure out what I have not heard detailed. There's no official details on what exactly happened. So let's see if we can find out more. Oh, hold on. Did BNO News said Homeland Security announced something? Breaking news, right here. Homeland Security has an announcement. Today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of those violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. Now, this is what Homeland Security is claiming. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and deceased. The ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. This is the direct consequence of constant attacks and demonization of our officers by sanctuary politicians who fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement, who are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats. This is an involving situation, and we will give the public more information as soon as it becomes available. So that's a different account than the witness account that NPR posted. Again, I still can't tell you exactly what happened. It appears that what happened is there was a car involved and an ICE officer shot at close range. The one witness said at close range, the person driving the car. What exactly happened, where the car was and where the ICE people were and all of that stuff, I can't tell you. I don't know. So that is what Homeland Security is claiming happened. Lynn says I would like to see the video. So maybe there are either people who took footage of it on the street, or maybe law enforcement had body cameras. Maybe there is footage of this. I don't know. But ICE shoots and kills says it was defensive. Okay. Okay. Hang on a second here. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Hold on. All right. Thanks for your patience. I just want to update the description here. So again, breaking news. Breaking news. Homeland Security has now said that a person was shot and killed by ICE. Homeland Security, let me read this again. Today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters, they say, began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. Just to be clear, this is ICE's side of the story. NPR had a witness account which was quite different from this, and I cannot personally verify exactly what happened, but this is ICE's side of the story. This is DHS's side of the story. DHS says an ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. The ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. This is the direct consequence of constant attacks and demonization of our officers by sanctuary politicians who fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement, who are facing 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase in death threats. This is an evolving situation, and we will give the public more information as soon as it becomes available. Give me one other moment here. I need to see if I can change. Hang on a second here. Hey, Paula Thompson, our viewer, thinks ICE is lying and there are witnesses. So anyways, hey, Facebook, if you're watching on Facebook, this is just a message for our Facebook viewers. By the way, thanks to Sophie Coretta for the stars. Thank you, Sophie. If you are watching on Facebook, I am just going to restart the Facebook stream. Facebook only, okay, Facebook folks? So Facebook folks, what I want you to do on Facebook, because on Facebook I can't really change the broadcast information. So if you're watching on Facebook, in about 10 seconds, I'm going to stop and then start the stream. Christy Claft says they have it on video. Oh, there's footage on Fox 9? Okay. Hey, Facebook. I will restart the Facebook stream in 10 seconds. Okay, so for Facebook only, I'm going to, just Facebook only, this stream will restart on Facebook with the correct title, the new title, in a moment. Okay, so Facebook, I am going to restart you now. Hang on a moment here. Facebook, all right, I'm going to end the Facebook stream now. And Facebook, I'll be back on your Facebook in about 15 seconds. All right, so I'm ending the Facebook stream. And what I'm going to do is just update the title and the description on Facebook. And I'm going to do that. And now I'm going to turn this back on Facebook. Okay. All right, hold on a moment. Just give me a moment here. Give me a moment. People are messaging me and stuff, and just hold on a second. Thanks for your patience.
And again, here we are.
Hold on, sorry. Again, a woman was, it was a female. A female, news is reporting, multiple outlets have said it was a female who was shot and killed. I'm going to say woman in Minneapolis. All right. Hang on a moment. I have not heard yet of a press conference yet. I'm looking. Now, Kristi Noem is giving she's a Department of Homeland Security. She's giving a TSA press conference. All right, so Kristi Noem with the Department of Homeland Security is giving a press conference on national security technology, but maybe she'll talk about this. It hasn't started yet, though. Although, who knows? Maybe she'll not give it. All right, I'm keeping an eye on it right now. Let me just put this somewhere. All right, so we're waiting for I'm waiting for the, Kristi Noem is supposed to at any moment do a press conference on national security technology. But, so if she does do that, Fox says there will be an update soon. Like a police update or something. I'm looking to see if I have anything, I'm looking around here. Oh, breaking news, Tricia McLaughlin posts the same thing. I already read you the statement from Homeland Security. That's not new. So let me see. I'm waiting to see. Fox says there will soon be an update. Hang on one sec here. There's a lot going on. All right, if I can see, I can't steal their footage. I can see videos showing there's a crowd at the scene and a bunch of law enforcement there. Oh, hold on. So Kristi Noem's about to speak. Hang on a moment. Let me show you this. Well, is she going to talk about this or not? Just hang on 1 second here. Hang on. Give me 1 second.
The border buoy.
This is Kristi Noem right here.
Traffic. We tested these in Texas. We know they're very effective. What you see today looks a little bit different than what Texas placed. We've gone with a new improved edition. We continue to get better as we secure this border. We are seeing unprecedented decrease in traffic on the southern border, across the northern border as well, and it's clearly because of the policies and the support we're getting from President Trump and Secretary Noem. I want to take a few minutes to introduce you to Paul Perez. He is the president of the National Border Patrol Council. I'd like him to come.
Let's keep an eye on this. So there's Kristi Noem. She's right there. So she's a Department of Homeland Security secretary. Now, let's see if she says anything when she speaks about this. I have no idea if she's going to talk about it. Because this press conference isn't about that. But she's going to speak. So we're monitoring for her to speak. It's kind of strange because this is not about that, but she is going to be speaking. Oh, is the city of Minneapolis doing a briefing? Hold on a moment here. One of our viewers claimed the city of Minneapolis is doing a briefing. Is that true? Let me look around. Oh, what's she saying? Hold on. What's she saying? What's she saying?
Banks for everything that he is doing to continue to complete the work of securing our border and to protect this country. I also want to thank Paul for being here today. He always shows up not just for our agents, but for the American people and speaks truth to every single situation and challenge that this country faces. And I also want to thank the other individuals that are behind me. I also have Chief Jared Ashby, who's with me. He's the Chief Patrol Agent of the Rio Grande Valley Sector, and he's joining us as well. I think you've been on the job a couple of weeks? Yes, ma'am. 2 weeks. And he's doing a great job. We still aren't letting...
We will have a press conference from City of Minneapolis coming up. Press conference from City of Minneapolis coming up.
Of the Army National Guard with us. He currently serves as the brigade commander over Task Force Guardian. Oversees almost 3,000 soldiers that are deployed to the border from Del Rio to Brownsville, Texas, right here. With him is Captain Muse, who's also serves alongside the Coast Guard, and we're grateful for their service and their operation down here at the border. As you know, not only do we have our Border Patrol each and every day securing our border, but they're doing that in cooperation with a partnership between the Department of War and also the Coast Guard that has deployed down here as a part of Operation Riverwall. We are continuing to put the American people first and to keep them safe. And we do that, first of all, by making sure that we're a nation of borders. We recognize, and President Trump recognizes, that a nation with no borders is no nation at all. And our laws need to be enforced. And that is a dramatic change, especially in this part of America down here at the southern border from what the Biden administration was enforcing. They ignored our laws, allowed an invasion of dangerous criminals, known and suspected terrorists to come into our country, and every day while we work to remove them, we are still focused on making sure that this border barrier is safe and that these families here are secure. This morning I met with several local farmers and ranchers.
Really quick, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Noem is speaking right now. She doesn't seem to be talking about the ICE shooting. We will have live coverage for you of the City of Minneapolis press conference that's supposed to start in about 8 minutes. We will have live coverage of that for you, okay? And again, it doesn't sound like she's talking about this incident at all, but we'll listen in again on Kristi Noem.
But also the land that had been in their family for generations. Today, they told a very different story. They told a story of land that had essentially been given back to them, that now they could go out there and check their crops, work the ground safely, not be in fear of danger. They could go out and walk up and down their roads without the concern of being run over by cartel members moving their loads of dope across the border and into the United States. And they also told the stories and the memories of the horrific encounters that they had to deal with in their own home communities because of what Joe Biden was doing to this country. Joe Biden invited chaos into America in the form of the 4-year border crisis that has been unprecedented and broke a lot of what makes America great, and President Trump has been focused on putting it back together and making sure that Americans know that they have a leader that believes in them and wants to give them a chance at the American dream. Those ranchers that I spoke with and those farmers that I spoke with this morning, they're all Americans that agree that our country needs to be safe and needs to be secure, and they're grateful for President Trump's leadership. In 2025, daily illegal alien apprehensions at the southwest border have dropped by 95%. And for almost 10 months in a row, nearly a year, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into our country. That is a record-setting amount of time period that we have had. And we have also seen 2.6 million illegal aliens removed from the United States of America. That includes almost 700,000 that have been arrested and deported and brought to justice, and then almost 2 million that have left voluntarily, because we sent a very clear message to the world that if you are in the United States illegally, go home now. If you wait until we detain you and deport you, you will never get the chance to come back and be a part of the American dream. The American people have a lot to celebrate in this historic year.
Okay, so she doesn't seem to be talking about the incident in Minneapolis. So we are waiting for the press conference to come up. If you're just joining us, an ICE officer shot and killed a woman in Minneapolis. Now, ICE is claiming this was, Department of Homeland Security is claiming this was done defensively. The Department of Homeland Security claims that the woman was a violent rider who was attempting to run over law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them. There are some eyewitness accounts that seem different from that. For example, NPR, which is Minnesota Public Radio, they posted an account, hang on, which was that, hold on, their account was of a witness who lives nearby, and the witness who lives nearby said she saw a car that was blocking traffic that appeared to be part of a protest against federal law enforcement operations. She heard ICE agents telling the driver to get out of here. The witness said the driver was attempting to turn around and an ICE agent was in front of her car and he pulled out a gun very close to her car and reached across the hood of the car and shot her in the face like 3 or 4 times. And then the car accelerated about 100 feet before striking a utility pole and some other vehicles. So there is this question of what exactly happened here. We're waiting for a press conference which is supposed to come up in 4 minutes from the city. 4 minutes until the press conference. Okay, so, is there a video floating around online? Sorry, I haven't even checked. Let me check and see. Sorry, people might have sent it to me. I'll look for that, and but I also want to make sure you're going to see the press conference. Is she talking about it yet or not? Let's see.
We will continue to deploy technology to meet the challenges that we have in front of us. And as we continue to stop these small...
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. There's a video floating around. I'm going to look at it right now, and then, hold on. I'm looking at it right now. I'm going to post a link to it. Hold on a second. The car backs up. All right. Hey guys, I'm posting a video right now that Max Nestorak posted with the Minnesota Reformer. He said it was shared with him. All right, so I'm posting the link to the video. I don't own the rights to the video, but I just posted it in the chat.
Get the chance to live in America where they can get...
All right, guys, let's go to the... Let me put on the screen. I want to put the city of Minneapolis on the screen because we're waiting for the press conference to start. Give me one moment here. What I need to do is get rid of this. No. Get rid of there. There it is. Okay, we don't want this. Okay, so we're waiting for the, oh, and this will be live Minneapolis. I just posted on my X account a video of the incident, a purported video of the incident. I'll post the link in the chat again for you, okay? I am posting the link again. No, I'm not playing Gnome anymore because she doesn't seem to be talking about this. I want to watch it again myself. But I just posted the link. And there might be other videos. I'm sorry, I just saw that one. Hold on. Hold on. I'm watching it myself here again. One moment here. So, if I can describe the video, there are several officers go up to this, like an SUV, and they're saying, get out of the car. And the SUV starts backing up slowly, and then it kind of pulls out. It pulls forward, and as it pulls forward, that's when the shooting happens. Now, where was the officer who shot? So the car's backing up, and then officers get out of their car, and then they go over to it, and they're saying, get out of the car. Then one officer is trying to pull the door open. Yeah, it looks like there was an officer who was sort of at the front corner of the vehicle. At the front corner, and then when the car pulled out, that officer is the one who shot her. I'll post it again. I'll post it again. I just posted the link again. No, I'm not going to show the video. I don't own it, and I'm not allowed to show videos of people getting shot and killed. Oh, B&O News show, a new video from B&O News. I'll post a link to this one too. I haven't even watched it yet. Here's a different angle. There's a different angle. B&O News just posted it. Let me watch this one here. I actually think the first one is a bit, more clear on where the person shooting was. So again, I'm going to post a link to that one in the chat again. Let me actually post for more videos. Please see Steve's X account, because I can't show those on the air, but I am reposting them on my X account. If the mods can help me pin that, I'll pin that post on YouTube, but if the mods can help me pin it on the other platforms, that would be great. Thank you. All right, so we are waiting any moment now. There's supposed to be, there's supposed to be a press conference. The clock on it says 2 minutes on the press conference, about 2 minutes. So we're waiting to hear. But again, this was in Minneapolis, and ICE officers told a woman to get out of her car, and she appeared to back up and then pull away, and then was shot in the face, shot and killed. Get out of the car. One of the officers tries to open the door. Wow. Now it's interesting. Whoa, sorry. I think one officer shot. I don't think more. I didn't see more than one officer shot, but I'm not sure. Again, I'll post the link again. We're waiting for the press conference to start. Oh, Kristi Noem just spoke about it, I guess. I missed that. Kristi Noem spoke about it, I think. She said it was domestic terrorism. All right, I'm going to try to get the Kristi Noem quote about it. I should be able to get it for you. I have the video, but I don't want to miss the press conference. So hang on a moment. Let me just see if I can get this clip. Oh, try it this way. Yes, I can show you right now. I have the video. I can just go, we can rewind and find when she talked about it. Give me a moment here. Hang on. I'm finding when Kristi Noem talked about it. If I can hear. Why am I not hearing anything? Oh, hold on. Trying to find where she talked about it. We're waiting for the press conference to start. I got it. All right, here's what Kristi Noem had to say. Here is what Kristi Noem had to say. I'm going to play it for you right now. Here's what Kristi Noem had to say about it. As we wait for the City of Minneapolis press conference, I'm going to play you right now what Kristi Noem moments ago had to say. Let me get this on the screen for you. All right, here's what she had to say moments ago.
Yes. So a couple of questions there. You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such. We will continue to protect our ICE officers and in cooperation with other law enforcement agencies as well. You've seen me in the last couple of days deploy over 2,000 more officers to the Minneapolis area. And in the last 2 days, we've arrested hundreds and hundreds of dangerous criminals. Not just fraudsters who stole from the American people billions of dollars and put it in their pockets and enriched their friends from overseas and themselves, but also individuals who committed acts of murder and rape and trafficking and drug exploitation and child exploitation. So we're going to continue to do our work. And I want to remind everybody that The act like we saw today of using a vehicle to try to kill an officer and his colleagues and the other people around him is something that every politician, every elected official, everyone in this country should be able to rally around and say that it is wrong. And that sanctuary cities and sanctuary states that protect individuals who do that should no longer be allowed. That those individuals that are in leadership positions in these sanctuary jurisdictions need to work with us to make sure that every single person that's out there enforcing the law can be safe, but also so that all of our citizens can continue to be safe too. Domestic acts of terrorism like this will not stand, and I'm grateful that we have the leadership in Washington, D.C. that recognizes it, and will make sure that it's working to keep every single community safe, regardless of who's in charge in that city. President Trump gets up every day and will work to keep people safe, whether they're in a red state or a blue state or in a city that has a Republican mayor or a mayor that has a Democratic mayor. He's going to fight for every single American to make sure they live in a safe community and can raise their kids without fear. Yes.
Okay, so we just heard, that was moments ago from Secretary Noem. What I'm going to do is I'm going to post again a link to the video of what happened. I'm going to post it in the chat, and I posted it on my X account as well. Many of you have seen it. I just posted it again. And, you know, you see officers approaching a SUV that's in the middle of the road. Somebody says, get out of the car. One of them tries to open up the door, and the car backs up a bit and then turns and starts to accelerate away from the officers. And an officer that's around the front left of the vehicle then fires shots. You can watch the video. So you heard what we're waiting. Any moment now, there's supposed to be a press conference from the city of Minneapolis. But I just want to play you, not the whole answer, just the start of her answer. About her explanation of what happened, or her claim about what happened. Kristi Noem. All right, this is moments ago. This is what Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, claimed happened.
So a couple of questions there. You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are...
All right, so that was her explanation of what happened. Okay? Okay, you can watch the video. I just posted the link to the video again. We are waiting for the City of Minneapolis press conference. Any moment now, press conference from the City of Minneapolis. But this woman is dead. Let me put that up there on the screen for you. There it is. That's the live feed there. We are waiting for this press conference to begin at any moment. We'll see what the city press conference says. A quick thank you to the Christian Fight, Marcus Planespotting Germany, Mitchell Pilot, Bleak FX, Tim Bowman, User12H, Jennifer Taylor, Procrastinating Painter, I Am Charlie, and C. Serwin. I also want to shout out our mods as well, if I have a second here. Thanks to our moderators over on Twitch, Hearsay, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. On Facebook, thanks to our moderators over there, I really appreciate it. We have, hold on a second here. Thanks to all of our moderators there, very much appreciate it. And I know we've had Kay, Larry Body, and Margaret Riley moderating. Thanks to our moderators over on YouTube, Ruth, Leslie Ladyhawk, Beth Mythical. Thank you. And we have Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate on X. Let me read a couple of comments here. Now, Marcus Planespotting Germany says, don't know if that is proportionality of means. Mitchell Pilot thinks the officer was clearly in front of the vehicle and the vehicle clearly drove towards him. Mitchell Pilot thinks it doesn't matter if her intention was to run him over or not. Nice Jungle says, totally self-defense, nothing burger. One of our viewers said it's victim blaming. Ginger thinks if she wanted to run them over, she would have. The Master thinks it's murder. Well, we have viewers with different takes on this, clearly. I will again post the link to the video. I have posted 2 different videos of this, reposted on my X account. I cannot show them here, but we are going to have the press briefing coming up. Press conference coming up. Oh, thank you, Maxie Puig on Facebook for the stars. I wonder if they'll show any of the videos during the press briefing. I mean, I would assume the people giving the press briefing would have seen the videos by now. I'll be shocked if they say they haven't. I mean, you can find them on social media. I've seen 2 different ones. There are 2 different ones, but there's one to me that's more clear. I mean, clear about where everybody is. It's not totally clear. I just posted it again. Now, it's also possible that there could be other videos coming out because people might have been there and just not posted the videos. Again, we're waiting for the press conference to start. We're waiting for it. I know there's a podium there, but it has not started yet. So we have the live feed on. As soon as it starts, the feed will go to it and we will watch it. I do wonder if part of the reason it was delayed is it's very possible that they were about to give this press conference and then they saw the videos. Because, I mean, a bunch of us have just seen them in the last 20, 30 minutes. Thank you to Backwood Texan. For your support. And C. Serwin. Harry S. thinks you can see the officer has to move out of the way as she accelerates. Violante says running from the cops is not supposed to be a death sentence. Paulina, she thought it did look like self-defense. Barcodable thinks that the ICE agent had a camera on too, and we will never see that video. Well, there were a bunch of law enforcement there. So It's possible that they all had cameras on. I don't know. I'd have to look, and I still don't know. But I mean, it's possible that there are multiple law enforcement body cam videos of this that we haven't seen. Thank you, Eddie J. Puckett, who says, I spent 25 years in law enforcement and no officer wants to use their gun and would only use deadly force to protect themselves. Thank you, Eddie. Also, Crazy Yoda, who says, comply when officers tell you to exit vehicle. Don't accelerate towards officers. Retired law enforcement. Blue Dieno, our viewer, says if you support ICE, you're a boot-licking fascist. One of our viewers says ICE does not have body cams. I don't know, you know, there may have been multiple different law enforcement institutions with people there when it happened. So I don't know if there very well could be other private or law enforcement videos that come out. I will post that link again of the video. Again, I can't show it here, and we're just waiting for the press conference to start. I just posted it again. Remember, Homeland Security claims. Oh, hold on. Here it is. Here's the video. We're live. We're live right now.
There's a lot of information that is swirling around right now, and we collectively are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation in full. But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care as soon as possible. And to the family, I'm so deeply sorry. There's nothing that I can say right now that's going to make you or your relatives or the friends of the victim feel any better. There were, I believe, 2 Minneapolis police officers that responded and were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of ICE and federal officers that were there at the time. Having them there was only causing more chaos. Having them there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now, and justice is what we've all got to get. Next, a message to our community. Look, we all know that the agenda of this Trump administration is to create chaos. Let us respond right now with our best versions of self. This is a moment where all of us in Minneapolis and beyond, we can rise to the occasion. We can show them who we are. We can show them the kind of courage, bravery, love, and compassion that makes Minneapolis, Minneapolis, and that makes America, America. We are better than a bunch of ICE agents being deployed to cities around the country and ripping apart families and communities. We're better than that. And so we are going to meet that hate with love. We are going to meet that despair with hope. We are going to meet that injustice with constitutional justice ourselves. And we're going to make sure that in this very difficult moment, we do not take the bait that these ICE agents are trying to create and that the federal government, to be clear, wants. They want us to respond in a way that creates a military occupation in our city. They want an excuse to come in and show the kind of force that will create more chaos and more despair. Let's not let them. Let's rise to this occasion. Let's show them something far more beautiful than the kind of division that they're trying to stoke. Let's show them unity of purpose, of love, and the courage of our conviction. Our conviction, to be clear, is rock solid, and it is for our neighbors, all of our neighbors. It's for people who have lived here for 80 years. It is for new immigrants who have made this city a better place. That's the kind of love that we're going to show up with right now. If you're angry, I get it. I am too. If you're feeling that kind of despair, it's understandable. Let's show them who we can be. Let's show up with peace. To march, to protest, to hug one another, to love all the way with peace. Do not give them what they want. Finally, we've got a lot of work that needs to happen right now to make sure that, first, of course, the scene was secured as much as possible, that we were able to get the victim, now deceased, to the hospital. We've got a lot of work to do in the coming days. I want to thank our city enterprise for the work that they have done, but more importantly, what they're about to do, because this is going to be heavy and our city has been through a lot. We also know that we're prepared to do right for people. Among them is our chief of police. I'll invite him up.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''Hara. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. This morning, Minneapolis police officers received a report of federal law enforcement being involved in a deadly force incident, meaning shots had been fired. Minneapolis police officers responded to the scene. We arrived and found a woman with a gunshot wound to the head. Life-saving measures were performed at the scene, including CPR. The woman was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center, where she has since been pronounced deceased. The preliminary information that we have indicates that this woman was in her vehicle and was blocking the roadway on Portland Avenue, midway between 33rd Street and 34th Street in the city. At some point, a federal law enforcement officer approached her on foot, and the vehicle began to drive off. At least 2 shots were fired. The vehicle then crashed on the side of the roadway. Minneapolis police officers secured the crime scene and assisted in trying to preserve the evidence that is there. We have since turned over the scene both to the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which will be conducting an investigation into this use of deadly force. I want to thank the mayor, city council president, other members of the city council, state legislators that were on the scene. This has been a very difficult time for everyone in the city. And this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. And I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place. That being said, I just echo the mayor's comments that we ask that the community continue to call for peace. We understand people are going to be upset about what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights. But please do so safely and lawfully to ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in this city or destruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, council members. Commissioner, I'll open it to questions.
Any idea on the identity of the ICE officer who fired those shots at this point?
I don't have that information, no. The question was, is there an identity of the ICE officer that fired? I do not have that.
Mayor, we're hearing that ICE officers stopped a position from helping the lady who was shot. Is that true? We've seen video, it's all over social media, that someone tried to help this lady, and they were pointed guns at and told to get away. Do you know about that at all?
So the question was, there's information out there that people tried to help the woman that was shot, and ICE officers then pointed guns at them and told them to leave. I do not have that information. I myself saw a video of the shots being fired as the car was driving away. What I can tell you is the narrative that this was just done in self-defense is a garbage narrative. That is not true. It has no truth. And it needs to be stated very clearly since we have already seen a video of it. I do not know as to what you're talking about.
So, Mayor, she wasn't driving.
Over here.
She wasn't driving a car toward him, using her vehicle as a weapon.
That does not appear to be the case at all.
What's the city's protocol when an observer or an activist calls 911? They say an agent's following them or an agent's pointing a gun at them. How does the city of Minneapolis handle that situation going forward, considering what just happened today?
Repeat it one more time. I missed the first part of what you said. I'll turn it over to the chief.
What does the city do when someone calls 911 and a federal agent's pointing a gun at them, that sort of thing?
I'll turn it over to the chief. The question is, what does someone do when a federal agent is pointing a gun at them? Chief.
So, if I heard you correctly, the question is about when people call 911, what is the city's protocol in these situations? We've had a very dramatic increase in 911 calls related to this activity. We have a protocol in place that has been evolving as the situation has been changing. And at this time, there is a designated supervisor that is on duty 24/7 that fields those calls. And we do everything that we can to ensure that they are appropriately prioritized, with the priority being placed upon the protection of life and safety of everyone in the community.
Can you tell us any more about the woman who was fatally shot? Was she there as a legal observer, protester, bystander? What do you know that you can share?
So the question was, what can I share about the deceased? There is nothing to indicate that this woman was the target of any law enforcement investigation or activity. This woman was in her car, and it appears then blocking the street because of the presence of federal law enforcement, which is obviously something that has been happening not just in Minneapolis, but around the country. She appears to be a middle-aged white woman.
Just about a month ago, you said these unplanned and questionable tactics by federal agents would result in someone being killed at a press conference right here. Do you consider today's tactics in line with that, or do you just have a generic response to the fact that somebody is now dead?
The question is that I had previously made several statements about being concerned about the tactics being employed. I am obviously very concerned that I have been told that a woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. However, I do not know, to be clear, I do not know the exact circumstances of the shooting, but I would tell you, in any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who's not armed. But it also is something that is possible. At times, it is justified. But it is very concerning, and it's something that most law enforcement agencies in the country train very intensely to try and minimize the risk that law enforcement officers get placed into a situation that the need for deadly force would be necessary. I didn't hear the question.
Has there been any indication of the need to shoot into the vehicle?
The question was any indication about the need. I guess getting back to the justification of this, I have not seen any information other than what I have communicated.
Was she alone in the car? Were there children in the car with her?
The question was if she was alone in the car. I know that I got there shortly after this call came in. I did not see anyone else with her while I was on the scene. However, I've since been told by our officers that have been with her the entire time that a spouse has arrived at the hospital.
Mayor, just curious if you're thinking about contacting federal authorities to register your concerns about this, I mean, personally making phone calls, et cetera.
Yes, we've been on the phone all morning. As soon as we learned about this, again, there were a series of priorities that we needed to go through. The first, of course, is to keep people safe and to help the victim in any way that we could. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There was the notion that ICE agents would be necessary to create a perimeter around the scene itself. They themselves were creating the kind of dysfunction and chaos that they claimed to be trying to help with. And so the message that we delivered very clearly was to make them leave. Now, beyond leaving the scene, they should also leave our city and our state. We do work, our chief does work, our sheriff does work every single day to keep people safe in our city and in our state. And crime is dramatically down. Crime is down. It continues to trend down. They are doing the hard work of investigating, of arresting perpetrators of violent crime. What this federal administration is doing right now is not about creating safety. Do not let them tell you that what they are doing is about creating safety. It is not. It is having the opposite impact. We need to be clear-eyed about the work that is moving forward, and they need to leave Minneapolis.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Mayor, you may know this with your legal background. If the shooting is found to not be justified, does the city have any legal, or the state rather, have any legal recourse to bring charges against this ICE agent, given that this person is a federal agent, if the feds don't?
So, obviously, and I have to always lead with this caveat because it is true, an investigation still does need to be conducted. I had my perception of what took place based on the vehicle and the vehicle's positioning. It does not appear that the individual is trying to ram anybody. Now, the question was, if it is in fact found to be an unjustified shooting, who issues the charge, who prosecutes, how does justice take place? I don't know the answer in full to that. This is obviously information that we're still working out. Chief, do you have any additional information, or Commissioner?
The only thing I would add to the mayor's statement is that the crime scene was held by the Minneapolis Police Department, and the investigation is now being led jointly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And the purpose of their involvement would be to investigate whether any state laws within the state of Minnesota have been violated.
One more
Can I just add something to that too?
Oh, sorry.
What's very important is that for our communities that we do have some kind of part in this investigation. It needs to be done on a local level. With all due respect to the federal level, we do need to make sure that our local agencies are involved. Most certainly the BCA is very well capable of working with our federal partners in doing so. That is something that is needed for our communities, and so that's something that I can tell you that there's already been conversations from the U.S. Attorney's Office to the BCA that have already taken place today. How that's going to roll out, we don't know yet, but we are making sure that there is some kind of local entity, namely the BCA, that has a part in this investigation for the purposes of transparency and expedient transparency as to what happened today.
One more. If that's it. Thank
So,
you, everybody.
final piece, again, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you to the media for being here and disseminating this very important information around this tragic incident. To reiterate a final message to our community members, I understand the anger. Let's unite around hope and love and peace and getting justice. That's what we need to be doing right now. I appreciate the service from everybody up here as well as the 435,000 people that call Minneapolis home. Thank you.
Got some housekeeping for you in just a moment after everyone leaves.
So we just heard from the mayor and the police chief there in
Okay,
Minneapolis.
so all media questions, first of all, I'm Scott Wasserman, I'm the communications director at the city. All media questions should go to communications@minneapolismn, like Minnesota, communications@minneapolismn.gov. There was a question earlier about what happens when you call 911. We have some information on our website, Minneapolis.
So we heard from the mayor and we heard from the police chief. The mayor clearly doesn't feel the shooting was justified. I don't believe the police chief weighed in on that, but the mayor did not feel the shooting was justified. I believe the police chief said there were at least 2 shots, and this was a 37-year-old woman who was shot and killed, and the car was initially her car was blocking the street initially. I'm going to just, again, I have posted 2 different videos of this, which I can't show here, but I have posted 2 different videos on my X account. My X account is pinned in the chat, and I will post the link to one of them in the chat right now. And I have been posting it. So you can go to I just posted the link. You can go to my X account, which is, again, pinned in the chat, @Lookner. And if you just scroll down, you'll see the 2 different ones that I've seen. There may be more floating around. And you can see for yourself what happened and decide for yourself what to think. It's not good that we have a person that's dead now, and I don't know any. We don't know the name of this person. She was a 37-year-old white woman who was not originally the target of a law enforcement operation. So she was not originally a target, say, of ICE in whatever operation they were doing. We know that, but aside from that, I don't really know. But I have, again, posted 2 different links, 2 different videos. I've seen 2 different ones. Those are the 2 I've seen so far. Oh, is there another one here? Hold on a second here. I'm seeing maybe a 3rd one. Hold on a second here. No. Where is this one? Hang on. What is this one I'm looking at here? I'm looking. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. There's another video from ABC5, which is a video in the distance which shows the car as it pulls away. And it certainly makes contact with one of the officers. I'm pretty confident that we will have people with different views on what this video suggests about the shooting itself. I'll post a link to that in the chat as well. I should post the video, actually, if you give me a second here. I'd like to find the original source of that. Hang on one moment here. Oh, it's KSTP posted it on Instagram. It's an Instagram video that KSTP posted. All right, give me a moment. What I'll do is I'll repost it on X. I'll repost it on my account so you can see it there. But KSTP posted one on their Instagram from a distance. So just give me 2 seconds here. Let me just pull this up. Okay, I see it right here. Hold on. Okay, I just posted it on my X account. I will post a link to that in the chat as well. So I have 3 different ones I have reposted on my X account. So you can get information about what happened. There might be more. I'm checking. People have been writing into me, and so I'm trying to look over some of the messages people have sent me. Now, Mercado Media is out at the scene, and there's a bunch of people there. It looks pretty. It's not like a bunch of people are out on the street, but things seem relatively calm at the moment where it happened. You can check out Mercado Media on YouTube. And thanks for people who've been sending me links and updates that they've been seeing. By the way, a quick thank you to Chase Wilhelm and Bonnie Goodwin and Quiet Wyatt Beats and Goxbirds and Missouri Mahler and I Am Charlie and Cool Buff Dad and Test Channel and Roberto Gallegos, LK Ghost, Rose Starbright, HW, Motivational Living, Sevenfold. Thank you. And look, we have a lot of different people with a lot of different views on this, on whether this shooting was justified or not. Many people with different views. Chris N. says, I think the mayor is going to be sorry for what he said. Yakuza thinks the agent was not in front of the car. Jim Stanley thinks the angle from far away is pretty clear she hit the officer. Russ Dog says she hit him, but just a bump. Ghost of Putin says, seems like excessive force. I would not be surprised if there's even more videos that come out. And there may be law enforcement videos too that we haven't seen. Let me also check and just see if the local reporting has anything updated. I mean, look, there are multiple videos out there showing angles on what happened. So, you know, there's that. And we know, again, she was 37 years old, a 37-year-old white woman whose car was blocking the street during a law enforcement operation. And she was not a target of a law enforcement operation originally. Thanks Eddie J. Puckett, who thinks that the last video shows the officer was hit and pushed out of the way. Thanks, Eddie. I'm the Batman says, never have seen so many mixed views on a subject before in here. T-Dig says, I've seen 3 angles so far. Yes, I have seen 3 different videos, and I have posted them all on my X account, @Lookner. Those are the 3 I have seen. Snapper thinks she was turning away from the officers after she backed up. A number of our viewers said she should have gotten out of the car when she was told to. Now remember, Christy Noam, now that you've seen the video, let me just show you what Department of Homeland Security said. So here is what Christy Noam said before, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. She spoke, this was earlier, before the press conference, Christy Noam spoke, And this is what she said about it. If I can.
So a couple of questions there. You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day. These vehicle rammings are domestic acts of terrorism. We're working with the Department of Justice to prosecute them as such. We will continue to protect our ICE officers and in cooperation with other law enforcement agencies as well. You've seen me in the last couple of days deploy over 2,000 more officers to the Minneapolis area. And in the last 2 days, we've arrested hundreds and hundreds of dangerous criminals. Not just fraudsters who stole from the American people billions of dollars and put it in their pockets and enriched their friends from overseas and themselves, but also individuals who committed acts of murder and rape and trafficking and drug exploitation and child exploitation. So we're going to continue to do our work. And I want to remind everybody that the act like we saw today of using a vehicle to try to kill an officer and his colleagues and the other people around him is something that every politician, every elected official, everyone in this country should be able to rally around and say that it is wrong. And that sanctuary cities and sanctuary states that protect individuals who do that should no longer be allowed. That those individuals that are in leadership positions in these sanctuary jurisdictions need to work with us to make sure that every single person that's out there enforcing the law can be safe, but also so that all of our citizens can continue to be safe too. Domestic acts of terrorism like this will not stand, and I'm grateful that we have the leadership in Washington, D.C. that recognizes it, and will make sure that it's working to keep every single community safe, regardless of who's in charge in that city. President Trump gets up every day and will work to keep people safe, whether they're in a red state or a blue state or in a city that has a Republican mayor or a mayor that has a Democrat mayor. He's going to fight for every single American to make sure they live in a safe community and can raise their kids without fear. Yes.
So again, now she said something about the car being stuck in the snow and officers trying to push their car out of the snow. So that, I mean, that didn't seem to be what happened. But, I mean, you know, maybe she got bad information. Because the way she described it, it sounded like the person tried to hit them as they were pushing their car to the snow. I mean, whatever you think of this incident, the video does not show a woman trying to hit police as they tried to push their car to the snow. But, again, I don't know. She might have been told bad information about that before. I don't know. I don't know if she'd seen the video or not at that time. But there may be right before the video, they were trying to push their car out of the snow. So I'm not saying that didn't happen, but yeah, it could have happened earlier, says one of our viewers, at least. But again, on the video that we see, you know, that we don't see any of that. Remember also, Homeland Security said, this is what Homeland Security said. ICE officers were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. The ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. And Ilhan Omar, who's a representative from Minnesota, Democratic congressional representative from Minnesota, she posted a comment saying with one of the videos, she posted the Homeland Security account and a video, and she says, "You're lying. There was no attempt to run the officer over, and no ICE agents appear to be hurt. Get out of our city." That's what Ilhan Omar said. If you want to see 3 different videos of the incident, you can go to my X account, which is @Lookner on X. It is pinned in the chat. I will post a link to it in the chat, and you can scroll down and see 3 different videos of the incident. Oh, I was going to check some of the more of the local reporting here. Hang on a moment here. AP says the Twin Cities has been on edge since DHS announced on Tuesday it had launched the operation, with more than 2,000 agents and officers expected to participate in the crackdown, tied in part to allegations of fraud involving Somali residents. The shooting happened in a residential neighborhood south of downtown Minneapolis. It was a mile from where, about a mile from where George Floyd was killed by police in 2020, says AP. Excuse me. Oh, I have a couple pictures of the car. These are not graphic photos, but I have a couple pictures I can show you here. If you give me a second. Again, I have posted the links to the videos on my X account. Here is from Reuters some pictures here. Give me a moment here. So these are pictures from Reuters. Reuters story, U.S. federal agent fatally shoots driver in Minneapolis amid immigration enforcement surge. So if we go here, that's not the person. Right there, right there. So there is the car. There is the car, and you can definitely see a bullet hole. Now, the police said at least 2 shots were fired, but that looks like one of them. Maybe the first one, I don't know. Benedicta McBride said, "Watched the video several times. The civilian was not a lethal threat." Doobie Style says, "If you weaponize a car or vehicle, not sure what you expect." G Magig says, Poorly trained ICE agents watched all 3 vids she was trying to leave. Wirtz says she disobeyed an order after they said she was under arrest and then hit the officer in the front. There is a bullet hole in the windshield. Reuters says Venus Demars, a 65-year-old Minneapolis resident who lives near the site of the shooting, described seeing paramedics perform CPR on a woman collapsed next to a snowbank near the crashed car. Shortly after, they loaded her into an ambulance that drove away without its sirens on. Jazzy Renee thinks she did not hit him. RK thinks the last video posted is clear she drove at the officers. Quick thanks to Yak Diesel and Crazy Yoda and John Kaplan and Eddie J. Puckett. There was a situation. Where did this happen? A few months ago, wasn't there an incident? Was it Chicago? Where somebody in a vehicle, I believe, was shot and killed? I have to look this up. I can't remember what the specific is. There was a case in Chicago in which a person was shot by an ICE agent, but I don't remember the specifics of that. And also, I believe there's been legal proceedings, and I just don't remember all the specifics. And I have yet to see anything besides the 3 videos at this point. If you'd like, I can show you for people who didn't see it, the press conference again. Link again, my X account is pinned in the chats. If you go to my X account, you will see the 3 different videos. But you should see my X account pinned in the chat. Let's just check out again what the press conference said. I'll post a link to one of the videos right now, but again, you can get all of them at my X account, which is linked in the chat. Okay. So let's show you again what was said in the press conference. Okay. Here is that right now coming up. Oh, real quick, thanks again to our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators who are here. People like Bastion Girl and I Got That Fire, and Matthew Kohai 3, and Papa Bear and Surly Dev over there on Twitch. Really appreciate it. Thanks also Meat Missile for your support on Twitch. Also our Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Also, thank you to Leslie Ladyhawk, Beth Mythical, and Ruth on YouTube. Thank you. Also, Kay Lowry Body over there on Facebook. Margaret Riley, thank you. Hopefully I'm getting all the moderators. Also, thank you to Big Number Good. Big Number Good, thank you. And also, hold on a moment here. DJ Blu-ray, Test Channel Wow, Fox 250R. Thank you. All right, here is the press conference right here. Let's watch it for a second. Here it is.
There's a lot of information that is swirling around right now, and we collectively are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted in full. But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets, and in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care.
Just want to interrupt for a second. Governor Walz is going to be doing a press conference at 3:15 Eastern Time. Also, here is a post from Governor Walz. He says, "I've seen the video. Don't believe this propaganda machine. The state will ensure there is full, fair, and expeditious investigation to ensure accountability and justice." That's from Governor Walz. Again, there will be a press conference And what I want to do actually is just make sure at 3:15. Hold on. Hopefully they show it on their social media. All right, so again, Governor Walz's press conference coming up at 3:15 Eastern Time. I'll actually put that on the screen as well. Give me one moment. Let me just get that up there. Okay, so put this down here. And then we'll put this here. And let me just go back a second here. By the way, thanks SG Faith and Sparky Pilot and DJ Blu-ray. Hold on a second. DJ Blu-ray, please respect the chat rules. All right, so again, I'm hoping to have, I assume we'll have, the governor's press conference. Oh, wait, what is this? Give me a moment here. At 3:15. What am I looking at here? All right, let me just hit play on this, and I'll just rewind for a second before we start speaking. And let me just look into getting that the other video coming up at 3:15.
And we collectively are going to do everything possible. There's a lot of information that is swirling around right now, and we collectively are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted in full. But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets, and in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care as soon as possible. And to the family, I'm so deeply sorry. There's nothing that I can say right now that's going to make you or your relatives or the friends of the victim feel any better. There were, I believe, 2 Minneapolis police officers that responded and were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of ICE and federal officers that were there at the time. Having them there was only causing more chaos. Having them there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage, further loss of life and injury is not done. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now, and justice is what we've all got to get. Next, a message to our community. Look, we all know that the agenda of this Trump administration is to create chaos. Let us respond right now with our best versions of self. This is a moment where all of us in Minneapolis and beyond, we can rise to the occasion. We can show them who we are. We can show them the kind of courage, bravery, love, and compassion that makes Minneapolis, Minneapolis, and that makes America, America. We are better than a bunch of ICE agents being deployed to cities around the country and ripping apart families and communities. We're better than that. And so we are going to meet that hate with love. We are going to meet that despair with hope. We are going to meet that injustice with constitutional justice ourselves. And we're going to make sure that in this very difficult moment, we do not take the bait that these ICE agents are trying to create and that the federal government, to be clear, wants. They want us to respond in a way that creates a military occupation in our city. They want an excuse to come in and show the kind of force that will create more chaos and more despair. Let's not let them. Let's rise to this occasion. Let's show them something far more beautiful than the kind of division that they're trying to stoke. Let's show them unity of purpose, of love, and the courage of our conviction. Our conviction, to be clear, is rock solid, and it is for our neighbors, all of our neighbors. It's for people who have lived here for 80 years. It is for new immigrants who have made this city a better place. That's the kind of love that we're going to show up with right now. If you're angry, I get it. I am too. If you're feeling that kind of despair, it's understandable. Let's show them who we can be. Let's show up with peace. To march, to protest, to hug one another, to love all the way with peace. Do not give them what they want. Finally, we've got a lot of work that needs to happen right now to make sure that, first, of course, the scene was secured as much as possible, that we were able to get the victim, now deceased, to the hospital. We've got a lot of work to do in the coming days. I want to thank our city enterprise for the work that they have done, but more importantly, what they're about to do, because this is going to be heavy and our city has been through a lot. We also know that we're prepared to do right for people. Among them is our chief of police. I'll invite him up.
My name is Brian O'Hara, BRIANO''HARA. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. This morning, Minneapolis police officers received a report of federal law enforcement being involved in a deadly force incident, meaning shots had been fired. Minneapolis police officers responded to the scene. We arrived and found a woman with a gunshot wound to the head. Life-saving measures were performed at the scene, including CPR. The woman was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center, where she has since been pronounced deceased. The preliminary information that we have indicates that this woman was in her vehicle and was blocking the roadway on Portland Avenue, midway between 33rd Street and 34th Street in the city. At some point, a federal law enforcement officer approached her on foot, and the vehicle began to drive off. At least 2 shots were fired. The vehicle then crashed on the side of the roadway. Minneapolis police officers secured the crime scene and assisted in trying to preserve the evidence that is there. We have since turned over the scene both to the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which will be conducting an investigation into this use of deadly force. I want to thank the mayor, city council president, other members of the city council, state legislators that were on the scene. This has been a very difficult time for everyone in the city. And this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. And I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place. That being said, I just echo the mayor's comments that we ask that the community continue to call for peace. We understand people are going to be upset about what happened, and people are going to want to exercise their First Amendment rights. But please do so safely and lawfully to ensure that we do not have any further tragedy in this city or destruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, council members. Commissioner, I'll open it to questions.
Any idea on the identity of the ICE officer who fired those shots at this point?
I don't have that information, no. The question was, is there an identity of the ICE officer that fired? I do not have that.
Mayor, sorry, we're hearing that ICE officer stopped a position from us helping the lady who was shot. Is that true? We've seen video, it's all over social media, that someone tried to help this lady, and they were told, they were pointed guns at and told to get away. Do you know about that at all?
So the question was, there's information out there that people tried to help the woman that was shot, and ICE officers then pointed guns at them and told them to leave. I do not have that information. I myself saw a video of the shots being fired as the car was driving away. What I can tell you is the narrative that this was just done in self-defense is a garbage narrative. That is not true. It has no truth. And it needs to be stated very clearly since we have already seen a video of it. I do not know as to what you're talking about.
So, Mayor, she wasn't driving.
Over here.
She wasn't driving a car toward him, using her vehicle as a weapon.
That does not appear to be the case at all.
What's the city's protocol when an observer or an activist calls 911? They say an agent's following them or an agent's pointing a gun at them. How does the city of Minneapolis handle that situation going forward, considering what just happened today?
Repeat it one more time. I missed the first part of what you said. And I'll turn it over to the chief.
What does the city do when someone calls 911 and a federal agent's pointing a gun at them that sort of thing?
I'll turn it over to the chief. The question is, what does someone do when a federal agent is pointing a gun at them? Chief.
So, if I heard you correctly, the question is about when people call 911, what is the city's protocol in these situations? We've had a very dramatic increase in 911 calls related to this activity. We have a protocol in place that has been evolving as the situation has been changing. And at this time, there is a designated supervisor that is on duty 24/7 that fields those calls. And we do everything that we can to ensure that they are appropriately prioritized, with the priority being placed upon the protection of life and safety of everyone in the community.
Can you tell us any more about the woman who was fatally shot? Was she there as a legal observer, protester, bystander? What do you know that you can share?
So the question was, what can I share about the deceased? There is nothing to indicate that this woman was the target of any law enforcement investigation or activity. This woman was in her car, and it appears then blocking the street because of the presence of federal law enforcement, which is obviously something that has been happening not just in Minneapolis, but around the country. She appears to be a middle-aged white woman.
Just about a month ago, you said these unplanned and questionable tactics by federal agents would result in someone being killed at a press conference right here. Do you consider today's tactics in line with that, or do you just have a generic response to the fact that somebody is now dead?
The question is that I had previously made several statements about being concerned about the tactics being employed. I am obviously very concerned that I have been told that a woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. However, I do not know, to be clear, I do not know the exact circumstances of the shooting, but I would tell you, in any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who's not armed, but it also is something that is possible. At times it is justified. But it is very concerning, and it's something that most law enforcement agencies in the country train very intensely to try and minimize the risk that law enforcement officers get placed into a situation that the need for deadly force would be necessary.
Has there been any indication of that need in this case?
I didn't hear the question.
Has there been any indication of the need to shoot into the vehicle?
The question was any indication about the need. I guess getting back to the justification of this, I have not seen any information other than what I have communicated.
Was she alone in the car? Were there children in the car with her?
The question was if she was alone in the car. I know that I got there shortly after this call came in. I did not see anyone else with her while I was on the scene. However, I've since been told by our officers that have been with her the entire time that a spouse has arrived at the hospital.
Mayor, just curious if you're thinking about contacting federal authorities to register your concerns about this. I mean, personally making phone calls, et cetera.
Yes, we've been on the phone all morning. As soon as we learned about this, again, there were a series of priorities that we needed to go through. The first, of course, is to keep people safe and to help the victim in any way that we could. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There was the notion that ICE agents would be necessary to create a perimeter around the scene itself. They themselves were creating the kind of dysfunction and chaos that they claimed to be trying to help with. And so the message that we delivered very clearly was to make them leave. Now, beyond leaving the scene, they should also leave our city and our state. We do work, our chief does work, our sheriff does work every single day to keep people safe in our city and in our state. And crime is dramatically down. Crime is down. It continues to trend down. They are doing the hard work of investigating, of arresting perpetrators of violent crime. What this federal administration is doing right now is about creating safety. Do not let them tell you that what they are doing is about creating safety. It is not. It is having the opposite impact. We need to be clear-eyed about the work that is moving forward, and they need to leave Minneapolis.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Mayor, you may know this legal background. If the shooting is found to not be justified, does the city have any legal, or the state rather, have any legal recourse to bring charges against this ICE agent, given that this person is a federal agent, if the feds don't?
So, obviously, and I have to always lead with this caveat because it is true, an investigation still does need to be conducted. I had my perception of what took place based on the vehicle and the vehicle's positioning. It does not appear that the individual is trying to ram anybody. Now, the question was, if it is in fact found to be an unjustified shooting, who issues the charge, executes, how does justice take place? I don't know the answer in full to that. This is obviously information that we're still working out. Chief, do you have any additional information, or Commissioner?
The only thing I would add to the mayor's statement is that the crime scene was held by the Minneapolis Police Department, and the investigation is now being led jointly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And the purpose of their involvement would be to investigate whether any state laws within the state of Minnesota have been violated.
Can I just add something to that too? What's very important is that for our communities that we do have some kind of part in this investigation. It needs to be done on a local level. With all due respect to the federal level, we do need to make sure that our local agencies are involved. Most certainly the BCA is very well capable of working with our federal partners in doing so. That is something that is needed for our communities, and so that's something that I can tell you that there's already been conversations from the U.S. Attorney's Office to the BCA that have already taken place today. How that's going to roll out, we don't know yet, but we are making sure that there is some kind of local entity, namely the BCA, that has a part in this investigation for the purposes of transparency and expedient transparency as to what happened today.
One more. Sorry. If that's it. Thank you, everybody.
Final piece. Yeah. Again, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you to the media for being here and disseminating this very important information around this tragic incident. To reiterate a final message to our community members, I understand the anger. Let's unite around hope and love and peace and getting justice. That's what we need to be doing right now. I appreciate the service from everybody up here as well as the 435,000 people that call Minneapolis home. Thank you.
Got some housekeeping for you in just a moment after everyone leaves.
All right, so that was the press conference in Minneapolis. Now, at 3:15 Eastern Time, there's supposed to be a Governor Walz press conference. I don't know what the situation with the video is. You know, Governor Walz did an announcement a few days ago when he announced that he was no longer running for governor. And like none of the news agencies even had that footage. Some of the local affiliates had it, but the news agencies didn't have it. And also, it wasn't being shown by like the state government. So I honestly don't know yet if I will have video of the Governor Walz press conference because none of the news agencies I work with have it yet. It's kind of just weird. I hope they show it, but you know, I wish they, because I hope they show it on like the governor's website or something. But I don't know if that's going to happen. No, it's not up to them because it's a weird thing. I think they'd like to have it, the news agencies, but they don't have their own cameras there. So, but we'll see. I just don't know. I mean, if nothing else, I'll say, hey, go watch it on, this channel, on this local Minnesota channel on YouTube or something. I can't steal their footage. But I will certainly be on the lookout. I don't know what's going to happen with how that's being broadcast. But that's coming up in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. And I did post 3 different videos of this incident on my X account. My X account should be pinned in the chat. If you go there, you can see the 3 different videos of the shooting incident. Now, obviously, there's going to have to be an investigation into what happened. There might be other videos, including law enforcement videos, that we haven't seen yet. So I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a federal investigation and a local investigation. A quick thanks to ADub15411 and Melt Ice 805 and Sean and Kex and Firejack and Jackie299 and Hugs and Stuff and DJ Blu-ray and Fred Witherow. Also Who Shot JR and CC. I'll read a few comments here. We have a lot of viewers with very different takes on this. Jody says, just saw a video, she drove at them. Music Muse says, I had to zoom in several times to form my end opinion to be sure. Niles Standish says it wasn't accelerated at them, she was turning the wheel. The Greatest said the woman used her car as a weapon. Soccer fan Machado thinks the agent was in zero danger, he overreacted. Kevin Doherty thinks the angle of those shots are to the side of her head. Jury will see this. The Dead Critic says there was clearly a cop in front of the car. I have not heard anything from President Trump about this yet. So we'll see what President Trump has to say. But he has not commented on this so far that I am aware. Here is a statement from the Minnesota Attorney General, Keith Ellison. This is the Minnesota Attorney General. He says, my office is monitoring reports of an ICE-involved shooting at Minneapolis today. Reports are still coming in, but it's been reported a woman was killed. My heart goes out to her and her family. Anyone hurt or killed in this act of violence. While there's a lot we don't know at this time, let me be clear about one thing. Donald Trump's decision to send thousands of armed ICE agents to Minnesota is causing serious harm and spreading terror throughout our communities. His reckless decision to escalate the aggression and number of immigration agents is a causal factor regardless of the outcome of an investigation into this tragic death. I will do everything I can to change this awful path we are on. If anyone broke the law in today's act of violence, I will do all I can to ensure they are held accountable. That is from Attorney General of Minnesota, Keith Ellison. Hang on a moment. Again, Governor Walz, hold on a moment. We may have video. We may have access to video of Governor Walz speaking in 15 minutes. Let's see. Yes, we are going to have the video of Governor Walz speaking. We will have that for you in 15 minutes. I have access to it. It is being posted a place I can use. So again, Governor Walz, actually, let me put the clock up here. So we will be hearing from Governor Walz in less than 15 minutes now. So let me just fix this. 15. Governor Walz briefing in Governor Walz briefing in 14 minutes. You can see it right there. So we'll have that for you. And we'll take some more comments and bring you updates, but we will have his briefing in 13 and a half minutes. What do we know about the victim, one of our viewers said? We know that she was in a car that was blocking the road during law enforcement activity. But she was not a target initially of the law enforcement activity. U.S. Rights and Freedoms asked that. CAC says the Walz press briefing should be interesting. There is a significant crowd at the site. Mercado Media is out there doing a live stream. There's more barricades now being put out at the site. The crowd is there. I mean, it doesn't seem like I don't see people rioting at the site. There's a crowd there, and there's a Minnesota police is there, and they're putting up. If you go to Mercado Media site, the Minnesota police is putting up some more barriers. But I don't know that the federal law enforcement, it's Minnesota police. Sorry, not Minnesota, Minneapolis. Yeah, Minneapolis police, I'm sorry. So they're there. But, I mean, the Minneapolis police were not the law enforcement directly involved with the shooting. Mercado is Mercado. Mercado Media on YouTube is showing that live shot there. Thanks to Freeman Vashier, who says ICE agent fired at her as he was in front and to the side. Thanks also Test Channel Wow, who thinks the AG is trying to de-escalate the nonsense narrative that Fry is spouting. Test Channel thinks the AG knows it was a self-defense shooting. Thank you also Truffles Travels, who thinks the agent probably thinks he's immune systematically. Thanks also Chance Larson, who thinks in every previous case like this, cops have lost. In the second video, her wheels are turned away as she moves forward. Thank you also A-Dub, who says anyone who has a 1,500-pound car accelerated them has a right to self-defense. Melt Ice thinks ICE are thugs. Thank you, by the way, Kate8036, who says, it feels like a deadly game of Simon Says. Multiple armed officers yelling causes panic. I don't see her clear intent to harm. Failing a Simon Says game shouldn't result in getting killed. Allie M. thinks she was turning away. JB says she was not blocking the road. Well, in the press conference, it said she was blocking the road. That's what the chief of police said, I believe. Ginger says, could we get her side of the story, please? So, I mean, I don't know that we'll... I mean, she's deceased. So I don't know that we'll ever fully get her side of the story. Now, it's possible, though, that maybe she might have been talking to people while she was in her car, or talking, there may be a lot more about her, what was going on with her. There were certainly witnesses there. I don't know how much they knew about her. So, again, there's a lot of investigation to be done. Also, I'm not sure. I saw one person. I'm not sure if more than one officer shot. It might have been just the one officer who was shooting. That I don't know for sure. Leor Engelstein thinks the mayor was goading people into violent protests right before the midterms. That's what Leor thinks. Thanks, Leor. Val Molloy is wondering if there will be uprisings tonight. I mean, again, fortunately, I haven't seen any kind of rioting or violent protesting in what I've seen after. I can't tell you, though, what'll happen. Row 4N says he encouraged protests, aka riots. I don't know that he encouraged riots. I think he said he wanted people to behave well. But I think, if I remember right, I have to go back and listen to the exact words. I thought he suggested or implied that people might want to go out and protest. Fred Flintstone thinks there will be more videos coming out. Jay Sands thinks the guy was not touched. Again, I have posted 3 different videos of this on my X account. My X account is pinned in the chat. It is pinned there. You can go to my X account and go Go to my account at Lookner on X. It's pinned in the chat, and just scroll down and you will see I have seen 3 different videos so far of this, and I have reposted them all in my X account. About 6 minutes until the Governor Walz briefing. 6 minutes until it's supposed to start. We are waiting for the Governor Walz briefing. Sean says, what was her justification for approaching her? Thanks, Sean. So from the press conference, it sounded like she was blocking traffic. But in the videos I've seen they don't really go back that far. So I don't have the full information there. One Nan B thinks she was fleeing men and feared for her life. El Machina claims there's a 4th video. I have not seen a 4th video yet. Murph thinks it was not a justified shooting incident. Wendy Lee says a vehicle is considered a deadly weapon. Driving it towards a federal agent is attempted murder. Federal agent fired in self-defense. All right, about 4 minutes until that press conference is supposed to start. Let me put it up on the screen. Hang on. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. Get rid of which one? Put the clock up there. That you're looking at the Governor Walz briefing coming up. Thank you to Scoth and E.W. Fisher and Melt Ice and Sean and John Posey and Eli Betts. Also Douthis and Tech Slug. Allie Bradley of News Nation a couple hours ago said there was tear gas. 2 or 3 hours ago, I saw Mercado Media was showing there was like 5 or 6 people in the street and they wouldn't move. This was after the shooting, and I believe I saw one or more of the officers, it seemed like they were pepper spraying or spraying some kind of spray on them. I mean, that was several hours ago. All right, so if this starts on time, 1.5 minutes, but maybe it won't start on time. We're waiting for the briefing from Governor Walz. Yeah, as Goju said, the crowd was throwing snowballs. Some people were throwing snowballs at the law enforcement. I did see that hours ago. Mercado Media is showing a law enforcement vehicle, it looks like, driving down the street in the area, and a bunch of people walking around it. It's like some people are throwing snowballs at it. I don't even know if it's a federal vehicle or a Minneapolis vehicle. You can see that at Mercado Media, MERCADO. Keeping It Real thinks it was justified. Kate says, I saw the videos, it was flat out murder. All right. Oops, you know what? I got to take the clock away because at this point, we're just waiting for it to start. So give me a moment. What I'm going to do is remove the clock, and then I'm going to put this up. Any moment now. Any moment. Any moment, Governor Walz press conference. We're waiting for it right now. Put this up here. Waukee thinks the agent lost control. Martin Quinn says attempted murder on a law enforcement officer. Michigan Republican House member Lisa McClain, again, she is a Michigan Republican House member, she wrote, "This is what happens when Democrats continue to demonize law enforcement." We are waiting right now for Governor Walz any moment now. Fox 9 says the SUV involved in the shooting has been towed. If you want to see 3 different videos of the incident, I have posted them on my X account. My X account is pinned in the chat. My X account is @Lookner, Lookner on X. I have reposted 3 different videos, the 3 I am aware of the incident there. Thanks, Fast Peak, who says crowds already confront law enforcement on the streets. Well, I'm looking at one video now of people there. I saw some people throwing some snowballs at a vehicle a few minutes ago. I haven't seen any big fights or anything the last couple hours, but I certainly can't see everywhere. But again, a lot of the police officers on the scene now, if not all of them, a lot of them are Minneapolis police. And I would presume the protesters wouldn't be that mad about the Minneapolis police because they're not federal immigration enforcement. But I haven't been watching all of the people there. Thanks again to all of our moderators as we wait for the Governor Walz announcement, news conference, press conference thing. Springwood thinks it was definitely murder. Actual CT says clear as day the driver floors it into the officer. Emily Brooks says, I honestly don't think this woman was attempting to murder someone today. Weird guy thinks it's justifiable force. One of the viewers, I think, said something like they didn't think that the officer should have been standing where he was standing. I have no idea what the prescribed procedure in this kind of case is. I'm guessing there might be some kind of prescribed procedure which would reduce the risk of this kind of incident, but I don't know what the prescribed procedure is. Thank you, Andrew Huffman. And Scott H. We are still waiting. I can tell you there's a podium, but he is not there yet. Yeah, there is a podium. We will have the feed as soon as it starts. We will have it as soon as it starts. Thank you, Sean. Sean thinks that ICE does not have a right to engage with citizens to detain except for specific immigration and financial crimes. I don't know about that. It's an interesting question. I don't know how that works. What ability they have to do stuff if they feel people are interfering with them. That I'm not sure. Jeremiah Stockson Fitness says, does anyone know the woman's name? I have not seen her identified. Andrew Huffman says, same people cheering this on raged against Ruby Ridge and Waco. I still have again seen 3 videos. They are posted on my X account. I will post a link to my X account. It is pinned in the chat. You can go to my X account and watch the 3 videos if you have not seen them. Oh, Tim Walls just posted. He said, I will provide an update on today's shooting shortly. He just said that, Governor Walls, on his social media. I will provide an update on today's shooting shortly. Democratic representative in Congress from Minnesota, Ilhan Omar, released a statement saying, ICE's actions today were unconscionable and reprehensible. I am beyond outraged that their reckless, callous actions led to the killing of a legal observer in Minneapolis. She says the administration has shown yet again that it does not care about the safety of Minnesotans. She says this is not law enforcement, it is state violence, and ICE must be held accountable. And this must include a full comprehensive investigation and legal action against the agency. That's from Ilhan Omar. That's most of the statement. I didn't really literally read, just picked out some things from the statement itself. So any moment now, Governor Walz of Minnesota will have more to say about the shooting. Thank you, Donna Marie Smith, our member. Antonio Escobar, our member. Clippy, thank you. And D. Molsevich. Also, shout out again to our moderators. I really appreciate it. People like Roberts May Queen and Ruth are moderating. Thank you on YouTube. excuse me. Bastion Girl, I Got That Fire. Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev on Twitch. And our Facebook moderators as well. Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley have been there. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And it's supposed to start at any minute now, so I'm just waiting for this to start. Governor Wall said it's starting soon. Thanks Sean7729, who thinks interacting with a harassing citizen or protester would fall under the jurisdiction of local authorities. That I don't know. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. I think they might have just came out and given like a 2-minute warning or something, because I have another feed that I was watching. But again, this will be the feed. You're watching the official feed here, and this will go live as soon as they start. What did he just say? Maybe I can see what the guy just said. Give me a moment here. There was just a guy giving an update.
Comment on those anyway. So if the questions go.
Hold on. It's not really that. It's not going to make a difference what he said. Let's see if I can hear what the update was. Not worrying about it. Again, looks like it's starting shortly. President Trump has posted. President Trump has posted. Let me show you what President Trump posted. I'm going to put it on the screen right now for you. I just saw it myself. Here is what President Trump says. He says, I have just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They are just trying to do the job of making America safe. We need to stand by and protect our law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of violence and hate. That is the statement from President Trump. Thank you, by the way, Queen of the South and Mitchell Pilot. Thanks, Queen of the South, for shouting out the moderators. Any moment now, this is going to start. I believe the sign language interpreter is already out there. So, again, we're looking at the live feed here. As soon as it starts, this live feed is going to kick in. Let me get rid of the, I'm going to remove the president's post from the screen right now. We are waiting for Governor Walz. Thanks, Louis R., who thinks the videos are pretty hard to draw a conclusion from. Louis R. thinks that the president's statements are nonsensical and entirely devoid from the facts. Thank you, Louis R., for your support. Again, guys, we're just waiting. Any moment now, I know I keep saying it, but it's true. Any moment now, we're expecting Governor Walz to walk in. And we will hear what he has to say. Maybe he'll have new information. I'm sure he's seen the videos by now. Thank you, Ranko. Ranko says, as a Minnesota native, I miss when people didn't know who we are. Parallel University says, can't judge by one video that doesn't show the whole event. I'm aware of 3 videos so far. I have reposted them on my X account, which is pinned in the chat. Just Burns says he wasn't run over, but he was hit. Fred Witherow thinks the first video is very clear. Crown Royal thinks she was trying to get away, that is murder. Thank you, Sean Y., who says, someone likely lost a mother, partner, wife, daughter. Well, the person had a spouse. We heard that in the press conference. This shouldn't be left-right political at all. Wait for the facts. Oh, here we go. Here we go, guys. It's starting right now. It's starting now. No volume on it yet, but it is starting now. Oh, I can hear sound on it. Governor Walz about to speak. Might try to bump up the brightness a little bit. Give me a second here. Well, I have 2 seconds. What if I do this? Ooh, that's a little better. We will see what Governor Walz has to say. Oh, this is in St. Paul, Minnesota, by the way, from what I understand. There's Governor Walz right now.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Colonel Schaefer of the Minnesota National Guard, and Colonel Bogojevic of the Minnesota State Patrol. This morning we learned that an ICE officer shot and killed someone in Minneapolis. My deepest condolences to the family, to the loved ones who had to learn about this tragic event on national television. We have been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV, and today that recklessness cost someone their life. I've reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and I'm waiting to hear back. Let me be clear, Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident, but we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We'll not turn against each other. To Minnesotans, I say this: I feel your anger. I'm angry. They want a show. We can't give it to them. We cannot. If you protest and express your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully, as you always do. We can't give them what they want. The hearts and minds of the people in this state are on our side. To Americans, I ask you this: please stand with Minneapolis. To Minnesotans, know that our administration is going to stop at nothing to seek accountability and justice. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are working on the investigation. We have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. State Patrol and Minnesota National Guard leadership is connected with the Minneapolis Police Department, the St. Paul Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the DNR, and Minnesota's Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have activated dozens of members of the State Patrol's mobile response team. And from here on, I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community, they're business owners, they're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Bob Jacobson of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor mentioned, my name is Bob Jacobson. It is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. First of all, I want to acknowledge the reason that we are all here. The loss of life is not anything anyone would ever want. We fully expect that the community will want to peacefully demonstrate their anger or frustration. Minnesota residents and visitors have the right to peacefully demonstrate. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and certainly a desire to be heard. Our role is to help ensure everyone can express themselves without anyone getting hurt. The Minnesota Department of Public Safety's role through the Minnesota State Patrol is to ensure safety, protect constitutional rights, keep roads accessible, and above all, to prevent harm. Our top priority is public safety. Our focus is keeping demonstrators, community members, drivers, and law enforcement safe, especially during moments of heightened tension or uncertainty. Demonstrations must remain safe and lawful, particularly around roadways. We will join with our partners to support safety while respecting the right to protest. With that in mind, I'd like to share a few safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Minnesotans can safely and legally express their views in many ways, including getting together peacefully with others in public spaces, marching or walking, not on roadways, making your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs, being present in public areas where pedestrians are allowed, gathering in designated or permitted areas, and these actions will allow people to express themselves while protecting the safety of everyone involved. Unsafe or illegal actions could result in fines or arrests. Certain behaviors create serious hazards that threaten public safety, disrupt emergency services, or put people at risk. These actions could result in fines or arrest. Demonstrating on or entering a freeway on foot, walking on highways, throwing objects, starting or setting fires, damaging property or graffiti, using illegal fireworks, displaying or using illegal weapons, reckless or dangerous driving, especially near pedestrians, and certainly assaultive, aggressive, or riotous behavior toward anyone. We all want definitive answers to what happened today. Our Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is working in conjunction with the FBI to investigate this morning's shooting. As you know, we don't comment on active investigations, but also keep in mind that this is an investigation is also in its infancy. So any speculation about what had happened would be just that. And we will not engage in speculation. With that, I will turn it back over to the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'd be glad to take any questions. Yeah, and I can let General Schaefer talk about this. It so happens it's a training weekend. We've got about 7,500 troops in training at our sites, training sites across the state. What it is, and in the National Guard, you give a warning order, which is a heads up of something could be coming. That just allows people to think about what they would need, what it would mean to mobilize, what it would mean to put them in. And I could let the General talk a little bit about this. Obviously, since the summer of 2020, we had a lot of work done on teams being ready to make sure that civil unrest, and what that means, and I think Commissioner Jacobson was very clear, and I want Minnesotans to hear this from me. The desire to get out and protest and to speak up to this administration of how wrong this is, that is a patriotic duty at this point in time, but it needs to be done safely, and I think the Commissioner simply just laid out some of those parameters. We can do that. This is the peaceful resistance that we need. Simon, you want to say a few things about what that means to have them on the ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. So for the military, Minnesota National Guard is comprised of 13,000 soldiers and airmen. We live all across and work throughout Minnesota. A warning order is just an initial step to increase your preparations. The Minnesota Guard is always prepared to respond and support state agencies and the citizens of Minnesota. So what that means for us today is just some additional checks on equipment that is ready at all times, and maybe some additional phone calls to service members who might be activated, but no activations. We are embedded with our state agencies here at the Operations Center to just continue parallel planning in the event that we are needed to support.
Thanks, General. And I would make note, Mary, and to Minnesotans on this about the National Guard, they're there to protect you and protect your constitutional rights. These are our neighbors. They don't wear masks. They don't bust in from somewhere else. They're not here to cause hassles to you or what we saw today, the tragedy. Having them at the ready to make sure, because when we see these types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd, there's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it. And while the vast majority of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights, there were those that destroyed property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done, and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that. Yes? Yeah. Yeah, and well, and I think apparently by a federal agent, not by Minnesotans who were there to express their First Amendment rights. I think we've seen this to have folks ready. The gatherings that were down there today, I think this shocked everyone. People showed up as they should. There's people putting flowers down on a memorial. There's people expressing their anger. It's just as these situations develop, we decide when we need to move these people out. And I think the local reporters know well on this. Both unfortunately and for us, the upside of this is that we're very good and we've had practice at this. And I just want to, again, implore Minnesotans, I am not telling you not to express your anger or your frustrations or the outrage that we have. Look, this was totally predictable, as I said it yesterday, and it was totally avoidable. And I just want to remind you, too, that local law enforcement, we get no coordination. They don't tell us they're coming. They don't say why they're sending the largest deployment in American history to Minneapolis. They're not making us any safer. We don't have any of that coordination. They should be talking to us when we do these things. Let us know. We're going to be down here. This is going to happen. We don't have that. So when you see local law enforcement or state patrol, or if it would take the National Guard, we're there responding to the chaos they've created too, but our role is to make sure that we're protecting Minnesotans so that something like this doesn't happen. I have not. The question was, have I spoken to the individual's family? No, we do not have a definitive ID on this individual. And I look, I'm going to note to all of you, I think it's really important, and the professionals do this, and they train me to do this. This is an open investigation. You need to be very careful about it. I know that many of you, myself included, have seen a very difficult video to watch, one where there's a family member watched their family member be shot and killed in front of them. It's beyond me that apparently from the federal government, from the Homeland Security Director herself, has already determined who this person was, what their motive was, and they hadn't even been taken out of the vehicle. We're not living in a normal world. And so, no, I have not. And I want to be very careful because I know how painful this is. I know how painful it is right now. I'm saying person and all that. This is a human being. This very well is an individual's child, a parent, and we don't know that yet. So no, I have not, but once we do, we will. So yes. Please. Colonel, would you like to do that? Colonel.
So the question was, how many state patrol troopers have been deployed to the city of Minneapolis? Right now, we don't talk typical numbers because that is considered security information. We do have a specialized team that does deal with crowd control, and so they have been deployed. But again, they are from all over the state of Minnesota, so they will come in tiers to the state. No, it was in response to this event.
One more. Sorry, just to clarify the intention of deploying the National Guard, is there any chance that the National Guard will be deployed against federal agents to protect Minnesotans?
I'm sorry, what was it?
Has the National Guard ever been deployed against federal agents to protect Minnesotans, given the context of what happened earlier today?
Well, I said this yesterday. We've never been at war with our federal government. I think in this case that the National Guard is their main mission. They have a dual mission. There's the federal mission when they're under Title 10 orders, and then they're under Title 32 orders. In this warning order, there's nothing officially been done yet. If I am to activate them as the Commander-in-Chief of the Minnesota National Guard, I will issue the executive order to the Minnesota National Guard, and then they will be put in state duty status. And as you've seen over the last few years, that could be flood prevention, that could be after a wind-blowing storm up in the north, up in Bemidji, or it could be COVID or George Floyd response. In this case, again, it doesn't necessarily change the mission. They're there to protect Minnesotans. They're there to serve Minnesotans. I think the thing that is so challenging in the moment we're in is we don't see a desire to work with us on public safety. We hear a demonization of our state. We see people coming in who don't know our community, and we see this massive display for the TVs that we're trying to understand how is this coordinated. And some of you watch the videos on there, total chaos. And look, I have very limited work in this is the training in the National Guard, but I've had a lot of training now to watch how our professionals operate. After this person was shot, federal agents milling around, touching the vehicle at a crime scene and things. I don't know what to tell you, and I don't quite know how to respond to the question other than my primary responsibility as governor is the protection of the people of Minnesota. And you can be assured, whether it's the State Patrol or whether it's the National Guard, their deployment is there to protect Minnesotans from whatever it is. If it's an act of nature, if it's a global pandemic, or in this case, if it is a rogue federal agent. I don't know at this time, and I want to be very careful. It's unprecedented that we have the federal government's already determined exactly what's happened here and the motives of an individual that we don't even know the name. They don't know the name, and that's very difficult. So, well, one more, Dana. Dana. Look, and I understand the uniqueness of this moment in this week, following this week, seeing what's happening in the backdrop of a show hearing in D.C. My job is to govern, and my job is to see what the facts are. This happened a couple of hours ago, and we're already pitting American against American. All of you saw a video in your eyes. We have a chaotic situation caused by the largest deployment in American history of federal agents into a community with no communication to locals. We had a chaotic situation where an individual is in their car, shot and killed. And so, look, I want to be very cautious here because Donald Trump will make this about me. He will make this about politics. This is about public safety, and this is about normalcy. To Americans who are watching this, if you're in Portland or you're in LA or you're in Chicago or you're wherever they're coming next, stand with us. Stand with us against this. This was so preventable, so unnecessary, and I don't know. I hope. Maybe we're at the McCarthy moment. Do you have no decency? Do you have no decency? We have someone dead in their car for no reason whatsoever. And I don't want to be right about this, but I said if they do this, they're going to create a chaotic situation where someone innocent's going to get killed. And they did it. And now we hear more political rhetoric. Enough. Enough is enough. And so to Minnesotans, don't take the bait. Do not take the bait. Do not allow them to deploy federal troops into here. Do not allow them to invoke the Insurrection Act. Do not allow them to declare martial law. Do not allow them to lie about the security and the decency of this state. And let's let this investigation play itself out. Let's make sure we protect our neighbors. I encourage you to use your First Amendment rights and all of your constitutional rights, but do so in a peaceful manner. We'll gather back with you as soon as we gather more information that needs to be put out. But again, stay safe, Minnesotans, and we'll be back with you.
All right, that was Governor Walz. So the governor and also the head of the commissioner of Minnesota Department of Public Safety, they seem to think that people are going to want to protest, and they want people to protest peacefully. They don't want any protesters to give an excuse for the government to, as you heard, bring in more federal troops or declare martial law. But we didn't, it's also interesting that Governor Walz said they're not even sure who the woman who died is yet. He said there was not a definitive identification of her. If you haven't seen the video, I have posted 3 different videos of this incident on my X account. My X account is linked in the chat. You can go to my X account. I'll post a link to my X account, and you can see 3 different videos of the incident. I can't show them here, but I will post the link again. Mercado Media, which is a YouTube channel, is showing people marching through, it looks like maybe downtown Minneapolis. They don't seem to be being violent at all. Just to remind you, but shortly before Governor Walz spoke, President Trump said, "I have just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator," says Trump, "and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer who seemed to have shot her in self-defense," says Trump. "Based on the attached clip," says Trump, "it is hard to believe he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. The situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They are just trying to do the job of making America safe. We need to stand by and protect our law enforcement officers and from this radical left movement of violence and hate." Thank you, by the way, to P.A. Jeeper and Crazy Yoda and Val Molloy. Also, AZ Intel's dad, John Posey, Hoosier Poe, Bake Sage, and Sean Y. We have a lot of different views today in the chat on this whole thing. Liam Fuzzy Bear thinks he was at the side of the vehicle. P.A. Jeeper says she could have prevented it by not blocking federal officers in the street and stopped when she was told to. The White House social media just posted saying, "We stand with the brave men and women of ICE and law enforcement who risk everything to keep our communities safe." The National Guard thing Walls mentioned was a heads-up order to prepare the National Guard for possible action. He didn't order the National Guard into action. I believe that's in case, the aftermath, things get out of control. But he didn't deploy the National Guard. Well, we'll have to see how the things go in the aftermath of this. Droop Dollar says martial law incoming. I haven't seen any kind of, widely destructive protesting or anything going on. Apache Aldo thinks the president's post was very dangerous in divisive rhetoric. Kenneth Cobb says everyone is in shock. Stormies Now says this is crazy. Excuse me. We don't know what her name is. We have not gotten a name that I have seen. Yeah, Walls said that if he sent in the National Guard, if he were to, it would be to protect Minnesotans. I'll post the link again to one of the videos in the chat. The one I think that best shows what happens. I just posted it there. All right, guys, here's what I think I'm going to have to do. So we came on this morning early because we were not originally covering the story. We were covering the Minnesota Fraud Oversight Committee hearing and then the White House press briefing. And then I found out about this during the White House press briefing, and we jumped over to this. But I am pretty exhausted at the moment. So I'm not going to really be much help to you at the moment. So I think right now I'm going to take a break. If there's huge developments, I can always come back on and do another stream. So I'll keep an eye on things. But just at the moment, I mean, we showed you the press conference from the mayor. We showed you the governor's press conference. I posted the videos on my social media at Lookner on X. You can see them there. The investigation's not going to get done today. But there may certainly be developments, and I'll keep an eye on the protesting. But I really need to take a break, just because I got to get some rest, and again, maybe we'll have more coverage later, depending on how things play out. I don't know how that'll happen. I'll be keeping an eye on things. But anyways, well, it's a sad incident where we have a person dead, and I'm sure there'll be multiple investigations into this. We don't even know the identity of the person at this point. We haven't even for sure heard the conditions of. We've heard that there's law enforcement hurt. President Trump said one ICE officer is recovering in the hospital. So I don't know the specifics on any kind of injuries to law enforcement. Anyways, let me take a break. Again, if there's big news, I can come on later and cover it, but I'm going to take a break right at the moment. So I really appreciate you guys being here for the coverage. Also, a lot of people have been sending me updates and also letting me read your comments and questions on the air. I was trying to get to a bunch of comments, and I mean, unfortunately, I get way more comments than I can read on the air. So, but I appreciate everybody writing in. Sorry, I can't get to more of them, but I was trying to read a bunch of them. If you want, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Subscribe and follow. And I would suggest turn on the notifications. I don't know when big news is going to happen. Maybe we'll be covering this later, or maybe we'll be covering something else later. But if you sign up for the free notifications, you'll get sent a notification whenever we go live so that you can not miss a stream. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat, and also you can find the link for the notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this broadcast. And I will also post stuff on my X account. My X account is where the 3 videos I'm aware of, I have reposted on my X account. They're all there. If you scroll down, you can see them there. My X account is pinned in the chat. I'll also post the link again. It's x.com/Lookner. But if you go there, you can see the videos. And I will post other news, breaking news there if I'm not on the air. Okay. I really do appreciate our moderators too. We've had a lot of people in the chat discussing this, and a lot of people with different views. And I think it's great that we can have a chat where people with different views can share their views with each other. But we can only do that because we can have our moderators here. So very much appreciate our moderators who've all been here. And hang on a moment. Just as an example, Ruth and Robert's May Queen on YouTube are over there. And Janet B., thank you so much. On Twitch, Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, I Got That Fire, Matthew Co, High 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook. Hopefully I'm getting everybody. Thank you, moderators. I appreciate it. Also, I owe a couple more thank yous. Thank you for your support. Cacho Rinho Fia de Poots. Thanks for being a member. Roy 1822. Thank you, Roy. Birdman and Joshua WL2KM. Rebecca Spur. Crazy Yoda Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot thinks Tim Walz criticized the administration for jumping to conclusions when he did the exact same thing with an opposite viewpoint. Thank you, Scoth and P.A. Jeeper. Also, Tech Slug. And I'm Talius. Thank you, I'm Talius. And Tech Slug thought that in the Kristi Noem video, that announcement was made before any investigation had been done. Tech Slug says, is there anyone left in the United States who believes 100% of what our current government puts out? I know we got a lot of different views in our chat. I appreciate sharing them. Hey, by the way, so thanks for supporting the channel. That's what allows the channel to exist. I really appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you. And also, another way to find out when we're going live is follow us on X. If you're on X, follow us at Agenda Free TV. I post there before we go live, give you a heads up. I post updates about the channel, so you can follow there to find out when we're going live next. Also, we do have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not live. Our Discord chat, it's free. Check out the Discord chat. The mods it's the same link as the link to the free notifications. At that same link, you can check out our free Discord chat. And a bunch of our viewers like doing that. Thank you so much to our mods on Discord who help with the Discord chat. Thank you, mods. And for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. Another good way to find out when we're live. On YouTube, if you want to turn on those notifications, what you have to do is you have to subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. So subscribe, click the bell, and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Again, sorry I can't stay on a little longer, but we were up early. We were doing a whole other stream before this, and it became this stream. So I'm going to get some rest now, and if there's big developments tonight, I'll just come on the air and do another live stream. So I'll certainly be keeping an eye on things, okay? And I do appreciate also our Twitch subscribers. By the way, I'll say, condolences to the family of the person who was killed, and I hope the ICE officer or officers who were hurt make a speedy recovery. Not good that anyone is getting hurt or killed in these situations. All right, I was going to thank our Twitch subscribers, people like Wall Street Shaggy, Toolman Tim, Massachusetts Guy, Sharkingly, Barcodable, Emalian, Sevens 80, Devil Doc, Distant Galaxy, The Northern One, DeGeorge, Jack's Animals, Chi-Town Bear, Billy Joe, Douthis, Manchester's Red Forever, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. CC, thank you. And our Facebook subscribers, like Robert Rial II, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Paul Anderson was modding too. Thank you, Paul. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Christy Claft, thanks for subscribing over there on Facebook. Jennifer Ellers and all of our other subscribers there. And our YouTube members. Thanks so much to our YouTube members. People like Sevenfold, Amy Clark says. No, I have not heard a name of the victim yet. Sure, we'll hear it at some point. Marcus, Planespotting, Germany. Roger Shoemaker, It's Becca Lilly, Confidence in God. CAC 813, Paula Faust, Joe Martin. Amy Clark says, Cacherino Fia de Poots. Thank you for being members. Mammy Washington, pretty good band. Marcus, Planespotting, Germany. Paula Faust, Louis Belmont Show. CAC, J Sands. Sparky Pilot. Phoenix 2B, LNG, JK Cinar, all of our other, Danny G, all of our other members. I'll do a last check here and see if I see anything. Pretty good band. Thanks for being a member as well. Again, if you haven't seen it and you want to see, there's 3 videos I'm aware of this incident. I have posted them all on my X account. My X account is @Lookner. It is pinned in the chat. Java's Dream thinks there will be more camera video. We need to see what comes up in the coming hours. We can't really determine what happened at this point. That's what Java's Dream says. You can check out Mercado Media has been showing some people marching, protesters marching through, I think, Minnesota. Seems pretty controlled right now, but you can check out the Mercado Media page. All right, so I'm going to take a break now. I will be keeping my eye on things, and if there's big news, I will come back on the air and bring you more updates. But I'm going to take a break now. I appreciate you people. Appreciate everybody joining the stream. And again, sorry, we've been on the air a while because we were doing a different stream before this, so I really need a break. But I'll keep an eye on things, and maybe we'll come on later, just depending on what we hear. All right. That is it for now. You've been watching our live coverage. Well, first we were covering the oversight hearing on Minnesota fraud and the White House press briefing, but we ended up covering this shooting and killing of a woman by ICE in an incident that Department of Homeland Security says was self-defense. But that is it for now. Thank you for watching. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.